Music.
The masculine honor the immaculate feminine. The children are monuments of the element. We mastered articulated development. Still we cornerstone that we all about the Benjamins. The holy man trying to disassemble the hologram. A sacrificial lamb that killed itself to be born again. Snow the refined lines of the supplement that I hypervent. Come and learn from the hooligan. Confiscated the ruler's pen. I'll rewrite history. Watch the way that I make it spin. I turn the ashes of men and tears to an island. All without trying and recreating the world you in. I did it for real. You just journaling. They created the madman for destroying my homeland, killing trigger happy cops all in front of the dash cam. Some of us are wishing that they were born as a white man. I'm revelation in the animation. My repertoire ruin your reputation. Salam alaikum when you facing Satan. I'm the reason you hallucinating, illuminating. Now I got the kids emulating, rejuvenating the guardians who recuperating. The universe is talking to me when I'm sounding off. I was gonna kill the game, but God called it off. They tried to market the mark of the beast, filling the balcony seats the way that they got it. Why would I ever call on the police? But I know I'm nothing without you, so I try giving you keys. Promise you never gon' freeze. They want all of us sleep. All praise to the Most High and God's people.
Music.
Yeah. For building the country, they say you nothing, and killing them just to leave them in struggle to eat. We hustling. The demographics of all the Democrats and Republicans corrupted, and the actual thugs who get no coverage. Yeah. The government drug funneling, politicians are smuggling, blood sucking the origin, the system diabolic, they normalize all the suffering. The cost of living is higher organs they ordering. Attacking my target audience, only worshiping monuments, who only care about gossiping and winning in arguments. I built up tolerance, changing our course and documents, to organize our populace, taking back all the continents. Thy kingdom come, that will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That's why I got me a gun. It was written this day would come for the hoodlum. No more shooting my people, you know how the West was won. We came off the spaceship, gave life to the cavemen. In return, he traded us on a slave ship. And now our energy rule the radio station. Folk mental enslavement, cause they know that we sacred. Salute to my soldiers and queens, we on pursuit. When we rioted loot, we gotta build to produce. Institutions and schools, the knowledge power that fuels the DNA's molecules, the synagogue of the Jews. We always dropping jewels. Yeah. I know you hate it, we just getting started. To audit whoever hating on the exotic, don't tell us we out of pocket. The reincarnation of every messenger who a prophet. Malcolm Martin and Jesus praise to Muhammad. Know we always breaking ties with whoever playing the gods. They conquer us then divide, making you pick a side. All the options they ever gave us echo that lie. They glorify a devil personified in the sky, but God living in all of us where the kingdom reside. If you are educated and black, they terrified. Woo! If you are educated and black, they terrified. They redlining, using racial profiling, but forgot to tell the world their whole history violent. On the people using mental and physical confinement. Our leaders are two-time and ingrained in blood diamonds. We gave you right in your science and mathematics. Humans who Asiatic, organic before organic. Every genre of music like everything on the planet. But then you jack it, take it for granted. We created, you appropriated. We've been inaugurated, not need us exonerated. We gave you irrigation, the cultivation of nation. Before the Caucasian, we started civilization. We need a nation in a nation. Liberation over education. Good versus evil. Heart versus ego. Truth is everybody. Black power to the people. This how it's gotta be. Look, I guess I'm about to make another sing-along, knowing from the jump that I was the one that did it wrong. It should have lasted, but the world plastic. I was the one, but the son of a bastard. It's only right that we kept up with the legacy. We were gonna turn the worst enemies. And when they always ask what you getting me, you were looking out like you heavenly. I broke her heart, I kept her in the dark. I was trying out for a heart, but lost a part. So how can I be mad at you now that you wanna let go? Why it took forever to get it together, mellow? I don't wanna see you talking to another fellow, but I strung you like a cello. I wasn't on your level. Yeah. Look, listen, I'ma put my pride to the side. I leave it up to fate to decide. Everybody wanna tell you how to live your life till they in the same situation giving you advice. Like a star playing in the lights. If you used to doing wrong, then you better know your rights. Life ain't a game, but I cheated her. A funny way of showing how I needed her. Yeah. There's no looking back now. I know what I did. And there's nothing I can do to change it. I'ma make it up to you. Yeah. Love. Yeah. Love. I never knew me. I never knew what the touch of a woman can do only when she is giving it up. What it mean to be in love if it wasn't what it was? All of us are doing drugs. Nobody love anymore, so we love till it isn't enough.
We gotta save the babies. We gotta save the babies. And if we don't, we'll have a race of babies that will hate the ladies that make the babies. We gotta save the babies. We gotta save the babies. And if we don't, we'll have a race of babies that will hate the ladies that make the babies. We don't hear the kids when the kids cry. 12 years old, only peace was to get high. Ran out of dreams, but schemes will help us get by. Our families are gangs, we riding in our tank top. They give us Section 8, not a fair shake. Manipulate our minds and tell us that we a mistake. Hell yeah, they giving us welfare. Liquor, drugs, and guns, if I can be more clear. Our fathers smoke crack or selling it, serving beers. I've outgrown my innocence, don't know where mama is. They always laughing at us because of the way we live. It's dark outside, so all of us getting lit. Why should I give a damn when nobody gave a cent? So if I feel like it, then everyone getting hit. And nobody came to save the black kid. Nobody came to save the black kid. We gotta save the babies. We gotta save the babies. And if we don't, we'll have a race of babies who will hate the ladies that make the babies. We gotta save the babies. We gotta save the babies. And if we don't, we'll have a race of babies who will hate the ladies that make the babies. Babies, babies.
Where are we headed, baby? In 1 minute, I won't know you any better than you'll know me. But we'll be together. Where we belong. Good people end up in hell because they can't forgive themselves. I know I can't. But I can forgive you.
For killing my children. And my sweet husband.
Being so wonderful, a guy would choose hell over heaven just to hang around you. Not because I remind you. Because I couldn't join you. So I left you alone. Don't give up, okay?
Listen, there could only be one, but I ain't God, but I flow like it's two of me. Gotta even the odds. Heaven where I reside, we had a hell of a time. Don't whine, the sun will shine. My father gave me design. I gave you one of a kind, a dime that is prime with wine like summertime. You just summer the time. I let you borrow with line, infinity and beyond. Don't ever try to compare me to them, they Uncle Toms. I grind, homie, you only do it to shine. I'm the game, baby, they always riding the pine. My mind's so gone, it's getting harder to find, but I'm trying to take them out of the hood, just give it time. Cause they got us out of place, we survive with 808s. Illustrated by my heart, the mind will orchestrate. Watch, I got that always going 90 in the 40 drive. So like I'm 65, me and this little heart of mine. I'm unorthodox, but a walking paradox. Never been a square, so you know I'm thinking out the box. Peace, brother, salam, here come the dime. But I drop a line on you real quick, you in the bind. You lost your mind, I pulled your car off a line, you decline. They find you in a hole like Saddam. She got nice legs, but she got cankles. You'll enjoy life if you see it from different angles. I got a bad habit of going savage on mannequins. That's a fake man, I found a god as Lazarus. Ain't it funny when they can finally see you ain't average? You got a glass house for a heart, they'll shatter it. Big things come in small packages. Either you the truth or fire, cause they can handle it. So hand it over, won't miss my calling like Motorola. Sicker than Ebola, hand me the controller. You can watch TV on me to get the odor. My Mona Lisa Supreme, my queen, give you the shoulder. Check the track record, the mecca, a mic checker. I promise my shot wetter, who making the world better? Let it smooth over, my violence is violence. But it's all headshots to the tyrants. They call us immigrants, but they human trafficking pirates. To all of our indigenous, here's a moment of silence. Everybody run it now, but I kept the show going. I killed them without a crowd. They thought it wasn't allowed. I'm making my mama proud. If you looking for the future, you always see me around. I keep one with me at all times, like it's the greatest of all time. So try to listen and talk less. Sometimes doing nothing is progress. Nirvana.
My family, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? The sound is good, right? The sound quality is good. I didn't start on mute today. I'm sorry I've been slacking. I've been having a lot of business going on, and then I got a lot of things I'm going trying to get situated with some family business as well too. Some things is going on in my family, but I apologize for the delay. I'm trying to be way more consistent, especially in the YouTube space and all the things that's unraveling here and things that's unraveling off this space, and regardless to the topic of the we got some issues. But before I start talking about our issues and them issues that we do have, um, I want to already give a shout out to two people real quick. I want to give a shout out to Team Fatty. Man, but before I even go to the second person, Team Fatty has supported me more than people that I've known in my entire life in the midst of meeting Fatty and all he's done for me. And it's odd when I continue to see him supporting people in and out the space, and people still find ways to personalize what he says, become emotional about what he says, change everything he says and create this narrative that they say Aaliyah do as well too, to say something about a brother who tries to support each individual that's not only a content creator, but the people that come in this space. He don't censor anybody. He don't block anybody. He shows love to anybody, and then he gives shows for people to have fun with and entertain people. So it's crazy to me when someone can take something he says or something I say and run with it, knowing that we're being intentional. And it has a lot to do with the fact that we got problems, we got issues. When you can take something that's bad and make it good, that's one thing. But when you can take something good and make it bad, you got an issue. You got a personal problem, a psychological problem, a social problem, a biological problem, whatever kind of problem you want to make it. There's a problem you need to address. And if it's innate, if it's an encounter, or you have conformed to some issue that you're having in your life, we have to correct those issues. But Fatty has supported me ever since I've come into this space, and he's always been intentional and always been operating in good faith with me. I can't say nothing bad about Fatty except for the fact that he does hold me accountable. He does give me constructive criticism. He does tell me when I'm wrong. He pulls me to the side, whether it's in the back, whether it's in public. He'll make it. He'll take the initiative to correct me when I'm wrong, even if I do something wrong to somebody, which is very rare, regardless of how people try to create certain narratives in the back. It's surprising to how much my name or my face on certain thumbnails, and I've literally said nothing to the person. And same thing for Fatty. How and the same people that I go and throw names or throw out names in the dirt are the same people that we supported. So I wanted to shout out my brother first. I wanted to give him a huge shout out first. That's the first person I want to shout out. He deserves flowers, constant flowers. So if you can right now, go support Team Fatty. Hold on, let me put it. The pin. I'm sure all y'all got him, but I just got to do it just because we content creators. Go support Team Fatty, man. Show him some love. Go comment um on his platform. Send him some super chats, some cash apps, some super thanks, whatever that is, man. Go and shout out. Go show love to our brother, man. Please go show love to my brother. And then you know he love and support you. You make sure you shout him out too. And you never bite the hand that feeds you, especially when it's a good hand. It's not a authoritative hand. It's not a dominant hand. It's a helping and reassuring hand. So go shout out some love to my brothers. And he gifted me like 5 memberships. It seems like. I hope all y'all enjoy the memberships. Whoever got those memberships. And starting off the show, I believe my brother T.O. Just sent a $10 cash app. He didn't even say anything. Salute to you, family. Salute to you. And let me shout out some people that's in the building, people that I always see that's being supportive as well too. And Miss Doris, thank you for your cash app as well too. I respect you very much. I got love for you very much, and thank you for always supporting as well. But while we shouting out, let me see who we got in the building. Let me go. Let me see who we got in the building. I gotta shout everybody out again. T.O., thank you, brother, always for supporting. Fatty, thank you for the memberships, brother, man. Thank you so much for the memberships and all those who got them, man. I hope y'all appreciate them. I'm going to try to do at least 3 lives a week. I want to go live every day, depending on my business. I'm trying to put my schedule around so I can go live at least 3 hours or maybe 6 hours a day if I can. But shout out to Miss Lucky Marie. Lucky Marie, oh, thank you so always for being supportive Much love to you. Thank you for always being supportive. Um, who else we got in the building? We got CDM Johnson. Thank you so much for the love and support. Treehouse, you're always in the building, man. Thank you so much for the love and support as well, too. My brother Ricky Webster, man, it's good to see you. Always good to see you, man. Lil King, I always love the conversation, man. I always love the conversation. Oh, thank you for always coming through. Miss Doris, I'm gonna keep shouting you out. You one of the best right now. DJ Witch Doctor. I play my music, but I want to start playing your music on here too and support your beats, man. I know you're making some new beats. I think you're giving your good ones to Fatty. I want some of them good ones too. But I'm gonna go through your catalog and I'm gonna pick some out as well too. Jordan, thank you for always supporting. Thank you for wherever I go, I see you, Jordan. I see you, man. Thank you always for being supportive. Who else we got in the building? I know I saw some other people. I don't want to miss anybody out that came through or already shot it out. Beloved, thank you for your wonderful, beautiful presence as well too. Miss Adriana Nicole, Adrian Nicole. Thank you for your beautiful presence as well all the time. Thank you always for coming through and showing support. Reaper, you know we go back and forth, but it's all love. I know you ain't hating on Fatty. Nah, I'm joking with you. Thank you for always supporting us too, brother. Thank you for always having that good faith conversation, even though it goes left a lot of time, because man, you be perpetrating sometimes. Aunt T, brother, it's good to see you too, man. Good to see you in the house, man. I might have to jump on that what's it called, man? I don't know I forgot what your show's called, but it ain't because I want to purposely forget it. I'll watch it, but I know it's something about some beef. I might have to jump on it sometimes and get some stuff out. Little Plastic Spoon. Sup, Ali? Sup to you? Ralph Neal, my guy. You my guy too, family. It's good to see you. And Reaper, man. Get it together, brother. We're gonna get you together, man. We just want you to tell the truth. You know, that's what we said, right? We just want you to tell the truth. But let me get on to the topic about our issues. I'm going to just do a little monologue and then I'm gonna go over the videos I want to go through. You know, if you want to join the conversation, feel free to join the conversation. It's all up to you. But many of the issues that's bothering me most of all is the fact that we're encountering each other and we either elevate each other or we're breaking down each other. And obviously, I believe I had this conversation yesterday that everyone deserves two parents in their lives. They deserve a mother and father for nature's purpose, for God's purpose, for the higher power's purpose. The fact that one individual comes in the world with two people says what the amount of love, of the amount of the energy, the foundation, the support that person's supposed to get so they can be in tune with love. But obviously we have issues and a lot of people don't grow up with that. But what makes it vital to have that is that we can either find ourselves in each other or we can lose ourselves in each other. So when I talk about, again, us having issues, this is surpassing even problems that we're having in our lives, whether you late on your bills or whether if you play in sports or not, you missed the game winning shot, whether you got fired from your job, or whether you got promoted at a job, whether you having problems with a family member, you having problems with a loved one. We're getting to the place we're not replacing people who are irreplaceable. That's how bad this is getting. We're not replacing our grandparents. We're not replacing our uncles. We're not replacing our aunts. We're not replacing the support that we grew up with. A lot of people, we can say whether you didn't have a mother and father, whether you did have a mother and father. You can say that you encountered some type of impactful male or female in your life that we're deviating from, and that the foundation of men and women is deteriorating. Not replacing the divine woman who's nurturing, who motivates you, who inspires you, who feeds a nation with her body. You feed the world with your body. You give birth to life, and we're losing a lot of women who are the foundation of love, who are resilient, not just being able to prove that she don't need a man and that she can push herself away from other people. She was resilient in keeping the family together. That's what women did. We're having to break down the infrastructure of men who fought for communities, who fought for unity, who fought for a better world, who fought for the women, fought for the children, who fought for the men, who fought for a better world. We're deviating from that. We're deviating from the type of leaders that we used to have, that we put in those places, who earned those roles, who were open to criticism, who was open to constructive criticism, or hate, or indifference. If someone did this, if someone disliked them, if someone challenged them, that's what a leader is. They invited a challenge. They invited being innovative. They invited elevating. They invited having a higher purpose and becoming a better person. You know, we're deviating from acknowledging the importance of elders, the people that we encounter in our life, the people who preceded us, the people who came before us. They gave us, they guided us, they supported us, that have a crazy amount of experience versus the nuance of this education, even though it's indoctrination of you thinking you may be better than someone because you have more money or you're more educated. And again, in which we're becoming indoctrinated. How can we ever pretend that the people that came before us, the people who laid the lifeline for us, is my mic acting up again? Hold on, man. Hold on. Thank you. Is that better? I asked y'all to tell me if my mic was acting up. Is that better? It's this loose little man. It be killing me. You said, "Dear God, is my mic?" I was doing my thing too, man. I was going in, man. How about now? Is it better? Anybody? Somebody? Okay, we good, right? So it's smooth, right? I wonder if it's, I hope it's not my AirPods. Does it sound smooth or does it sound like it's coming through some AirPods? I do read y'all comments during the show too, but then when I be going in. So now I got a lag now. That's sad, yo. That's the devil. 75%. Hold on. Let me see something. I could have sworn I turned this down. Okay, how about now? Is that better? Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to keep taking it out and put it in. Pause. If that's deserving of a pause. But what I'm speaking on is that we're getting to a place where we're not creating a foundation of elders. We're not at a place now where even ultimately we have to replace our elders. We're not solidifying those positions, and we're not learning from the people that came before us, because a lot of us like to equate certain bad experiences we had with older people or our mother and fathers or other adults, and we equate it to all adults instead of aligning with people who do have the knowledge and the experience to help us elevate as people. And you have to do that one day. And let's just say, let me concede, and let's say you had the worst experience ever in life from any adult or from any individual. There has to be a notion, and there has to be an idea that you can see, or a light that you can see, to where when we do identify the fact that we do come from two individuals and that we do come from a higher purpose, that if you come from something that's broken, or if you, well, I'll say broken, if you come from something that's broken, you have to rectify that, and you have to find out what was broken. You have to find out what the issue was, especially if you're moving in good faith. I want to speak out to people, regardless of what shoes you're in, what walk of faith you're going through right now. Are you moving in good faith? Or are you moving in bad faith? Are you making bad situations? Do you turn those situations into good the best that you can? And are you making good situations bad? You know, are you looking for the bad in everything? In everything you look. When I was working in the mental health field, I noticed that kids who came from a certain background, who came from certain experiences, they would either look for the best in things or they would look for the worst in things. And you have to identify if you become an adult who moves in that manner as well too. And I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong for that, but it's healthy to align yourself with people that move in a different matter. And if you have to isolate yourself from other people until you find like-minded people. And again, I'm not saying that's what you should do, and I'm not judging you for not doing those things. I understand people will go away from that, but until we get to a place where we're helping each other improve each other's lives, being more solution-based, helping each other with their issues, it's inevitable that we're all going to always have issues when the majority of people have issues, because it's inevitable that we walk into people that's going to create problems for us, because the world is a problem. And it's not supposed to be the fact that you're supposed to run away from problems or your own problems. We're supposed to help each other with our problems. But the problem is we either create problems for people, or we're walking away from the problems, or we don't want to have no involvement in the problem whatsoever. So again, what are we doing to not only correct measures to improve our issues, and what are we doing to improve our own self, and what are we doing to improve the people around us and the world around us? That's what I wanted to primarily focus on today, but also still discuss certain videos that kind of touch on that, still be a little lighthearted. I don't want to get too serious, and then I can't even joke with y'all or play with y'all, but we are in serious times, right? We got this big old fat like issues, right? These big old fat. So until we do, we're gonna keep having them problems. Let me also still speak on certain things that I want to share too as well too. I still haven't done my monetization party. I think I've done the most delay in the monetization party. I've been monetized, but I still ain't did a monetization party. So that's coming soon as well too. And I'm not sure if I still discuss the levels. Again, all the different levels in the membership will have different things that come with that. Is it my blood fix your mic again? Is my mic bad again? Yo, this sad, yo. This sad. Towards the mic fund. My mic ain't the problem. Hold on. How about now? Is it that my mic is bad, or is it that there's a delay on the mic? That's sad, boy. I'm telling you, man, it's the devil. It's the devil. Hold on. Okay. How am I doing now? It's better. Look, y'all gotta make is when you move, it gets better, then it go bad. Dang, man. Hold on. How about now? How about a mic that ain't even working? Okay, how about now? I'm sitting here having a mic episode. Don't even make no sense. Is it still staticky? Sad. Showing support, keep doing it. Is my mic good? No? Yes? Better? All right. So let me move on to certain things, certain issues, certain topics before I get to the meat, right? This my brother Trey Smooth. So what I'm gonna try to do, all the content creators, if you have things you want me to review or you have content you want me to review, I'm still gonna go look. Lucky, I'm gonna go try to dig in stuff I can share about you too. This is my brother Trey Smooth, and there's other brothers and other sisters that I want to do, kind of push them as well too, and review their content as well too. But let's review this video real fast in relation to the topic.
Sometimes when you ask a man how he's doing, he'll say he's good, even when he's not. And it's not because he doesn't trust you. It's not because he's a pathological liar. It's not because he's a poor communicator. It's because he wants to shield you from the weight of the world that he wears on his shoulders. He understands that you may not wear the pain the same. Sometimes he knows you better than you know you.
So that can become an issue. I had a talk with one of my sisters about something that pertained to this. A lot of times when we think a man pushing you away, a man being distant, a man taking space, sometimes it makes a woman feel like a man is trying to get away from you. Sometimes it makes a woman feel like a man isn't interested. Sometimes it makes a woman feel like a man's not trying to show attention to you. But a lot of times it could be a man that's going through things that he doesn't want to project onto you. That's what men do. I'm not, if I'm in a relationship with a woman, whether it's my mother's, my mother, whether I have relationships with families or my friends, or I just say my love life. If I have a relationship with a woman in my life and I want to guard her from my issues, one thing I'm not gonna do is show her my emotions. I'm not gonna vet to her typically about it. I'll probably go vet to a brother about it, depending on what it is. I don't want her to carry on the weight of what I'm going through. That's my job as a man, is to protect her from what's going on in not only my world, but outside our world. What I want to come home to is peace. If I'm going outside the world to help us have a better life, if I'm going outside the world and know I need to elevate myself to give you a better life, I don't want to carry you on with me. I don't want to put that weight on your shoulders. So a lot of times when men are taking distance from you, it has nothing to do with you at all. It has nothing to do with your value. It has nothing to do with anything that you're doing. Sometimes a man needs to take space from you to elevate his life, to be more established, to get more finances, to fix something that may be going wrong with him so that it doesn't project onto you, because he wants to be a good leader. Are there men who are struggling with leadership? Yes. Are there men who are struggling with weakness? Yes. Are there men who are struggling with some circumstances they may never get through? Yes. But a lot of times a man's job is not to project those things to you. So I'm asking, when we do have certain encounters with each other, when we do have certain issues, acknowledge when a man is trying to keep you safe from that. Acknowledge when a man is trying to keep your mind away from that, and acknowledge when he loves you enough to not put that weight on your shoulders, and acknowledge if he's trying to do something to elevate himself to have a better relationship with you, which I hope a lot of women in chat, I hope y'all understand that too. And it's a lot of times the reason why men don't tell the truth or express themselves or communicate what's going on, because it could later be used against him. Let me get to some of these super chats real quick. And I know y'all, my super chats about this mic, right? That's what y'all gonna do today. I got you. Be love. First of all, I didn't even highlight T.O. Be love with the 199. Fix your mic. Stop hating. Can I get some podcasts? Fix your mic. I'll leave with the $2 ball. Both $2. Adriana, new mic, love. I got y'all. Another $2 by May towards the mic fund. I'm getting the message. The AP accountability partner, $10. Showing. Thank you for the $10 ball, man. Showing support. Keep growing, big dog. I'm trying, man. I need to get a little bit more consistent. The music with the radio voice. Hey, Trev is the truth, Lucky. That's my brother. But pertaining to that issue, about men wanting to protect you from himself or the things that he's going through, I wanted to share certain things that we try to protect ourselves from when we're going to through issues with our lady as well too. Hold on real quick and see what y'all think about this so we can dissect this. I see you, Adriana. Don't pick on me. Okay. I don't even know where it just went. So this is about when when our loyalty is tested. which a lot of us have issues with as well too, on understanding when someone is loyal and understanding when someone isn't loyal and understanding when someone is for us or when someone isn't for us, and being able to not only handle it, but accept the reality of it. If this person isn't for you, or you need to move on to someone else that is for you. A lot of times you may stay in certain places way too long because you can't accept the reality of who this person is. And you're trying to get them to be something they're not. But there's someone else somewhere else that's the main person that was supposed to be in your life. So sometimes you got to let they accept things for what they are so that the person that's supposed to be in your life is there for you. But again, there's other times where two people may need to work on each other and work on things that they have going on in their lives in order to create a union. So let's dissect this video real quick. I'm trying to figure out where it just went though. Okay, there it is. I found it.
A man's loyalty is tested when he has everything, while a woman's loyalty is tested when her man has nothing.
I agree with that 110%. That's valid.
So wouldn't that mean that people are only as loyal as their options?
Oh, you're stressing me out. Yes. Why are you doing this? Oh my God. But you're telling me things that I never really thought about.
I'm not telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what you need to hear.
My boyfriend just broke up with me. This is everything I need to hear.
Really? What you got with me?
Yeah.
You son of a...
A man's loyalty is tested when he has everything, while a woman's loyalty is tested when her man has nothing.
So I had to repeat that for you again. A man's loyalty is tested when he has everything. A woman's loyalty is tested when her man has nothing. And a lot of times, people with the nuance will go, oh, well, how can I be with a man who don't have his finances together? How can I be with a man who doesn't have things going for him? How can I be with a man who absolutely it doesn't even demonstrate the characteristics of what I believe is a man based on finances? What that's saying, though, typically, what you see is if a man comes into a woman's life and you see a man will love you regardless of what your finances are, regardless of how much money you make, we demonstrate the ability to love you unconditionally in that manner. Obviously, people love each other based on certain conditions, but the only way we can ever see if you truly love us is to see if you love me, if you love us for who we are. The same way we love you in the same manner if you didn't have anything. Just think about how many men just love you because of you just showing up. And we talked about this on the last show about the love and loyalty women will give to not only their kids, but animals, how sympathetic and empathetic they'll be with animals. How much do you truly love a man depending on if he did lose everything? That's what it mostly addressing as well, too. If your man lost everything and he had nothing, not more so to the fact that he had nothing. So I think the video doesn't add context to that. If your man was at least established in some degree to be able to take care of you and he lost everything and had to start from nothing, would you still be loyal to him? But I'll still say, are you the woman that could build with a man? The difference between today's society and past generations is the fact that women used to build with men that had nothing. You didn't just get no millionaire and you didn't just get no established men. Both men and women were building. What kept a man loyal was the fact that, and what kept a lot of celebrities you see that we grew up with that's still married to their high school sweetheart or women they met when they were younger, those women built with those men. And when those men became established, or those women helped build those men, when they became established, they remained loyal to those women because they were with them when they were younger. We pretend as if you just grow up with everything. Like I'm a young man and I just had everything. Most young men ain't gonna have nothing. We forget that because of our experiences and how much we've matured and what we've gone through our lives and the struggle we went through and everything we had to go through to get what we have today. But you can't just remember, both of us start with nothing typically. It's definitely, especially we didn't get an inheritance. And a lot of us didn't get no inheritance. How you demonstrate to a man is if you were there building with him when he had nothing. The same way he'll accept you. Most men will take women right now that have absolutely nothing, as long as they're a good woman. So that is asking, could you love a man who has nothing at all, but his love to give you? depending on your circumstances, which is something we need to think about. You know, that's unconditional love. Do I love someone based on who they are, most of their circumstances, and regardless to finance or what they have? Is what you possess more important than who you are as a person? What do you possess inside versus the external things or the superficial or materialistic things? I also wanted to talk about a certain video when it comes to, again, this topic. What do we do in a society where some of our women are starting to demonstrate themselves in certain behaviors that do have kids, and they start taking on careers that can affect the mental of their kids, the minds of their kids, the reputation of their kids? I wanted to address that in one of these videos as well too. What do we do if you're a man or a woman that's engaging in behaviors or engaging in a career that can ultimately hurt your kids' reputation, hurt your kids' reputation, whether he in school, whether one day they establish a career or some type of life to where the things you did in your past ends up being brought to light. Just like we saw a certain porn star whose son found out about his mother's past life and the way she reacted to it. I don't know if y'all got to see that video as well too, or kids who saw this woman, a woman, they recognized a woman who was a porn star. Like, what do you do about that if your children's friends recognize you and see you and recognize that you were doing OnlyFans, or if you were a porn star? Or just recognize your past or acknowledge that you had some type of past by a way that they didn't know. Hold on, let me get that video real fast.
Being public and available for other children to use as a bullying bludgeon against them.
Well, honestly, like anything you do can be used against you, your children.
Literally,
Like us, people are gonna bully you regardless.
And you don't think that one is worse than the other?
Exactly.
You don't think that being on a podcast and talking about dating.
Like, even before I even finished that, that's the problem that we had. That's a lot of issues we have now. If you present something that I'm doing wrong, if you say, "Hey, Ali, you cheating on me," and then I all of a sudden go, "Well, hey, you ain't washing the dishes, so I should be able to cheat on you." Two wrongs don't make a right. The lady was asking about how a woman's past could impact her kids, and then the woman automatically goes, "Well, there's other things that can impact the lives of your child." But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the topic at hand, the issue at hand. What happens if children find out about what you're doing as their mother, and they find out the kid, your son's friend, find out you're doing OnlyFans, find out you're a porn star, find out you're a stripper? Are you okay with you conducting yourself in that manner or living a lifestyle that can eventually impact your child in a negative way? Do we think about those things? Do we think about how our behaviors impact our family members, our mother and father, or other people? Do we think about those kind of things, the weight we put on other people because of our actions? And it's one thing to do something when you didn't know better and when you were trying to help your life, or you were going through certain things where you were trying to improve your life, and there were certain circumstances that you came across or came through in your encounters that put you in certain situations. But when you know better, do you do better? And then you acknowledge that a lot of things that you do not can only impact your family members, the people around you, but your children and their future. Washing the dishes is not equivalent to cheating. That's my point. That's my point, Lucky. If I'm cheating on you and you say you cheating, if you say, yeah, you cheating on me, and I say, hey, you ain't washed dishes, so I'm gonna cheat on you. There's people that say some silly stuff like that. They be tripping. What I'm saying is this equivalent to the fact that instead of people holding themselves accountable, they'll find some other issue to point towards you or point to something else that's happened in life to take their accountability away. That's what I'm pointing at. See how you doing already? We ain't even talking about that. But we are talking about that. But you, instead of looking at my point, you talking about the dishes ain't being washed. But I said that just to take away from my accountability if I was cheating on you. Okay. Okay, hold on. And then there's another issue that bothers me a lot too in today's society. Um, I believe the women loving themselves is extremely important, and I think a lot of the ways women compromise themselves is because their insecurities. They're adding accessories to their lives. They're adding accessories to themselves to take away from the work that they should be doing on themselves. And what ultimately happens is if our woman isn't our foundation, if she doesn't love herself, it's going to be hard for her to love us. It's going to be hard for her to love the man or a man like the way she can, and it's going to be hard for her to love her kids the way she can, and it's going to be hard for her to impact society in the way she can. So, you know, these BBLs killing y'all.
And the thighs don't match. Well, turn to your neighbor and say, these BBLs killing y'all. Oh, yeah. And the thighs don't match. What a shame.
Wait, this my shit.
These BBLs killing y'all. These BBLs killing y'all.
And man, y'all got to stop doing this to yourselves. Stop enhancing your body and adding to yourself and adding accessories, mass amount of tattoos, changing up your hair color because you're not happy with yourself. Is another thing if you're happy with yourself and you truly love yourself, and that's just an extension of yourself. But when you're doing all these BBLs and when you're doing all these breast implants and when you ain't satisfied with you are as a person, how could you be satisfied with me? How you gonna love me for me if you don't love you for you? We're gonna have a big problem. You got to get it. How I'm gonna get it together? You can't get it together. You know, we're gonna have a big problem. Our sisters got to get more in tune with loving themselves. And I believe we can help with that as well, too. But when we do help with that, don't say we judging you. Don't say we sexist. Don't say we hate you. Acknowledge the work you can do on yourself if we're operating in good faith. And even if we're not operating in good faith, can you see what you're doing to yourself? Can you acknowledge actual criticism that could be hateful and judgmental, and then constructive criticism? But if you're truly trying to improve yourself as a person and knowing you are foundational to society, can you take constructive criticism? And I wanted to shed light to that. And where does it ultimately come from? Where does it ultimately come from? If our women struggle with insecurities, if our women struggle with identity issues, that's the thing I want to address as well too. I don't want to just point fingers and go, oh, she did this to herself. She was born this way. And I don't want to go straight to just saying she didn't have a daddy either. You know, it's more so of an environmental issue. It's more so of how our women are being conditioned. It's more so of what the corporate world is pushing, what cosmetics are pushing. So we always want to go back to the father, which is important as well too. But if there isn't any father, the village is supposed to help her as well too. But when our villages are broken, we have a serious issue. If we lose a mother, if we lose a father, if we have the male and father in the house and they're not working, and then we have a village to depend on, maybe we still got a chance. But when the village and the outside world is conditioning us to go away from ourselves, to hate ourselves, to despise ourselves, and to love everything else, we're going to have a huge problem. I think this video kind of sheds light on that. If we're living in a society that teaches us to love everyone else around us, but teaches us to hate ourselves, what ultimately comes from us?
Only mentor that we have had of a female. We've seen her every day of our life on television, every magazine, every newspaper, every commercial. You know, it's just been her face, her body, her image, whatever it has been in front of us. And so today we have the results of that. We have Black women who are trying to dye their hair blonde, who are wearing blue and green contacts in their eyes, you know, who wear tons and tons of layers of makeup, who have changed their voice, who have hair weaves so they can have flowing long hair, blowing.
So in addressing that, right? We can have different type of conversations when we look at this. We can have different type of conversations when we look at our sisters. We can go, hey, you trying to be a white woman. You think you a white girl. You don't even love yourself. You disgusting. I despise you. I can't even stand you. Like you don't even want to be your natural self. We can go. You got a white girl problem. You want to be a white girl. You're not happy with yourself. There's different ways on how we can address that, right? But we know that being in this country, looking at what's happening in society historically, and seeing why our women are doing certain things to themselves, it's identity issues and it's self-esteem issues. But I don't try to make our sisters victims. If I'm a father and I'm a good brother, I shed light into this. I go, hey, love, the world's been making you hate yourself. The world's been making you want to change your hair. The world's been making you want to change your nose. The world's been making you want to change your lips and your entire body because you are so beautiful. You don't have to wear makeup. You are already colored. You already have certain pigment. You already built a certain way that every woman wants to aspire to be. But we live in a society that's teaching you to hate yourself. So if I speak on it, does that mean I hate you? Does that mean I'm judging you? Does it help you? If we have a constructive criticism, is putting weave in your hair helping you? Is putting all these cosmetics all over your body helping you? Is the shampoo good for you? Is the makeup good for you? And I ain't saying don't use lotion or shampoo at all as well too. Even though we have to address that point as well too, all the chemicals that's in everything we put on our bodies. Can we have healthy, constructive conversations about what we're doing to ourselves? Is that a problem at all? That the fact that our women are not wearing their natural hair, is that a problem that our women just don't go out naturally? Then just natural face. Is it a problem if our women aren't happy with their breasts? If they're not happy with their behinds? If they're not happy with just who they are as a person? And is it ultimately all their fault? Can we have that conversation? Can we be solution based when it comes to that? How open can we be in that department if we're trying to help each other with identity issues? And if I can't tell you how you can be a better woman, if I can't tell you how you can elevate as a better woman, how can you tell me how to be a better man? You know, how can you tell me, hey, this is what you need to be, this is what you need to do to be a leader, you know, this is what you need to do to be a better person. This is how you can elevate us. I'll go.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell
That's how we gonna be. We're not gonna care. We're not gonna care at all. And then you know what you're gonna do?
You're broke. You're fucking poor.
That's what you do to us. You tell us we broke and we poor. You telling us we broke or we poor, and we telling you about yourself and how you could be a better woman, and we just stay right there instead of going, hey babe, you know what? Let me help you out. You know what? Maybe you struggling with how to get money. Let me help you how to get some money. Let me help you how to advance as a man. And a man could be like, hey babe, maybe you are being judged too much. Maybe you are being conditioned to hate yourself. Let me teach you about yourself. Let me teach you how to love yourself. Let me teach you your value by me being around you. I remember when I was in high school and when I got up into college and I'd have women or I'd be around the certain women who wanted to be around me, or if I had relationships, I would always wonder, like, what is making this woman not just be satisfied with the point that I'm around her? What would be my friends' problem with their women, about their women just being around them to where they still desire to get attention? What is it? Why is it so necessary to still get attention on social media, on Instagram, from other men when you got a man? Do you want your man to get attention? Do you want your man to show himself off? Do you want your man to market himself? Why are you marketing yourself? Especially if you got a man you can build a family with. Your body belongs to that man or that future man and your kids. Why I'm gonna spend all that money for what you're showing to everybody else? Well, I'm showing on breast brush. She's showing that to everybody. You showing your breast to everybody. You show your behind to everybody. Why I'm going to value and spend on that? You know, why you going to treasure a man that would take care of anybody, that would invest in anybody, that would love anybody? You know, why would you do that? You know, but on that note, hey, thank you so much for everybody that's in the building. Please like and subscribe. And while you're here, and when we talk about supporting our elders, you know, support your brother as well too. You know, with the donations.
Donation. I thought it was a trash. Don't be good. Put some money in. I whoop your ass.
Don't call me that. I ain't got tall black motherfucker. There's women up inside. I don't give a fuck about that. Ain't nobody give me nothing.
We gotta respect the ladies no matter what. No matter what, we gotta respect the ladies, right? No matter what, we gotta respect the ladies. But ladies, don't put us in positions where we're open to disrespect you. Don't tell me you don't know me. I don't know Ali, so I don't owe him no respect. Ali ain't my man. I don't owe him no respect. Ali ain't my leader. I don't give a damn about Ali. Who is he? I don't know him. I ain't gotta respect him. And then expect men to be respectful to you. Expect men to protect you. Expect men to guard you. Expect men to love you. Expect men to go beyond and over the mountains for you. And you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a lady. We can't move like that. You can't move like that. Hassan, how you doing, family? How you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm trying to be a better person. Trying to find a better way to communicate and deliver messages so that we can be more solution-based, man. You know, I don't want to get too much pushback on me constantly responding to issues more so than talking about the issues and then having solutions for the issues. Marcus family, how you doing, man? Shout out to you. T. Lees, where you been, brother? What's been going on, man? Where you been? Where you been hiding? Where you been hiding? But again, we have to speak on it. If we want a better society, we got to have better men, we got to have better women, and we have to be realistic. You know, we got to be extremely realistic about who we are, how we look, how we present ourselves, and the way people see us. You can't just be making up stuff. You know, you can't just be making up stuff about yourself. That ain't gonna work. You know, then we're gonna have a whole nother issue. We're gonna have all different type of issues. Like this issue right here. Like this isn't realistic at all.
To rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Go ahead.
10. 10. 8.5. 10. 7.
Damn.
Yes. I love this.
Jesus Christ, smoker's cough over here. Okay.
6 before pregnancy and 4 after pregnancy.
Oh. For those of you who rated yourselves a 10, do any of you want to revise your answer? I have some makeup remover. Ask the ladies to rate their look.
Hold up. Let's go through this. So if the ladies ain't even realistic about how they look, if the ladies ain't realistic about their actual value, what we gonna do? Hold on real quick, my brother. I see you back there. Hassan, what's going on, my brother?
How you doing, Ali?
What's going on, man? I think I saw you. Were you on the a show yesterday?
Yeah, B. Taylor.
Yeah. What made you try that one out, man? I ain't talking about B. Taylor. I'm talking about the person that was on there. What you think about that?
I mean, it is what it is, but this what you just said right now. I kind of agree with you, but here's the problem in America, Ali.
Okay.
Majority of men, sadly to say, are a bunch of sissies.
Okay.
Especially the generation growing up, the way they grew up, the way they understand things. A lot of people are screwed. No woman will ever respect a man that is a sissy. That's why you got to keep your self-respect in your relationship. The man has to keep his respect no matter what. Because if you lose that respect in that house, you're fucked. That woman will never look at you the same. Yeah. And we say there's a lot of people, the women stay with that man for one reason only. Because he has money, like he's rich, or he has a good, decent job where he can take care of the bills, take care of her. That's the only reason she's with him. She will never respect him. So that's why we got to teach men how to be self-respected. So that way he doesn't lose that respect in that household. And the woman has to keep that man's love. Because if the woman loses the man's love, she's also fucked. And that man will never treat her the same. So it goes both ways. The woman has to keep that man's love. The man has to keep his respect in the house. Because if the man loses that, That's
And are
that,
you
that's what I see in America.
so I let's say I concede to what you're saying. Let's say that's the way it should be. Do you think that's working in America? Do you think a man on trying to honor the traditional man, the values of a traditional man, a man who stands 10 toes down on making sure the way his woman conducts himself is respectful. She dresses um, classy. She uh, gives her kids the certain fundamental values that they're supposed to have that comes from their father. Do you think that women in America are inherent to what men say and what men say women should do in this country?
Well, right now, no. But again, it starts in the beginning. The first argument you and your girl have, the best thing you can do, put her in her place. Let her know, hey, don't ever do that. If a woman respects you enough, she will not have that garbage they do. The reason that these do the stuff they do, they don't respect their men. How are we telling the women the man should lead? I agree with that, but they're looking
Okay.
at the guy. They're looking at their man. How the fuck is he gonna lead? I don't respect him. You see, that's a major problem, and it always starts in the beginning. The first argument. I'm not saying a female can't disagree with you or she can't have her opinion. No, but you're not gonna disrespect me. We're not gonna reach that. You gotta let her know from the beginning. The first argument or whatever. See, we don't have that problem where I come from. But in America, the women are such a used to yelling and screaming and disrespect. So the only way to face that now, you gotta let her know, hey, do not ever do that in here. You see what
Right.
I'm saying?
So what I'm asking you is, men aren't getting married. Men aren't getting in relationships. Men are having sex. Babies are being made, and men aren't. What it looks like is men aren't conceding, and men aren't conforming. So when you say men are being weak, can you tell me what the demonstration of that is? If you're seeing majority of men are not establishing relationships with women and are not getting married with men, is that what women are saying? And if that's not what women are saying, can you give me an example of how men are being weak if most men are walking away from women? If we're literally in a space now where women are complaining about red pill men, and then we have men complaining about red pill men. So if men are being strong, why is it that women are calling those men toxic? Uh, tell those men they hate women and judging women, and then you have the same men that's doing what you. Now I'm giving you an example of what you're doing. Are you
Yeah.
talking about men who are saying we're not going to accept that? Or you were talking about men who are speaking on the behaviors of women as weak? Because I see a lot more men speak on the behaviors of women and are walking away from women. So where are you seeing where majority of men in America are weak when most men have walked away from women?
But yeah, like you know Freezy, right?
Yeah.
Captain. Yeah, I was on his show. I
Yeah,
was saying on Freezy, the problem, like I said, walking away, okay. But again, I'm saying if you get a new girl, for example, right? You're always gonna have an argument. I'm not saying everything's gonna be perfect, but you gotta put her in her place from the beginning. Hey, do not disrespect me. So what I see in America, especially with my friends, they reward bad behavior. Like, what are you doing? No, no, she will change. No, she's not gonna change. She's gonna continue disrespecting you. And people
But
reward.
there's men like that. What I'm asking you, do you believe that's most men in America? If you're seeing that men aren't getting married, that men aren't getting in relationships, then men
Yeah.
are speaking out against it. Everywhere I look, men are pushing back. Am I saying now I can concede to you and say that there are men that are still getting married. There are
No.
men that women that are still showing women attention. There's men that still validating women, but are most men in America being weak?
Yeah, yeah. Like, sadly, yeah. I'm not saying all. There are good men,
And
self-respected.
let's say but what is your proof of that when you say that? What is so I told you only majority of men are not marrying women. So do you mean most, like all races of men, or do you mean a particular race of men?
No, 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 no. Americans in general, like born and raised. Not, I'm not talking about black or white or whatever. I'm talking the people born and raised in America. Because now
Right.
it's becoming normal. Like, it started with the white people in the then everybody start dragging everybody in. What I'm saying is you got to be self-respected. The only way that woman's gonna listen if she respect you and you show her that I'm self-respected. You're not gonna disrespect me.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
Let's say I conceded that too.
Okay.
Are you telling me that the women respect men? That you're saying that me being a respectable man is going to make American women respect me? Is that what you're saying? You're saying if most men in this country put their foot down, establish a great man, that those women are going to respect those men. I can make her respect me. Can I make her respect me?
Yeah, in your relationship, but that's what I said earlier. In the beginning, though, you don't wait a goddamn year and 6 months. You gotta respect me. That's too little, too late. You already lost that respect. That's what I'm saying. In the beginning, your first argument, or she gets out of control, you gotta put her in her place and remind her, don't ever do that to me. Don't you disrespect me like that in public.
Okay.
Or that's what I'm saying. Like it has to be in the beginning. Some people wait a year, 6 months. Don't you? Of course, the woman's gonna look at you crazy. Like, wait, what? What is this coming from?
Mhm.
It has to be in the beginning. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you're telling me that a man has to correct the woman's behavior. She don't have to correct her own behavior. That's what I'm asking you. Think about what I'm asking. No, think about what I'm asking you. If you have a daughter, I have to put her in line. She don't show up in line.
But again, we live in America,
No,
though.
I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you
Oh,
because
okay.
when you say men, if you're gonna say men are weak, if we're gonna let's say men are weak, right?
Mhm.
Is it my job to put her in? You're saying men are weak because they're letting women run over them. That's what
Yeah.
you're saying. So think about what you're saying. So if a woman was doing everything for you, would you run her over?
No.
Think about what you're saying. So they're weak for living in a country like, and we're pushing this in America. We're pushing that a man that does anything for a woman, a man that caters to a woman, a man that's listening to a woman is weak. What are women asking for in America?
Something about don't be too controlling. Stuff like that. You're masculine, misogynist.
Is that a leader? No. Is that a leader? Women say don't be controlling. Is a leader controlling?
In a way, yeah. Yeah.
How, in a way, or is he in control?
Yeah, he's in control, yeah.
So how does that tell me how that makes sense? If a woman gets to me and she says, nah, I don't like this guy, he's too controlling. But now watch.
I agree with you, Ali. But again, like I know, again, we in the Western world in America, like if I go date a Chinese woman, forget my people, a Chinese woman, an African from Africa, a Mongol, I don't have that problem. That woman is already respectable. I don't have to put her in her place. I don't have to do none of that.
What you say again? Say it again.
I said if I date a Chinese for
if you date a woman in China, Hispanic,
China, African, and Africa, and Africa. Middle East, I don't have to put her in her place because she's already respectable. Because their parents taught her. What you mean?
Are you listening to what you're saying? So the men in America have to put women in check. They have to control these women. They have to put them in their place. Why should I have to control a woman? No, listen what you said. Brother, listen to what you're saying. Brother, listen to what you're saying. You came here, you said American men are weak, right? They let women, they let most of them. But again, you have to show me the data that shows that. But two, you're saying other countries, the men ain't got to do none of that. The women already show up women. So why is it that you're saying men that it's not a woman problem, but you're saying it's a man problem?
No. It's a woman problem too, because the ladies over here, every guy they see, they open their legs to. Like, wait until marriage. I'm not saying it's the man's problem. It's also a women's problem. But what I'm saying in America is the environment. So everything that we see has become normal. It is maybe, and even the younger generation is fucked too. So we have a long.
I disagree with that though, brother. But we can continue the conversation. I believe men are being disrespected. They're trying to over cater. Even we live in a society where women say they're going through post-traumatic disorders. They're saying that they didn't have a father, they didn't have a mother. They want someone to show them love. They want someone to help them heal. They want someone to be there through all their bad times and to help them grow. So if that's what a woman is looking for, isn't a man that's showing up to try to help her, a man that's trying to show her love, a man that's trying to show her grace, a man that's trying to show her understanding, that's a weak man?
No, no, I agree with you. But the thing again is that the environment in America. So, like, again, what I'm trying to say in general, do not get disrespected. Uh, it's just the environment that everybody grew up in America. This has become normal. Like, not for everybody. There are some self-respected people.
Can you slap? Can you be physical with a woman in other countries?
Yeah, it depends on the country. You can like slap her.
Would a woman disrespect a man in another country? In other countries?
Sometimes she might slip up, but most no.
I'm asking for most because what?
Oh no, most no.
Why?
Because the way they grew up, the environment, their dad is what was. They grew up with their dad, their mother, their family, the tribe.
I
So
agree, but there's also ramifications for those women if they disrespect those men in those
yeah,
countries.
yeah.
So what do we live in a country where men are valued and respected? Do we live in a country where a man can give ramifications and consequences to a woman that disrespects him outside of just walking away? If think about what you're saying, what you've been saying, we've been going through for years, brother, from men saying that about American men, a man in this country. They go, hey, you're weak, move to the next one. He goes, okay, I was weak, right? I was trying to help her and work with her. Now I'm going to the next woman. Brothers are going to the next woman, going to the next woman, going to the next woman. What is the woman learning?
Nothing.
So
No,
so how you? No, but you're saying, but hold on, but you're saying the only way you can tell me men are weak is if 90% of the population is married to women who run over them. That's not what's happening. Women are complaining about men. They can't find men. They can't
no.
get men to commit.
I agree with you on that, but again, like I said, it starts in America is different. But in the beginning, if she disrespecting you and you let that slide, she gonna continue that behavior. That's what I'm trying to say. So
But brother, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Man, walk away. You're
but
saying who are most of these men you're speaking about? You're saying, but most men walk away. They may take it for a little bit, but most men walk away. Listen, if you're watching that, you don't hear when women complain about men leaving relationships and quitting relationships
yeah,
and not being man enough to deal with this woman. How can so are you saying that because men are saying that? Are you saying that because women are saying that? Are you saying that because that's truly what you're seeing? And if that's truly what you're seeing, are you basing it up right by your direct environment, or are you basing it off what's the reality of what's happening in this world? Women are complaining about not being able to find men. They're saying we can't find men. We can't get men to do what we want them to do. You have men who are being divorced right now. You have a bunch of men, even celebrities, who women are just divorcing left and right.
well, yeah, like these. Well, again, these women like getting out of control. I agree with you. They've been sleeping around, which is not good. They're damaging themselves, and that's why I actually believe you should wait until marriage. But a lot of people don't want to wait till goddamn marriage, and no one wants to marry a slut. So it is what it is. But again, like when you date or when you get married or whatever, just make sure you don't allow it to get disrespect. Do not let it go further. Like you gotta cut that.
Right. What I'm asking you is that in America, when a man wants sex, do you think he disrespects the woman?
Well, what I
Do you
come from,
no
oh, in America. Well,
in
in America, shoot,
America, that
yeah,
when a man wants sex, do you
yeah.
think does he go about it disrespecting the woman, or does he go about it respecting her to get sex?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as she's okay with it
No,
and come.
no. That's not what I'm asking you. Do men typically disrespect women are women typically gonna give men sex for disrespecting them or respecting them?
A woman. I gotta go. Well, of course, if you're respecting them, they're gonna give you sex. If you're
Right.
disrespecting,
So if I demonstrate that I'm respecting her, she gives me sex, but I didn't want to be with her, I can just walk away, right?
yeah,
Right. So I could have made her feel like I would be with her, but I walked away, correct?
yeah,
Do you think most men are walking into relationships being disrespected, or they're being respected and then the woman changes? Like, honestly, do you think most men go, dang, she disrespected me, I'm gonna be with her and take care of her? Or do you think they get with a woman? You know how many people speak in this country, or how are you in it, living in this country?
yeah. I'm in America.
How many you don't see men talk about how a woman behaves when she likes you versus when she gets you, finally gets you and commits to you?
Yeah,
So you
everybody,
commit to her?
the friends that I have, they say, yeah, she changed when the first they met until after. So what the?
So then why do you come on here and say men are weak?
No,
They
but
weren't, they weren't, no. You just listen what you just said. Come on, brother. Listen to brother. A lot of people come on these spaces and can't concede on when they see something, they still stay stuck on a talking point. You said your friends say the women changed.
yeah,
They weren't being disrespected in the beginning. No, most men get broken down. Most men, I can have multiple women, and this woman go, I want to be with you. And I go, why I should be with you versus these other women. And then they start demonstrating different behaviors to get me. And you start cutting off a woman one by one, you start cutting off women. And then when she finally gets you, she changes completely. And you're saying you talk to your friends that go, hey man, this woman changed. I bet you most of your friends were dealing with multiple women or were having sex with multiple women, and this woman convinced him to be with her, and then she changed. It wasn't because he was weak. She changed. And then he thinks maybe, hey man, is this something I'm doing wrong that she changed? She was this completely woman. He's doing everything he can to get her back to be that original woman that he got. That's why that's what's called the love bombing. That's why a lot of women will chase certain men instead of accepting reality, right? They'll chase certain men because they got supposedly loved bomb, or a lot of women convince themselves that the guy loved. Most guys don't love bomb. Most women convince themselves this guy love them. But men, the women convinces the man to love her and then changes. That's the big difference. So how can we say men are weak if they believe this woman is a certain woman and she's demonstrating certain characteristics, and you're trying to be understanding? Are you going to quit on your children if they're acting out? A lot of times we can say women act like children, right?
yeah.
Should we quit on our women?
No, never. Like try to protect your marriage, but again, you gotta. It come for me. It comes back to respect. Like, and a lot. And again, I agree with what you just said, but again,
what's going on, family?
It is what it is. But
no, but then you have to. What I'm saying is that when we have these conversations, when you're looking at your environment, when you're looking at your friends, you told me the American men are weak, but then you acknowledge that the guys that you're talking to say the girls change. Most guys are extremely, the women that the women go after, certain times those guys have a certain demeanor about themselves. And a lot of times those guys can get broken down as well too. It wouldn't be in that they were being weak, they were becoming a little bit more vulnerable. You're not going to be this extreme tough guy to this woman and treat her like a man. You're going to treat her like a woman.
yeah. But
Just
yeah,
think about what you're saying.
no, yeah. I get what you're saying, but it is what it is. The whole situation is fucked up in America. So what do you think the solution then?
The women have to want to be wives. The women have to want to do better. The women have to want to improve themselves. The woman going to have to be feminine. The woman going to have to be cooperative. The woman wants to have to be a good wife, a good mother, a woman who impacts society. I shouldn't have to put her in her place. I shouldn't have to control her. I shouldn't have to be man enough for her. I shouldn't have to do things to make her get in line. She should always show up as a woman. The same way, imagine me saying, in which it said on here countless times, that I'll be a man when I meet the right woman. I'll be masculine when I meet the right woman. You know what? I'll make money. I'll get some money when I meet the right woman. I'll get a job when I meet the right woman. Imagine men saying that. That's weak. A lot of men are being better men. They're being more loving. They're being more understanding. They're being more patient. They're being more sympathetic, more empathetic. They kind of tone down their masculinity. What you're saying, just to cut her off. They're trying to be more understanding. How can women ask for more men who are emotionally intelligent, a man who communicates, a man who's a leader, a man who's not a quitter, and then you're putting a man in a position to have to do all those things every single day?
Yeah. Do you think the women in America need to travel like to Africa and other places? Maybe that was
What's going on, family? Do men need to travel to other places to be better men, or you have to want to
no,
be a
no,
good
no,
man?
the woman.
No, no. They know how to be. They know how to get what they want. They know how to behave when it's suitable to them. They know how to behave. They know how to be feminine when it's convenient. But what they're doing is they're worrying more about getting the resources, getting the attention, getting the validation, getting the control, getting the leverage, more so than getting a man. So if a woman get me or a woman get you, she go, oh, I could do better than Hassan. I can do better than Ali. That's how they move now. They don't go, I'm going to make the best of what I have with Hassan. I'm going to make the best of what I got with Ali. I'm going to make the best of what I got with T Leaves. I'm going to be loyal to him. I'm not going anywhere else, because the only way a woman can show her love again is her loyalty to you. She's not going to no other man. Whether you have something, whether you have nothing, as long as you're that man that she met, as long as you're a great quality of man. Same thing with you. We demonstrate our love do we demonstrate our love with sex?
Yeah.
We do.
No, I'm just
You gotta think
go.
I think you gotta think a little bit more about we demonstrate our love by how we take care of a woman. If
Yeah.
we'll invest in you, if we'll support you, if we'll put our name on you, right? Woman is your reflection, right?
Yeah,
If
I
we
agree.
make, that's how we love a woman. Sex don't mean we can love again. Man, a man would have sex with a chair if he could. Like we men. But when we love you, we'll treat you completely different than how we would. Just like you say, be a man. When we love you, we'll treat you completely different than what we don't love. We don't love what don't serve us. And the reason what you're saying, what's funny is that men will go, I won't serve what don't serve me. That'll be looked at as weak. But then when you're serving something that doesn't serve you, to sacrifice for a civilization or a nation or build for a nation that doesn't serve you, you're weak. Think about that.
Yeah, it's just the environment in America is fucked up. And you said like women will want attention and all that. I agree with you on that. But again, that's the last 12 years. That's what everybody grew up on: the attention, social media, and everybody participated in that behavior. So it is what it is. It's fucked up.
What's
What's
good,
going on,
fellas?
T Leaves?
Can
What
y'all
you
can
think?
y'all hear me?
Yeah, family. What's going on?
What's good? What's good? Sorry, I'm in a warehouse. If it get loud, I'm gonna make sure I go off on mute. But
Are you being weak?
that's a hell of a question. Nah, I've been in and out of the conversation, so I've been listening in a little bit, and no, I think actually I've been literally I had a situation yesterday. Long story short, I've kind of destroyed two co-worker relationships that I have because of my opinions on how women take accountability, right?
Yep.
So it kind of got me in a space where I was I called my brother because me and my brother are on the same page when it comes to this stuff, and it had me a little upset because I'm trying to explain to these two black women. One's a two-time graduate, AKA the other one's a freaking, woman who's doing okay for herself, but she's a part of the LGBTQ. And they say all these things about black men, and I combat their biases with some of the things that we talk about here in this space. And what I realize is that they suffer from a massive amount of trauma, and they can't overcome it. They can't overcome their emotions to even think logically on why things are happening. I may point something out to them on why something is happening, they don't even want to hear it because they're so bent out of shape about the trauma that happened to them. You know.
So why did they commit to their boss? Why did they commit to the professor? Why they commit to the judge? Why would they do any and everything for their kids, any and everything for the cat and dog? But they will do anything and everything for success, for money, for so-called happiness, except for a man, T leaves.
Because I just think they don't have a choice. They have to play the game. You know, like they don't have to play the game with black men or men in general, right? Like they have the choice whether they want to talk good or talk bad about us. But to live in society and to do the things that you need to do to be successful, you got no choice but to play the game.
Do they have kids?
Both do not have kids.
Do they have animals?
Yes, I think both.
Next time, well, they cut you off.
Yeah.
Next time you speak to women, if you know any woman with kids, if you know any women with animals, ask them why they value those animals or those kids, and you'll be shocked by what they say. What you will start to understand is women don't value men. They don't respect men. They just don't care about them. They don't care about men. They don't care. They don't want to hear what you got to say. If it don't align with what they got to say, what they got to do in their life and better their situation, they don't care. Tea leaves. Their baby, they'll do things for their baby because it makes them look good. That cat and dog, they'll do things for that cat and dog because it makes them look good. That degree, they'll do what they need for the degree because it makes them look good. The success, the happiness, the fake self-love journey, everything that makes them look good, they'll do it. But they cannot fathom in their mind that a man makes them look the best. Like, you got a man. But again, I will concede and say they've been conditioned and programmed to think that way. But when you can get into adulthood and not acknowledge how you're thinking, especially when you're connecting to men and seeing how much men do for all of us. You know what was crazy when I recognized how much men do? Where you at is built by a man. Everything in life is built and sustained by men. Everything. And the thing that we need women to sustain, they're not sustaining. They're supposed to be the foundation, the foundation of love, the foundation of motivation, inspiration, as someone to live for. But they're not even trying to be that. And if you supposed to be the leader, and she not even letting you say anything, what is she just want your resources, and she wants you as a sponsor and to take her where she wants to go. She don't want you to be the leader. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, think about it this way, man. Like I was having and this is a part of what Hassan, is that how you say it? I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong. This is what he was talking about when he talks about, and I don't disagree or agree with him 100%. So like I'm like in the middle, right? Like I can say that I was being weak in a moment where I sat on the phone for 2 hours going back and forth with a woman about our culture, right? When I should have known from the jump that I wasn't going to be able to have a conversation with this lady. You know, no matter how many cool conversations we had in the past, when this topic comes up, it's like talking to a goddamn brick wall, right? So he has a somewhat of a point where I didn't realize in the moment that why am I even talking to you? You're not going to get it. And you never will. You're going to live your life in fear that a man is going to take advantage of you. So you're going to do every little thing that you can to inkling out the best possible situations you can. But life is about risk. You have to take certain risks to gain certain rewards. And they're so scared, bro. I promise you.
Hey Hassan, you hear what my brother? You hear how you got my brother talking now? my brother was put here biologically to support, to teach, provide wisdom and experience into a woman's life, and now is deemed weak when he does it.
No,
that's hell of a point.
I'm not saying I disagree with you.
He was born. No. Listen, he was born to do that. I was born to look at her as fragile. I was born to look at her as vulnerable. I was born to look at her as it's my birthright to support her and to take care of her. That's my birthright. No, listen. So listen to what you're saying. You're telling a man that's catering to someone that looks like his mama, that's supposed to be like his mama, that he's weak for trying to educate her, for trying to help her, for trying to assist her, for trying to cater to her. Before you get just no, just think about it. Now watch. Everything he just said, the community has turned on men and say, now he's weak for saying that. He's weak for not wanting to talk to women. He's weak for not wanting to educate women. He's weak for no longer bearing the blunt and being man enough to take that. He's supposed to be man enough to do that and take control and be, but then he's being toxic if he does that. Like, make it make sense, brother. It's no win. It's a lose-lose situation. If he puts his feet down, he's toxic. He's a narcissist. He's sexist. He's too masculine. I need you to think. I need you to say what I want you to say. And then you're a good man. What tests his loyalty is when you say no. What tests his loyalty is when you want to go in a different direction. Saying yes to everything doesn't. Do you realize how many dudes are in a relationship where they say yes to everything? Yes, 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 yes. First time you say no. No. You don't love me.
Ali,
like
you preaching right now.
Because it happens, man.
Oh my God.
It happens day and night. Not only that, creating problems and adding problems to your life. So when you address the problem, they don't want no help, and the problem's blown up. They want you to come save them from the problem they've created, and will not still say they were wrong. That's the problem we have. So you can't tell me we live in a society where men are still trying to take care of everyone, invest in everyone, provide wisdom to everyone, even if it doesn't work in their best interest. That's a man. That's a man, Hassan.
I know. I'm just saying in the American.
How is that so how is that weak? How do we look at men now and start calling them weak, brother? Think about what you said.
No, I'm not saying that's weak, Ali. What I'm saying is well, especially this new generation and in the last 15, 20 years, the environment they grew up in. I'm not saying our generation is before. No, there's nothing weak about what about you just said, but the way the men acting. That's what I'm trying to say.
And that's what I get you if you say the system is broken. I can get you if you say the system is giving women incentives to be disrespectful. But when you're saying men are being, Hassan, men have become better men. They've become more empathetic men. They've even reduced their masculinity to go, am I being too hard? Am I being too rough? Am I being too aggressive? Am I being too controlling? Am I being too much of an authoritative person? Hassan, what are you saying? So the woman should naturally go, dang, am I being like that? I need to be more feminine. I need to be more cooperative. I need to be more attentive. I need to be more inspirational, motivating to a man that didn't just sit down and pull his manhood out. He tried to educate me. He tried to talk to me. He tried to build with me.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Jump in real quick. And I made that point to the young ladies that I was talking to yesterday, right? And I told them the only way men grow is they have to look within and either build or fix some of their errors of their ways. Because if we don't fix those things or work on those things or continue to grow, we become stagnant. If we become stagnant, we get bored with life, and then we start getting into things that we're not supposed to be, or getting into things that we're not supposed to do, involving ourselves in situations that we're not supposed to. If we stay engaged, continue to grow, continue to find new purpose, find our purpose, and then continue to keep building on that purpose, that's how we improve. But when I ask the women, it's like they don't feel like they have to improve on their ability to either understand a man's process. I told the young ladies, I said, hey, if you just stopped and understood what men went through, why they make certain decisions, I bet you could get better conversations and better outcomes. The problem is that the retort that they say is, well, y'all men don't understand what women go through. Y'all never want to listen to what we're going through. And it's like, and I told him my retort.
And what is AT leaves? What is that?
I told them, I said, we have to have a basic understanding of women to even date you, right? Like you said, there's a lot of things that we created for women to help their lives be more comfortable. you think that just comes out of nowhere? No, we have to understand the psyche and the mindset of a woman, and understand her processes and how things are a struggle for her. We have to understand it and come up with an idea or come up with a product that can help relieve that issue. That takes understanding. That takes the mindset of understanding what a woman has to go through. But no, a woman doesn't have to understand what we go through, especially black men. I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna land my plane.
What Hassan? I'm gonna go after you. What you think about what he said? Think about what he just said. That the conversation it can be turned into men don't know what women are going through. Okay, and he just told you that women don't care what men are going through. Okay, so what do you think about? Do you think women care about what you're going through, or they don't care about what you're going through? And do men care about what women are going through, or you don't think they don't care about? Who do you think, Hassan? Who do you think generally cares about the other person? Like honestly, when you dissect your encounters, when you think about your encounters with men, when you think about your encounters with women, and you think about your encounters with women, who do you think typically cares and who doesn't care?
Of course, the man cares more, and I agree. I'm not saying we don't give a damn. We do give a damn. And again, there are some ladies that care, but sadly, like I said, in the Western world, especially in America, and America too, is the environment, the system. Like it's gonna be hard to go backwards now. Like everybody's been fucked up so bad. Like I know we care. I get it. We care more.
Hassan, what country are you from? Hassan, what country are you from?
I'm from Iraq.
You're from Iraq, right?
Yeah.
Are people complaining about how the women have changed from past generations in Iraq?
No, they're still the same.
You think? Are you being honest?
Well, yeah, in Iraq, yeah.
In Iraq, in Palestine, and Saudi Arabia, all these other Muslim countries, you're saying right now that there's no feminist movement going there as well too, and the women are still of the old. All the women are still of the old. You don't see no movement going on where the women are changing there as well too.
I'm saying in Iraq, my country, no. At least in the southern part, and where my tribe come from and stuff. No, the tradition.
Okay, so hold on. I have Palestinian friends. I have friends from Iraq. I have friends from Saudi Arabia. I have a lot of Muslim friends from affiliation from my mother and where I'm from. And Muslim, I'm from Turkey. My mother's affiliation from being from Turkey, but there's men coming from those countries over here looking for women now, saying that the Muslim women are becoming feminist. But you're telling me that outside the villages, Hassan, how long have you been out of Iraq?
About 15 years, 20 years now.
You're telling me in the 15 years you've been out the country, you're telling me there's not village women that's in your country. There's the women that still in the tribes in the villages, even in Palestine, even in Turkey, and then there's city women. You're saying those women are not different than the city women are not different than the village women?
No, what I'm saying is maybe in Turkey and Egypt is different, but I'm saying in Iraq, what I come from, is way different. That's what I'm saying.
I acknowledge that there's difference. Look, see, I just have to Google. So there's no women becoming feminists in Iraq.
Probably, but what my area, I don't know, not yet. Because I talked to my uncle. Maybe, but where I come from.
Okay, but do you realize you say you're here and you know about certain things, you don't know about certain things. You say you're from over there and you know about certain things and you don't know about certain things, where there's people that collectively take time to invest in those things as well too.
Yeah.
So if you're looking and your country is changing, if Iraq is changing, if Muslim countries are changing, you don't think that problem is not just you don't think it's bigger than America?
No. If that grows, it's going to be bigger. I get what you're saying, but again,
so if it's growing in other countries, are the men there weak?
No, because they ain't got to tolerate that. Depends on the country. Like,
Hey, remember this conversation. And do me a favor, Hassan. Please do me a favor.
Yeah, yeah.
Look more into what's happening in Iraq. Go look what's happening with Islam, what's happening with the feminist movement, what's happening with LGBT movements and parade. There's things happening everywhere that's changing. It's changed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Christianity has changed. Christianity used to be extremely strict. It used to be very strict. They didn't play a lot of these things. It's a whole new Christianity here now. A lot of Christians have conformed to Islam because Islam still has ideas of what Christianity kind of used to look like. They're kind of similar. You get what I'm saying? But now
Yeah.
you're having Islam, you having Muslim countries that are changing, brother. They're going to start becoming more secular. And the women are starting to change. And if they're changing, that means the men have to change. But they're changing because the laws are changing, the policies are changing, the nation is changing. The countries are changing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I
So
understand.
but be careful. One day you're gonna say you're calling men weak. One day, if it shifts, if the pendulum swings, you have to accept the same thing and say you weak too.
No, I accept it. It is what it is.
What
But
make
yeah,
you? Are you going back to your homeland when you get ready? Are you like you getting a place to get married yet? You're gonna go get a wife from there, right?
no, not really. I'm thinking about getting Moroccan, maybe Algerian,
Why
North
you don't want a
Africa.
Iraq? Why you don't want a woman from Iraq?
Well, I like the maybe Syrian.
Why you don't want a woman from Iraq? You can't. Oh, Hassan, man.
No, no, but Syrian chicks are more prettier. We're telling the truth. Like Lebanese, Syrian.
Man, you crazy, man. You crazy. I just think it's a global, it's an issue that's going to become more global, man. And again, it's bigger than men and women. It's the way people are being, it's the way people are being conditioned. We're being asked to be thoughtful and empathetic and sympathetic of what women are going through when that's what we've always been doing. But what they're going through now is just being a man. They're being adult. There's nothing to complain about. You say you're 50-50, you say you're equal, you say you want to go into the workforce, you say you want to get a degree, you say you want to vote, you say you want to be a CEO. You're an adult now. You're a man. Welcome to what being a man feels like. Men try to keep women from going through those things. So there's nothing to be sympathetic and empathetic about if you're not wondering what I go through, because you said that's what a man's supposed to do. And when a woman does it, you're supposed to acknowledge what she's going through, because rightfully so, we don't want women going through that. But the nations have conditioned women to think they want to go through that and do it, and they're not free because of it. They have no liberation because of it. When all the time, what were men going through this whole time when women weren't working? Men were free. What country? When have men ever been free? When have men not all been oppressed? When have all men not been suppressed? When have all men had to work? When have all men had to grind? When all men haven't had to break their backs for their families? It's crazy, the narrative that's being pushed as if men are just free. There's never been a point in time when men have just been free. They always had to serve. They always had a responsibility to people, and someone was always in control of them.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, even in you already know in Iraq, man, like there's things going there's things going in other countries where people are fighting for more liberation, more freedoms, a better quality of life, where the people in power are dividing people, are against the people, and are making it harder to even have a family and to be able to sustain a lifestyle. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of divisions, a lot of BS, a lot of corruption. But it is what it is. Like, sadly, like, okay, then how are we gonna fix that in America, though? Let's speak on America then.
You're right. So when you say men are weak, I would concede and say the men in power are weak, and we have to address the men that's in power and what they're doing to our women, our men, and our children. That's what the next step is. We have to do a movement that's addressing the men in power. That's what we need to address.
I agree with that, but again, we don't know. Yeah, we can say the president, the mayor, the people we see on TV, but there's other people behind the scenes that me and you will never probably know. How are we gonna take them out of
Right.
power?
But what happens is when people revolt, when people go to war, when people create other militias, when you look at historically how America became America, how Greece became Greece, Rome, all these countries, and even after they were overthrown as well too, you have to revolt, you have to rebel, you have to create your own, ultimately your own nation that disconnects from that nation. All these nations were conquered. All these
Yeah,
nations were built, and this is the thing about the even addressing the topic at hand about we got serious issues. The world works in a way where someone's working for you or someone's working against you, and that's how nations are created. The people in power want you to be just like them, think just like them, operate just like them, and in their best interest. So you either going against those people, you're either doing for yourself, or you conforming. And if you don't want to conform, you're going to go to war. But the problem we are now, where I can concede and tell you where men are weak in that department, is we've been conditioned to be people that don't fight for liberation anymore. We've been conditioned to be people who don't fight for a better quality of life for men, women, and children so we can have a better nation. It's time to separate. You either come in or you separating.
So how long do you think that's gonna take? From another 5 years, 10 years to revolt?
I can't give you that. I think it's getting worse. I don't if we don't get together like this collectively and men get to the table, women come to the table. Well, women, we don't want women in harm's way, right? But they want to be at the table. That's how they got to the table. If men don't get together collectively and address the issue and address the fact that this ain't going to be something that you're going to get by being nice and following the laws and being law-abiding citizens. All nations won their liberation by going to war. We have to have men that they were ready to risk your life. You have to risk your life for a better life. Until that happens, ain't nothing gonna change.
No, I agree with you, but even with that, the men that want to come together and fix this problem, we also got to be careful because among us, he can be like has his own agenda and might backstab us. So we can't let anybody in the circle. You know what I'm saying? You got to
Yeah.
be careful. You got to be careful. I mean,
Yep.
he can be with you screaming, but when the time is right, he will backstab you. Oh shit! What happened? It is what it is.
Right.
No,
What you think, T. Lees? What you think we could do?
well, um, I just wanted to comment on something y'all just said recently about Hassan said about women coming into the process, right? It's because it's not that we don't like women or it's like no, we think I know what tends to happen is they try to take credit either if we let them into the process, right? They'll try to take credit for what we've done. Like if we as a collective of men come together to try to solve an issue and we allow women to be a part of the conversation, they would try to some of the women would try to say that because the women are there, they
Right.
were inspirational to the men, but really the men decided to do what they wanted to do, right? I think that um, women can be a part of the conversation, but it has to be controlled. It has to be super controlled. And this space where the manosphere and because I don't know what space you're a part of, but I'm still a part of the manosphere. I'm still a part of Redfield, in my opinion. Where it's going, we're allowing women to come in and partake in the conversation, and I think it's diluting our message because I think the manosphere is based off of telling men to improve themselves, um, as you know, and understanding that you are not going to be successful if you are, you know, not in the position you feel like you want to be. Whether
Right.
that you feel like you're not making enough money, whether you feel like you don't have the type of women around you that you want. Okay. Um, the truth is that as a man, it's your fault, right? Whether a woman says it or a man says it, the society doesn't play favorites. It's your fault. But the good side is that you can fix it. You can fix it. But are you willing to put in the work? Are you willing to make the necessary sacrifices? Are you willing to stand on your own 2 feet and not hold on to a crutch, right? So, you know, and can you repeat the question again about, you said, is there a solution? What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Hassan asks if there's a solution. What do you think the solution is?
The only solution is that men of all races within their own particular race, not everybody coming together, right? But men of every single race coming together within their own community, and they have to. Um, I heard you say at one time, have to have standards, have to set a boundary and a standard that um, every man doesn't have to agree to it, but at least all men should at least respect it. A boundary, a certain level of morality that we have that we're going to carry ourselves with throughout this process. Um, it has to be a set list, because the riches of the white folks, the riches of the Asian folks, they have a set list of boundaries. They have a set list of, no, you going to the school that I want you to go to. No, you're going to act and be a certain way. Call it controlling it or not, they get the results. And if we want results, we have to set a standard and not waver on it. But getting men to agree on anything nowadays is tough, because we're just disagreeable right now.
So when you say results,
Mhm.
just so I can see if you're, well, I know you're being intentional.
Yeah.
What do you mean by the results? So, like, again, when we had these conversations, right? Me and Fatty had these conversations in the back all the time. We talk about the reality of society, and then we start getting to a point where people. So you have women saying they following their purpose. You hear men say they following their purpose. You hear both of them saying they independent and they strong. They get into the bag. They get in the house. They get in the car. They getting clothes. They getting resources. By the time you 30, 40, 50, hopefully you making $100,000, right? Right. We got all the superficial things going on, right? This person on their purpose. This person on their purpose. What is the results though, T. Lee's? Like, if we not together, if my purpose isn't her and her purpose isn't him, what results we talking about?
Well,
Like I'm like, really think about it right before you answer. You answering fast. Like, really think about this. If my purpose is me now, I'm getting to the bag. I'm my purpose, right? Remember, our purpose was to get the bag to spend it on the women and the children. That's our purpose. Now we go, hey, she don't care no more. So I'm gonna stay on my purpose. And life is gonna get better and evolve. How can it? How can it, if we were talking about the accidents and we were talking about marriages, right? We were talking about yesterday, Matt Walsh was talking about still promoting marriage when he see that 50% of people get divorced, 60% of people are unhappily married, 40% of people have contemplating leaving the marriage, and it's just increasing. It's just 90%, 70% of women that to 80% of women initiating divorce, 90% if they're educated. So if everything that we're doing is actually pushing us further apart and dividing us, and our purpose is not each other, how are we being successful? How is this how are we pushing for a better nation? How are we pushing for a better world?
So I guess my answer to that question is something that I've learned from, you know, from this space, right? What I've learned is when you're presented with a problem, you have I think Angry Man was talking about this yesterday. He said if you're presented with a problem, you have two options. You can complain about the situation, or you can do something about it. When we focus on men being on their purpose, I think that's them doing something about it. What the woman does is no longer my concern at that point, right? And I'm not saying that we don't care, but I'm saying that if I'm focused on my purpose,
Okay.
the women, I believe that, this is just my opinion, I don't base this on any fact. I believe that women will be the byproduct of me staying on my purpose and continuing to grow. The right woman will come around. It happened to me. Right now, it's got to be on me whether I'm ready to take that next step, because I've already found a woman that I'm dating, but I've found a woman that checks the boxes that I'm looking for now. You know.
Okay,
And
so
The problem is, the last thing I want to say before you go, the problem is that she does not look like me. She is not of my own skin color. That's the problem, in my opinion. I'm on my purpose, on my grind, trying to be better. If the women of my own skin color is on their purpose, on their grind, but it ain't got nothing to do with me, I'll find somebody else that's willing to assist me on my own. All right, go ahead. My bad.
So first of all, thank you for everybody that's still rocking with us. Please like and subscribe. Let me read these super chats real quick, and I'm gonna get to what I'm gonna show you real fast. Let's see. Marcus Evans with the $5 ball. Why I get the feeling that Hassan is missing the point. Society is psychological and spiritually teaching women to not care and dislike men. Not only not to care and dislike men, Hassan, not to care about and dislike themselves. Women aren't being this woman that's enhancing society or impacting society where she's being nurturing and motivating and loving everyone and keeping everyone together. She's investing in herself. She's investing in her looks. She's investing in her status. She's investing in her resources and reputation that has nothing to do with a man. But it also has nothing to do with her because the decision she's making is pushing herself away from everyone. As long as she's the sole focus point, as long as she gets the last word, as long as she gets her way, and as long as, whether it's guilt trip, whether regardless of it, as long as she's in control of it, she don't care where it goes anymore. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
My brother Treehouse Hassan gonna fight crime. Is that the outfit? Marcus with the $2 ball. I agree with T. So let me show you this video real quick, and so I can speak on that real fast as well too. It ain't even that. It's not that long of a video.
I want to kill myself. Feel this out.
We talk about, and again, it's being realistic, right? 79 to 80% of the suicides of people deleting themselves are men. We were born inside of a woman. We came from our father, and we were in our mother, and our mother fed us to life from her body. We came from our mother. We were born to honor and value and love our mother. We were born to leave our mother to come back to someone just like her. I get what you're saying, Tea Leaves, and I'm hoping what you're saying is that, hey, keep doing what you're doing, stay on your purpose, and then you will align with the right person in your life, right? The problem is, if the world is so off, if the world is so broken, if we're so tarnished to what we don't even know what a man and woman is, what a man and father is, what a brotherhood is, what a sisterhood is, what elders are, what responsibility the kids are. What do you do? Like, do you realize that what you're saying, what Hassan is saying, in the good intention, the good faith conversation y'all are speaking, we are remnants of what the past cultures are. Majority of us are chasing money. But you know what's crazy? Majority of us are no longer, a lot of us are no longer wanting to work. A lot of us are no longer motivated. A lot of us are lazy. A lot of us are becoming incompetent because we don't have nothing to live for. Who are we supposed to live for, T? Hassan, who we supposed to live for?
Yeah, it was all family before. You know?
So I get what you brothers are saying. Listen. I don't know if it hit you yet. I lost all my grandparents. I'm gonna keep saying this. I lost all my grandparents. I lost all my uncles. I lost all my aunts. I lost my mama in May. I got my father.
Condolences, man.
Thank you, my brother. We're not replacing them. We're not replacing elders. We're not replacing icon. I'm gonna say icon. What's iconic to the family is our mothers and fathers. Special, irreplaceable people that their duty is to the family. The mother's duty was to family. The father's duty was to family. The father sustained the family. The mother kept it all together, no matter what. That was the responsibility. That was true love. Love wasn't just a feeling. Love was loving people for their survival. Love was making sure that you're taken care of no matter what, and vice versa. And that we procreate more babies that are replicating who we are as a person. So if we're chasing our purpose and our purpose is becoming bigger than each other, what do you think ultimately happens to a nation is what I'm asking, T Leaves. And that's how I believe nations get conquered. When the purpose is bigger than the women and children, women and men, when the purpose is bigger than the children, when the purpose is the identity of the nation, the resources of the nation, the power of the nation, everything self-sabotages. We're not coming together as people, man. We've lost a lot of us. Outside of us, I get your mind state, I get Hassan mind state, I get great brothers and sisters mind state, and people who are trying to sustain that. But for the most part, we're seeing that people are not getting married, people are not coming together, people are not making love. People don't even know what love is. They never seen it. They don't know. A lot of people never see what a mother or father is. So what I'm asking, T Leaves and Hassan, a lot of what y'all saying is things that I've heard for numerous of years, and now I'm where I'm at. I think y'all younger than me, but I'm asking you, as you get older, the world getting darker, the world getting more separate. And people saying be optimistic. What's funny is people that say I'm the optimistic person, a community person, but then when I have these conversations, they be like, "Oh, Ali, you see like you giving up." No, I'm being realistic. What are we gonna do to actually change it? And
My bad. What year did you see this going downhill in relationships, society? Because for me, it started like 2013, 2012. Like, oh, we're going downhill. What year did you start to notice?
it was way before that. Go ahead, T Leaves.
No, I say I got a question.
Well, let me ask Hassan. Hassan, I knew there was a problem when I went to school, and the kids and the parents that I met was nothing. My mother and father were born in the 50s, so they had us late. They had me and my brother kind of late. Versus all the other parents, all the other kids that I had in their parents. Their parents had them in their 40s. Well, excuse me, their parents had them in the 90s, later 90s or early 90s. Excuse me, they were younger, but we had late, man. The people when we went to school didn't reflect my household or the other people's household that we were going to, that my mom and dad would take us to. We probably had two houses that my mother and father would let us go to. That's when I already knew it was a problem. There's things that my father was in the military, so I was getting raised in an army base in New York. I didn't see what I saw until I moved to North Carolina, until I saw how things were that were outside of army base. Because army bases changed as well too. The army has changed as well too. It was more structured. There was more family. Where I lived, you had to have kids. The people had to be married. I lived on base, so you had to be married and have children. So when I walked outside, you know what's crazy? Y'all making me think about this. That was the greatest time of my life. I walk outside, and there's nothing but kids outside playing on army base. And you go to the next door neighbor, they're married. That next door neighbor, they're married. Everybody in there married. You go and knocking the door. You need some sugar. You ran out of it. That's the time where you can go to the next door. The last generation, you can go to somebody's next door and ask them for some sugar.
Hey, I'm a military brat, so I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
It's the same thing, yeah. And I'm 30 years old, so I'm in that time range.
What's funny is that mentality was taken away from everyone else, and it kept it in the military to keep those people fighting for the nation's best interests instead of people's best interests. What I started realizing is that every person should be in the army. Every person should be a part of the politics. Every person should be a part of the collective of how this country is run. What they do is they pick and choose, and they pick how the nation's going to run based on who's going to be in the military, based on who's going to be in the corporate world, based on what you're going to put into the education system. So what I noticed when I got outside the military and we moved somewhere else, the communities had nothing to do with military communities. They were broken. People was on drugs. People was alcoholics. Most of my friends had their daddy wasn't in their life. If they had a mother in their life, she was off the chain. I couldn't go over their house because how their mother was. I couldn't go over their house because how their father was. Like and they weren't necessarily even that bad then. It was just different from how my household was. So my mother and father wouldn't let me go anywhere that it wasn't reflective of their household. And you know what's the part they missed though? the people they would invite over to our house, if they didn't realize those kids can teach you stuff that they learn from their parents as well too. So the kids was teaching us stuff my mom and dad had no clue that they was teaching us, because they didn't know what they were learning from their mother and father, what I never learned from my mother and father. So I know that if a nation is being raised up a certain way and people are collectively moving a certain way, it'll be more enriching of a society, more enriching of a community and nation. So the problem is the way we're being conditioned and raised. That's the biggest problem. And it's, Hassan, it goes back to what you're saying. If you're saying men are weak, it's because we've been conditioned and programmed to be weak. If our women are no longer caring about men or investing in men, it's because they've been conditioned to think there are men and they don't need men. We're being programmed to think like this.
Yeah, I agree, and I also agree with you when you said everybody should go at least in the military, at least the males. I agree with that because where I come from, my people, my tribalese, once you're 18, everybody got in the military, 3-4 years, and they got out. No, you're right.
Yeah, one of these countries, is an NBA player that plays for the Utah Jazz, Larry Marketing. I don't know what country he's from, but he had to take a break after the playoffs or something like that. I can't remember, or after the season ended, because he had to go serve his country. They have up to a certain amount of time to serve their country after they, after their, I guess it's a part of their culture. Like every man needs to serve their country. If somebody knows where Larry Marketing's from, you can put it in the chat. But yeah, that country. So it's true. But I got one thing to say real quick. So Ali, this is towards you because I think you make a good point. But with what you're saying, I think it's a catch-22, right? Because if you listen to people like Anton and you listen to people like Angry Man, and then on the other side, I listen to people like Little Podcasts, they're at a butting of the heads, right? Because podcast thinks that money corrupts, and money can be the thing that turns the world downhill if not used properly, of course. But Angerman and Anton believe like, hey, if you can't live in this world without resources, you're not going to be able to sustain or fulfill a certain type of life that to fulfill your basic needs if you don't get to the bag, quote unquote, right? So it's like a lose-lose. If you try to focus on family and not necessarily the finances, you lose. But if you try to focus too much on the finances and not family, you lose. What do you think about that concept?
I think they're both right. And the concept that we had from previous generations was the fact that you made money to invest in your family versus the money making your family. Do you get what I'm saying? So people the money is defining people instead of using the money to invest in building a family. That's the problem that's happening. We when I was growing up, I ain't hear nothing about what a millionaire is. I didn't hear nothing about being this 100K earner. My father was going to work to take care of my mother and his family. And again, it make me emotional thinking about it. That was the best time of my life, is sitting in the house with my mother and father, watching movies, eating dinners together, spending time with them. Our vacation was going to their friend's house that they were married with, had kids with. Those were the vacation, going to all these different people's house that had marriages. You know what I'm saying? Before what Hassan is talking about, all my mother's friends got divorced. My mom was on the little edge of almost losing my father, and she went, hold on, of the way society was conditioning women. And my mother's friends is from another country. That's what I'm trying to tell Hassan. Once women get to this country, they lose their minds. Once men come in this country, they lose their minds. Like, think about that. Malcolm X said it in a video where even black men in this country, you lose your mind from where you came from. Hassan, when you come here, it's nothing like Iraq. It's nothing like the culture of Iraq. It's the food, the culture, the richness of the diets of what it's doing to your body is nothing like Iraq. We've lost our minds. That's what's happening. So when we have people who thinking extreme in the extremity of capitalism, when you thinking about nothing but money, you lose your woman. When your woman starts thinking about money, she loses her man. And then we start paying for things to make ourselves feel good, but it's instant gratification it has no longevity. It's temporary gratification. It's instant gratification. It doesn't fulfill any of us. Majority of us still end up being unhappy or miserable, not only because you may have happiness in your household. See these, if you and that woman build a family together and have kids, your kid's gonna have to step out in the world with these other kids, with these other men and women. So it's almost a catch-22 when you say that. Should you have kids? My child that I had, and I talked about it all the time. The reason why I was scared to have kids is because I was scared of bringing a kid into this world. And I was scared of having a kid with the wrong woman. I was scared of bringing a kid in the wrong situation, regardless of what anybody think. You know what's inevitable is that the world's so jacked up, you're going to run into something that's jacked up. When you talk about we talk about driving a car. When I was, you go to driver's ed and they tell you, hey man, look out for the other driver. People are supposed to look out for each other. But when you look out for just yourself, we're going to have a whole bunch of heartless, narcissists, self-fulfilling people who going to be dysfunctional. We're supposed to love each other. You ain't supposed to just love yourself. You're supposed to value yourself, but you're supposed to be loved and you're supposed to be loving people. So we've lost our minds, our indigenous, original minds of the man loving the woman loving the man. That's true love, the epitome of what masculinity is, the epitome of what femininity is, even though I hate them terms. But then you're investing in replacing you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, Brinken, you just reminded me. My mom always says in Iraq when my grandpa used to come, because again, everybody's military, government, police, business people, and they come and they talk. Even the young teenagers, the young kids, 10, 11, they learn. They sit down with the grown men and they talk. They like family, like no one abandons the family, sticking together, helping one another, and so on and so forth. In America, it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I agree with that. I agree with you, Ali. Like, we gotta help each other. But what we're doing in America, sadly, everyone's attacking one another. Like, whoa. Like, we gotta have a conversation, be honest as you can be, and then move forward. But some will do that, some won't. And that's the reality of it.
What I thought about what I want to do with this channel, especially getting up to the tier 4 level, is I want to help people with real estate. But what I really want to do is align like-minded brothers who already have businesses, and we teach each other business. We teach each other franchise, and we grow collectively making money together. Let's all franchise a landscaping business. Let's all franchise a property management business. Let's all franchise a clean and moving business. Let's all franchise a real estate business. Like, we think about everything, the entertainment, right? Attains your mental. Everything that we focused on takes us away from our purpose to each other. Whether we watching sports, listening to music. Tell me y'all don't sit sometimes and go, God dang, I would just sit here watching this or listening to this or doing this when I should have been doing this. That'll take me to elevate me to another space where I have more abundance of what I was already trying to get to help my family. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yes, totally, completely.
It's everything that's in front of you is a distraction, yo. The grocery store, and I mean it in a sarcastic way as well too. You can grow your own foods, but you're going to the grocery store. You can spend time with your family. You listen to the radio, to the TV. Even if we're gonna say this, if it's not being constructive, everything deters us from our purpose of coming together and building together. Everything is a detractor that takes us away from focusing on each other. That's a huge problem in society and what causes us our issues. What we invest in is actually causing us our issues. Everything we invest in is causing dysfunction and chaos to our lives, because that's what it's meant to do. I'm meant to. They want me to go work 9 to 5 for somebody else, and for a boss, while I leave my family. I always thought that was odd. When I was in the military, when my father was in the military, and he go to work as a kid. I don't know if y'all remember that, or if you have that experience as well too, because I try to be mindful of everybody. When the adult that you finally started seeing leaving, I'm like, yo, where my daddy going? Why would they leave the house? I don't know if y'all ever had that experience. And then I realized they were going to work. to provide for the household. But I still had a problem with the fact that my father was leaving the house or my mother was leaving the house until I acknowledged what was happening. But you go and sit somewhere from 9 to 5, come home, you might not work out. You're drained and tired. You say when you come home, you're going to work on something else. You're too tired. And you do the same thing over and over again. Hey, tonight, I'm going to go to sleep at 9 o'clock. You ain't going to sleep at 9 o'clock in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you know collectively, man, this stuff is agenda. This stuff is created. This stuff, the world is, these social constructs are created. So we do what we do every single day. We in this little, what is it? What's the little thing, man? Like a guinea pig. Well, it is the Matrix.
It's a hamster wheel.
The hamster wheel. They got us just in this hamster wheel. We just sitting here running and running and running and running. You don't ever walk somewhere and go, like, swear to God, like right now, anybody watching on the pound, do you ever just stop and go, what am I doing?
Yeah. Every time
you get what I mean? Like, who are you?
Every time I'm about to go watch a football game, and I
are
know
you?
I could have stayed. Yeah, facts. Like, what?
You get what I mean? Like like, are you really who you are? Are you who you are? Are you really who you are, or are you everything that you encountered? And outside of that, what are we doing? Like, I be walking, I go, yo, I'm just going through the motions. Like, most of us just going through the motions, and we just stuck in this motion, you know? Hey, love, see, like, most of what we're doing, is it investing in a better society, or is it best investing in a corporate nation? When you look at your name, it's all caps. We're all investment. The country's investment. We're all the asset. We're the asset.
What you said earlier, bringing real estate, different businesses getting together, that's a good idea. But again, like, how many of them can be trustworthy? You know, we also got to put that in. Because in America,
they'd have to show you the LLC. They'd have to show at least a property. They'd have to show receipts. They'd have to show. Oh, go ahead. Oh, you mean trustworthy in order to follow? Yeah. Well, people have reputations. People have reputations, man. I'd have to know who you work with. I'd have to know who you connected to. It's just like me. If I met y'all, if my child, I gotta see who you are. I'm gonna go out. We're gonna go out to dinner. I'm gonna spend time at your house. Like, nah, my kids can't come around him or his kids. It's like that. Like, you get to know people. You spend time with people. Hey, man, yo, let's go out, get something to eat. All right, bro. You say you someone you not, and then all of a sudden something slip out your mouth. You spend enough time with people, they show you who they are.
Yeah. But like I said, like in this world, there's a lot of
guys. I gotta go. I'll hit y'all up later, man.
Hey, salute to you, family. Salute to you.
Y'all,
nice to meet you.
Conversation, man.
Have a great day.
Hey, TD is always a pleasure, yo. What were you saying, Hassan?
No, what I'm saying is there's a lot of dishonesty, you know. Even if somebody shows you the receipts and they're like smooth with it, like like I said, like when the time is right, the knife is coming and stabs you like fuck. That's not.
But what helps people more, Hassan? The truth or the lie?
Helps people. Truth.
Does it in today's society?
Wait, repeat that.
I said, in today's society, do you think lying helps more, or do you think telling the truth helps? Does lying get people more of what they want now, or does telling the truth get people what they want now?
Oh, well, now, yeah, the lying, of course. Yeah, the line, the
you know
BS.
what I'm saying? Especially behind YouTube screen, everybody's everybody. You don't know who anybody is behind the screen, but majority of people, you meet their representative. You meet who they want to be. You know, and then you spend time with them, you get to see who they really are. But they wouldn't have got you, they wouldn't have got to be connected to you if they didn't lie. You know, there's a rarity of people who tell the truth. I've rarely been encountered with people who just tell the truth. You know what, man? Fatty, like people see what they see from Fatty. Fatty is a very honest, genuine person, man. Like probably top 5 most genuine, honest people I ever met. And I'm talking past like my mother and father. And I have to think some other part. I could put him at 3, 4, but he's an extremely honest, genuine person. And it's rare to come across people like that. But I don't try to be too judgmental towards people. I try to be understanding of the circumstance of why they lying. So even when it sounds like, oh, Ali hates somebody, Ali do this, Ali didn't know. I'm solution based. I'm solution based, and I'm addressing the problem instead of talking about the people talking about the problem. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like again, it is what it is. Not everybody's gonna come to the same conclusion. Everybody have their own ideas.
Right.
You know, it is what it is. Have you?
Right.
Hey, so do you speak Turkish, Ali, or no?
Merhaba, nasılsın, iyi misin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, definitely. Yep. People be shocked. I go when I go to Turkey, I try to people be talking and they be in front of me and I act like I don't know Turkish. And then they'll say something, and then I start speaking Turkish. They go, "Oh shoot," you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because they don't think I understand Turkish. Ain't nobody ever been like too rude or anything. Never been disrespectful or nothing. But they'll be shocked. They're like, "Oh man, we could have said something, and he would have known what I was talking about," you know?
Yeah.
But I met. What's funny is I've been in certain places where I met like Australian people who spoke Turkish. But there's actually black people that live in Turkey. There's black people that live in Turkey. So they call black people in Turkey, they call them Zinci. They call them Zinci. But it means, but you know what it means though? It means Arab. It means Arab and black. Like all people still don't, when you do your research, man, all the original people, even Arabs, even Asians, everyone was black. Everybody was black. Everybody is essentially that indigenous person. You don't ever notice how many even Arabs have similarities with black people? And I don't even know. Are you familiar with the Arab slave trade?
Yeah. Of course.
You know, there's a lot of things that we're silent about when they talk about the Arab slave trade. People know about the Atlantic slave trade, and I found out about that real late. And that's what made me have different take on religion and nationalities and geographical location, because what people do is they create these social constructs to divide people. And this fine if you create this social construct and it helps you be a better person, but it's another thing when you're saying yours is better than the next person, and then it causes a divide from people, because it's just you have to prove this. Majority of what people say they believe in is what they were born with. Someone in Asia is born with some completely different lifestyle or upbringing and religion and spirituality and culture than someone is born in Turkey, someone is born in America, someone is born in Australia, someone is born in India. You weren't born like that. That's where you were raised. You know, you get what I'm saying? Hindu, Buddhist, and then you have Islam, Muslims that are go against each other, Christians go against each other, Jewish people go, like it's crazy to see that people find a way to be divided even amongst their own tribes, even amongst their own nations. You know, people won't be aligned just in the same household.
No, you're right about that. But again, everybody has like their own little agenda. The majority of it is like about money, power, and control. You know, like, oh, we're the dominant people, blah blah blah. It's about money, power, and control. You know, it shouldn't be like this, but it's human nature. You know. Your camera's off, Ali. You're muted.
It shouldn't be like that, but I think the same way a person who I think people who've hated loved once upon a time. And I think people who seek to control were controlled once upon a time. They didn't have the ability to control. And I think when you have a nation that's built off of certain circumstances, I think a lot of nations were going through certain things that were built. Most of the nations you see that were built were going through struggle with another nation. And then they wanted to seize control and power. It didn't go, it wasn't no more just about being a human. It was, I'm never going to let you put me in this kind of position again. Do you get what I'm saying? A lot of people like that with friendships and relationships. There's a lot of people who were vulnerable. There's a lot of people who love that got taken advantage of, friendships that got taken advantage of. And they say, I'll never be that vulnerable again. I'll never be that same person. And I think that's how people get lost. That's how people get corrupted and conform to our issues. Instead of you still maintaining that person that you are, and still having faith in humanity. But that's why I say I understand why a lot of people have went left, because like I told you, when I'm driving, man, there's so many people that cut me off. There's so many people that won't let me get into the lane, but I still let you get in the lane and I still won't cut you off. It just is the way I was born. And I feel like if I go outside of that, I let down my parents, man. And I think that's what you were saying about American cultures has been impacted so much. It's the value and respect for humanity and having integrity of what other races still have, how the Asians still have it, Arabs still have it, Indian people still, like they still have certain ways of where they really strict about their culture and their identity, you know?
Yeah, yeah, like you have like a Turkish culture in you. You still have that. Turkey's kind of part of the Middle East in a way. So you
Yeah,
still.
but I got black coat. My father's mother's generation is where things started going left in American society. But my father was raised by his grandmother and his grandfather. They were married. All the kids that they raised got married. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what I see as black culture isn't black culture to me. It's a subculture of a black culture to me, and it's the corruption of a black culture. It's the regression of black culture. But I got to see black culture where people were married, people were together. You couldn't cuss in my grandma's house. You couldn't cuss around my grandmothers and aunts. There's things you couldn't. Man, if you disrespected someone, man, you get knocked out the window. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So when I started meeting new people, when I started encountering different types of people, or like different like friends or different other people, family outside of the army base, when I moved to North Carolina, I saw more people be disrespectful, more people being deterrent or going against the culture, not having a cultural identity. But that's what happened in the 70s and 80s to black culture, which is a whole another topic. That's a whole another topic.
Hey, I send you something on the chat. You should watch this video. This explains a lot what America's going through. That's why you can't, like, people when you're trying to talk with them, it's
Right.
like it's not clicking. Like, what the fuck is going on? This Russian guy, and this video is like in the '80s. It's kind of old, but he explains in good details. Like he, in a way, predicted the future in a way, like what's going to happen to America and the
Right.
mindset of everybody, how everybody's
Right.
going to be programmed, and how everything's going to get fucked up in this country. If whenever you have time, you should watch it. It's
You
like,
sent it. Did you put it in the back chat, Steve? Can you put it in the back chat?
uh, no, I put it on the bubble.
Hold on. And tyranny. Stop trying to blackmail me. And let me read these super chats real quick, man, while you looking it up. My brother T.O., I do the same thing every time I go to Nigeria. My brother T.O. again, yeah, they never want to talk about the Arab slave trade, and they never speak on how the Chinese have the white man beat in the history of savagery. Yeah. I have to think about that one, T.O. I have to really think about that one. And then my brother Jay Speed sent me a cash app as well, too, man. Thank you, everyone, for the cash apps and for the super. I truly again, thank you for everybody rocking with us. Please like and subscribe. What did you find it, Hassan?
Yeah, I send you in the chat, private chat. Did you
And what
receive
do you
it?
say? So it says you. Do you have an actual link? Oh,
Oh,
okay. Okay, I'd have to check that out. I'm very curious of checking that out.
yeah,
But
yeah,
what do you
yeah.
think? So do you do you believe in gender roles? Do you
Yeah,
think men
yeah.
and women have certain roles, or do you think that men and women should be able to just do what they want to do?
No,
So
I
and
believe in.
let me show a video real quick, and then I'll let you see if you feel you have the same sentiments or you disagree with it.
Boys,
but it's the dads who turn boys into men. And when the dads are absent or emotionally absent, and when they haven't been taught how to be a man, how to stand up and shake hands, you don't just say hi to someone, you stand up, shake hands, make eye contact. You're walking on a sidewalk with a woman, a man walks on the street side. You're opening doors for women. You're a savage and a servant. You're a lamb and a lion. Are you going to show up as a passive aggressive man, or are you going to show up as a guy who can protect, provide, and preside, lead his family? Moms.
What you think about that, brother?
No, I agree. The man's just supposed to do what men do. They
Hold on real quick. Son, I'm getting bullied. Hold on real quick. Marcus Evans with a $2 super chat. Thank you again, Marcus. Always supporting family. Don't forget about the original Hebrews. Yep, that's a whole nother topic as well, too. And then my brother, my fellow untouchable, with this $10 ball, read my super chat that is reading his super chat. Go ahead, Hassan.
Yeah. I was saying I agree. The man's supposed to go out, work, provide for the family. The lady stays at home, take care of the children. Now, if she wants to work, let's say we don't have kids, for example, she can go work, but she has to do it part time, and she needs to be home before I get home. So when I come home, I see my lady at home, and when we have kids, she stays at home while I go and do what I got to do. And as a man, I got to be the provider. You stay home and take care of the kids.
Right. But do you think that's what we're doing? Essentially, like you don't see society going away from that. It's sending women to work now. It's sending women to be educated. It's setting women. It's not even sending women to align with the men and with her children. It's sending women to compete with the man. It's sending children to compete with the man. Now, instead of the man being the one solidifying a legacy and building off of the men, everyone's competing with each other. Do you notice how? Again, we go right back to it again. Arab households, Hispanic households, Indian households, Asian households. Even when they come in this country, a lot of them still live together. They don't believe in that in the mind frame of leaving each other and you go get your own house, you go get your place. They stay together until someone ultimately. Sometimes if someone gets married and has too many kids, they'll leave. But a lot of times, people still stay together. I don't know if you notice that.
No, I do notice that my Mexican friend, him and his wife and 5 kids, his sister and her husband or boyfriend and her 2 kids. It's like what the hell? And they only have 4 rooms. It's like a big. That I understand that, but again, like I said, like in America, it's different, man. Because in America, by the time you're 18, goodbye, I'm leaving. Like what the fuck? And I get it. If he goes to the military or goes to college, okay, I could understand that.
Right.
But it's just the system and the environment is how everybody grew up, and this became normal in the American. So it's going to be really hard to get people out of that mindset, because people once I'm 18, bye.
Yeah, but if you my son and the nation's telling you, hey man, you ain't got to listen to your daddy or your mama. Matter of fact, Hassan, you ain't even got to be a responsible man. Actually, Hassan, you could be a woman. If you want to be a woman, you can be a woman. You can be, love is love. You can do whatever. And you know what? If you don't even want to eat right, you ain't got to eat right. You ain't got to do anything you don't want to do if it doesn't fit your life, if it don't fit your best interest. Don't worry about if your mom and dad don't care about what you care about. If your mom and dad don't support what you think about, you need to leave them alone. You need to go align with other people who think just like that. What you gonna do?
Well, in America, we have 2 options. Let's say the kids do go to school and they teach them this garbage. So when he comes home, you sit down with your kid. Hey, what did they teach you? And then you teach them right and wrong every single day from Monday to Friday. Every time they're home, when you come home, you and the wife talk to them, or just homeschool them. Somebody got to do it because there's no other way. Like they have to go to school, but at school they teach them this garbage. So what's the solution? Changing
But what if,
schools?
but what if they don't want to? What I'm asking you is, what if they don't want to listen to you? Like, do you believe in spankings? Do you believe in disciplining?
Well, yeah, you smack the shit out of them.
But so you believe in disciplining?
Well, yeah, my kid's not getting. It's not disrespecting me,
Like, do you
but
believe? Do you believe? Like, watch. Let's see this.
Hey, man. I don't want to bother you. Yeah, when you get back there and finish, man. But see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to. Good thing I'm not a member of this house. Oh, you are this weekend. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind about. Oh, I'd like to see that. Well, you would. Well, anything to oblige your guests, mister. Come on in here. I don't believe it. Make you believe early. Huh? No, you know the boy got it. Come on, get your behind.
Look, so even there, when I was growing up, the next door neighbor can whoop my butt. You know, twice in my life, I tested my parents. Twice. My father, especially. My father would drop us off at someone's house and he said, hey, if they act up, you tear their behinds up. I was like, man, my dad ain't about to let nobody whoop my behind, and these people ain't whoop my. Twice I tested it. They whooped my behind, and when I got home, I got my behind whooped too. So in that video, that kid, that's Jane. I don't know. I'm not sure if you ever watched Good Times, but James, the dad, what his son brought another friend over, and that kid didn't want to listen to him, and he said, "Oh, you need an old school whooping." So he whooped his friend's he whooped his son's friend. Like, do you believe that ability? It takes a village to raise a child. Do you think other people should have permission to whip other people's kids if they can't control them, or they
yeah,
shouldn't be allowed to whip other people's kids?
yeah, I agree with that because what I come from again, like say an older man smacked both of us. We got a yes, sir. We can't do nothing. Like, yes, sir, be respectful. Again, we live in America. Like, let's say an older man smack one of us. Well, somebody else, let's say. Either he's getting knocked out or they're going to call the cops on him. And the old man's being humiliated, embarrassed, arrested. Instead of the cops saying, what are you doing? Why are you disrespecting the elders? That's
right.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Because people are scared even to touch you. Now, forget smacking you. People are afraid even to touch you now.
Are they weak? Are they weak?
Well, the environment and the system, yes, they make
No,
it.
no, I didn't ask you that. If they're afraid to touch them because there's a consequence, think about what you're saying while we have this conversation, what you started with initially. Just think about that. There's other videos I haven't even addressed yet where men are afraid to even talk to women now. Men are afraid to have interactions with women now because they think it could be used against them. Does that make a person weak, or does that make a person trying to protect themselves?
No, it doesn't make them weak. Understand, again, you got to understand the place that you're at. So if I'm in America and knowing I can't do that, doesn't make me weak, but makes me aware, like, oh shit, I don't want to deal with this. So it is what it is. It doesn't make you weak, but at least you have a better understanding of your environment. You know what
But
I'm saying?
why doesn't it make you so are you why doesn't it make them weak? You said men were weak for not making a woman who doesn't want to listen, not to put her in her place. So why doesn't it make a society weak if they're not putting those people in their place? Do you get what I'm going? And Hassan, I'm having a good faith conversation with you. I'm not trying to like go aha moment. When
No,
you
no.
started, because women were putting men in positions to make them have to control them. Back then, men will control you, right? But we live in a society now where there's ramifications and there's consequences for trying to control a woman. Why should I have to if I put a woman in her place? You said a lot of men are weak because they won't put women in their place. So does that make society weak for not addressing that because they're afraid of doing something to the kid because of ramifications that'll come to you? Are you weak for not disciplining my child because you'll get in trouble?
If you want to look at it like that, I guess. Because again, let's say I slap one of your kids, you're gonna be in my face.
No, no, no,
Again,
no. Listen
the
again. No,
environment.
no, 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 no. You did you you said if you touch another person's kid, you're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah,
Not only that, it's getting to a place where if you whip your kids, you gonna get in trouble.
I know, and that's why if I ever have kids in America, I'm getting the fuck out of here because
No, but I didn't ask you that. Does that make you weak because you're not spanking your kid? Because someone will put you in jail for it.
it is what it is. But like, it's fucked
Hassan,
up. But
you gotta start thinking about some stuff when you say something. Hassan, if you go somewhere and you gotta if you go to back to your country and they say you gotta follow certain laws and you refuse and you're following them, but they're wrong, are you weak for that?
no. But
So
what
think
I'm
about
no, I
you're
agree
following
with
the law.
you. No, I agree with you. But again, I'm saying my original in a relationship. I'm not saying you say you don't put your hand on the woman, whatever, fine. But you got to make sure that she knows she got to respect you. And if she doesn't get with the program, then you better let her know. I'll leave. I don't give a fuck about this. Because
Right, I
that's
think. But what if what's going on, Fatty?
Hello.
What's going on, my brother?
Yeah,
The Untouchable got their own intros, Hassan. They got their own intros. But my point, Hassan, is that when you say men are weak, but then you don't take time to acknowledge the consequences for if a man does certain actions. If he attempts to speak to a woman and it's used against him, if he attempts to flirt with a woman in the workplace and it's used against him, if he didn't want to be a father, if he didn't want to support a woman, if he put himself in a certain position and now he has to be a father, he has to take care of his responsibilities, and that can be used against him. But if the woman didn't want the child, she has every right not to have a child. If we're being put in positions in life where there's ramifications and consequences for you trying to control somebody, are you weak because you don't do it?
no, because again, is it because you're in the environment that you're in? Because the way America's set up right now, everything's fucked. Like it's risky to get married now. It's risky to have children.
So are you thinking about a little bit more when you came in the beginning and you go, man, the men are weak in this country versus the infrastructure and way it's set up that makes it seem like it weakens people. It makes it so we can't do anything.
And sadly, that's gonna fuck everybody. And like you said earlier, things are gonna get worse, not better. So people pick.
But I'm gonna tell you what, if my kid joins some gang or something like that, I'm gonna be just like this.
No. Huh? My son wants me to eliminate him from this life. I'm going to give him one more chance. Son, we're not playing. Let's go. Shut up. to me. Yo. Everybody clap for his bravery.
You think that was bravery?
Yeah, the brave man. My son, the big gangster, has nominated himself to be a sacrificial lamb.
Lamb. Say less.
Bro.
That got better and better.
I could never tell my dad to shut up.
Shut up and dash him.
Yo, I would have been destroyed. That's how my father was, though. I would have been destroyed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you, but again, you come from a generation that my generation is like the last generation. We get a whooping, go outside and do stuff. I'm saying this new generation, and a little bit is the way they grew up, the way they've been programmed. They're not gonna do what Ali is gonna do. You see what I'm saying? And also, so it's just the environment, like the environment they grew up in. This whole new generation is fucked, sadly. So we gotta reteach a whole new generation. And if you watch that video that I sent, he's gonna explain in a way, but it is what it is. But it's just a generation that is coming up. Hey,
Hey, Fat, did you get spankings? Are people still giving spankings in Portugal, or is it shifting, like where you can't start touching kids out there anyway?
When I was growing up, it was normal. Actually, the parents would say to the teachers, "Hey, if he acts up, give him a slap, or
Exactly.
you actually
Yeah, I
you are.
remember that.
I'll give you authorization. I give you authorization to actually do something." And in the middle of the after 2010 to 2020, you started to see reverse. Now, if a teacher puts his hands on a kid that is actually doing something stupid, like 20 years ago, everybody would clap. Now, everybody will be with pitchforks in front of the school trying to get to the teacher because it's not his job to do that. So,
See what I'm saying?
it's
It's
just like
happening there too, Hassan.
but it was society. Like, I think people don't understand. Like, this is why a lot of times the dating advice of people that got married pre 2010 is a little bit shaky. They like after 2013 to 2017, something happened to us. The movie started to be like very light. You don't see woman now getting
We're programmed, Fatty.
yeah,
They
the
do it. We're seeing.
them for kids.
Yeah.
The to
You
move
see that?
now you don't like when I used to go to the club when I was younger, I would dance with people. They weren't interested, they would leave. Now nobody's even trying to actually try to dance with you. They have to ask for authorization. Hey lady, do you consent in having my hand on this dance, please? Like it's prom night every night. Like the world changed on the last 10 years. It really did. So hey, just have to
But you see that, you know how many people, the rarity about what you're saying is a lot of people don't even see. You're the second person that I've ever said that outside of me saying it, and no one even brings it to my to
seem
anyone's
like you
attention.
didn't notice. Yeah.
The movies is like for kids. There's no
Yeah.
adults in it anymore.
Yeah.
It's all for kids. Like and it started with like the I ain't gonna say where it started, but I know like that Spider-Man movie from the original Spider-Mans, and when this other Spider-Man came out, it felt like Disney. And in all the movies after that, everything feels like a Disney. It feels like Disney, you know?
There's my thing. That's why, for example, the movies that I remember for us, these heroes movies, right? The one that I enjoyed the most was Logan, the last one.
Yo, it was
because that was for adults. That was rated R, close to the jaw. You can see all the violence. That
crazy.
was, and it was
like
old.
Deadpool.
It was
Like Deadpool.
Deadpool.
The first
yeah,
Deadpool.
Yeah.
Deadpool. I didn't really like the second one like that, but
Yeah.
the first
The
Deadpool,
second one's not that good, but it's raw. It's not for
raw.
kids. It's actually something like even we talk about Dragon Ball Z. That's for kids. People cutting each other, blood everywhere, people getting beat down. Like that's not for kids at all. But now if you change it, it's different.
Do you remember the Spawn from the cartoon
I know
Spawn?
it, but I don't remember. I don't remember
Oh my god. Okay, how about Ninja Turtle 1? Do you remember Ninja Turtle 1? It was rough.
I remember,
Ninja Turtle 1 was rough.
I
It was
remember
real.
I remember like when I was the gargoyles on like the fourth episode, like a gargoyle punch a woman in the face, like
Right.
there. That will be that will not happen.
Right.
That will not happen now. There's those movies like I remember like there was a scene on Dragon Ball Z where Videl like Son Gohan future wife actually is getting tortured by a guy. It's not torture, she's fighting. And the guy literally grabs her head and he's punching her like for 10 minutes in a row. Kneeing her, doing all things change. Like it's not going to happen anymore because again, we are on a society that is unfortunately overreacting to the correction of the pendulum. So the overreaction is going to keep going.
Yeah, Hassan, remember I told you? People are reacting to you addressing the problem. You're the problem addressing the problem. No one wants to talk about the problem. Everybody's just talking about who's shedding light on the problem. Like that's the person who's the culprit now. Whoever stops the problem from you being able to do what you're not supposed to be doing, that's the problem. So what can we do with that? You know, how
kind of
you
weird.
it's crazy. But do you think the women are leading the men now, Hassan? You think the women are the new leaders?
The way things are happening, yes.
Should a woman see, now this is where it gets tricky. Should a woman be your purpose? And this is where I say the ego can comes in. Should a woman, a lot of men, people talk about red pill and all these pills, but should a woman be your purpose?
You know, it's funny, Ali. It actually should.
It should.
If everything was correct, her should be your purpose. You should be her purpose. And now we all together are competing to outmatch each other, to outserve each other, and to take care of our kids. It's not you, it's not me. I should make you I should make you my priority, and you should make me your priority. That's actually how it should be. There's no shame in that. There's no shame in saying, I love this woman. I'm willing to die for her. I'm willing to starve for her. I'm willing to do everything it takes for her to be good. And it's kind of like her job to actually say, hey, this man is willing to do all these things for me, so I'm willing to whatever he wants me to do, as long as it doesn't jeopardize me like physically or like, hey, jump off the bridge. You see what I'm saying? That actually should be the goal. But unfortunately, it seems like everybody. So I'm not living for
my purpose.
I'm not living for no woman. Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Good to see. It is what it is. It's fine.
Yep. You know what's crazy that I realized maybe 5 years ago? I used to, I'm older than that. I'm thinking 15. I say when I got in college, I used to think my mom was leading my father, right? Because my mom was always telling my dad this. What I realized is my mother was always reminding my father in case he was forgetting what he was supposed to do, because he was doing so much. She was always just reiterating what he was already doing for the family. So hey, don't forget the cabinets. Don't forget to go pay that. Don't forget to go this. Because we as men forget. How much stuff, Hassan, you forget as a man? Hey, Fatty, how much stuff do you forget about, Fatty? Like that, I have to be constantly reminded about certain things. Even like your priorities your mind is so scattered in so many things, because all the things you're going through, and you have to constantly be reminded about certain things outside of your purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like things you have to get done that you may forget because you may be tired. Your mind might be running. But my father set the order. He did it. He said everything he was supposed to do. And my mom was always making sure he was doing everything and everything was running smoothly. She wasn't pushing him towards another direction, trying to lead him somewhere else. She was trying to help him do exactly what he was trying to do for the family. And if she can find him to elevate and make it easier for him, that's all she was doing. And what people get confused now, like, oh, I'm not going to be that woman. Well, if you're not going the way he's going, which way are you going? You know?
Yeah, she was doing it with respectful way. Like now we're doing it. Yeah, now everybody's doing it in disrespectful ways and stuff.
Yeah, my father didn't play. He didn't play that. Like, Fatty, I want you to see this video and tell me what you think. And you too, Hassan. And before, hold on. Okay. Before I do that, let me read the super chats real quick. Let's see. My brother Shadow Dragon with the $5 ball. That was when we had a village and community, when we were told to respect our elders and the neighbors were like family. Great times, definitely great times. Salute, family. I don't know what's going on with my cursor. I forgot my mouse, so my hands getting a certain way. Thank you so much. GBG, thank you for becoming a member, family. GBG, thank you so much for becoming a member of Ilkan Ali and the Untouchables. And I believe this Ray Midnight. Thank you for becoming a member, family. Thank you for always supporting us as well too, Fatty and Touchables, man. Thank you so much for the support, my brother.
Ray doesn't support me. Matter of fact, matter of fact, block Ray Midnight. I don't like you.
You got the super wrench. Somebody
Oh, I have
still
the
trying
super
to.
wrench.
Yep.
Time out, Ray Midnight. Put on timeout right now. You're going to learn today, Ray. You're going to learn today.
Okay, let me see this. I'm gonna play this video and see what y'all think.
Taught to pursue women. Yes. We're taught that, like, look, no, and I know how it sounds. Roll with me for a moment. Look at what we're taught about love through fantasy. The woman is always trapped somewhere. The man
Is low for everybody, or is it just for me?
Is it low?
Maybe it's just for me.
Hassan,
No,
can
I
you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, it's for me. I'm sorry.
She becomes the prize immediately upon rescuing her, and he becomes a hero immediately upon rescuing her, not by providing for her after, not by maintaining a house for her after. She doesn't have to do for him. It's all about the game. So when he talk about a man wanting a damsel in distress, that's what most of us were taught to want. You have to unlearn things like that. A man has to sit with himself long enough to say, who am I for real? And what do I actually bring to the table to where I don't need a woman to validate what I got going on? But to sit up here and villainize a man for doing what we taught to do, bro, that's crazy.
So the first part. Hold on, let me bring up my another legend and a myth right now, and my iconic brother, Trigger Mike in the building. What's going on, my brother? I understood the beginning. Me and you talk about that, Fatty, the way we're taught to fall in love with the damsel in distress. She ain't got to do nothing back for us. But the part that I'm still trying to figure out as well too is do women ultimately, a good woman, does she validate you with her being your purpose? Does she validate you? What you think, Trigger Mike?
Damn, I was reading an email. My bad.
Oh,
You said
see, I try to catch you off guard.
you know you addressed Fatty. I thought.
I saw you. Now I'm messing with you. It's still the Fatty. I'm just trying to throw you off guard. Go ahead. I'll see if you pay attention. But what do you think? What do you think, Fatty? Just do you think women are supposed to? And we deviated so much from what we see women now and what we grew up with. Does a woman validate a man? Is her being your purpose? Is it validation to you? In the same way, we validate the woman if she gets us. Does it validate her?
A great woman should validate a man. Absolutely. If I go to trigger my cows on the weekend and they are doing some barbecue or something like that, and I see the way she treats him, the way that she polite, the way that she can cook, the way that she's a great guest, respectfully dressed, not trying to chit chat with the guys and all that, I'll go out of that party and say, damn, Trigger Mike is a lucky motherfucker. He got that actually puts him on a position where I will respect him a little bit more because he actually found a woman that knows how to behave, knows how to comply. It actually validates him. It's not validating, but he is a special shine. Remember, like when we talk about the trophy wife, to me, that's the trophy wife. It's not the gorgeous, big titties, big ass. Trophy wife is that wife. The one that I see treating other people, and I said, damn, I want someone like that. I really would like to have someone like that. That's to me, that's the woman that validates a man. Absolutely. Other than that, and anything less than that, because she has big titties, big all that, that's just performative. That actually might boost your status in terms of like superficially, but it's not going to validate you because it's just temporary. It's just a performative thing.
Right. I agree. What would you think, Trigger Mike?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about a woman validating a man.
Does it like so? So a lot of brothers will say a woman is your reflection, right? But then we'll turn right back around and go, oh, she don't validate you. A woman isn't your purpose. But and especially with the culture you come from how you were raised, how I was raised, how can a woman not be your validation? How can a good woman? How can she not be your purpose? That's the part I'm saying. You know, we spend a lot of times on the wrong women we speak about, the women we deviate from that shouldn't be your validation or your purpose. But we're supposed to live for. Are we not supposed to live for a woman? Is a woman not supposed to validate us?
We're using the wrong term. You did this for me yesterday, as a matter of fact, so I'm gonna do it for you right now. The term validate, we likely should get rid of it in terms of men and what we view validation as. Women are a representation of us.
Yes, there's a good word.
So just like Fatty described, my wife represents me whether I'm there or not there. She represents me, by the way, if she's using the doctrine that I've established for discipline for our children, well, whether I'm there or not there, or she's out in different areas, like Fatty said, the way you conduct yourself around other men. Are you wearing provocative clothing? Do you understand the example you're setting, not just for our children, but the representation out to the world of the head of the household, which is me? So women at all times are our representation. In fact, you can tell, and I've been guilty of this too. I'm not even jumping on anybody. You can tell exactly how superficial a man is sometimes by the what he lets his woman wear, the way he lets her carry herself, so on and so forth. I can tell certain men are at certain areas of their life, and they haven't organized their life in a certain way simply by their woman, right? So when you're a bit younger, you want the flash, you want everybody looking at how big her titties are. No, and when you get a little older, you're like, look, I need you to understand that I organize myself and my life is in a certain way. That's why over 80% of Fortune 500 CEOs are married. I have to project control and organization at all times. I have to project maturity. My wife needs to be an embodiment and a representation of that. So that's what I
Right.
believe they are.
Hey, Fatty, you give me like 10 minutes real fast?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead and do your thing. So this is the thing, right? And this is what I was talking about. I think a lot of men don't verbalize this for a woman to actually. It's like a little bit of a alley oop, right? A lot of times when you actually gas a woman up and say, "Hey, you are now not such and such. You are fatty. You are literally, well, like you said, the representation of me. What you do will reflect on me. What I do reflect of you. Nothing will make me more proud than somebody actually looking at you and see me on a good light. It will make me very proud. The same way that you look at your kids and you see yourself in them, and you like when people either give them awards, talk good about them, say they are really good raised children, all that. That actually brings you joy. So the same way you see that and you understand that that brings you joy is the same thing. I look at you as my woman. Like when you do bad, I will be on that will hurt me. When you do good, that will bring a good feeling on my heart. So it's just I don't know. I don't think even I talk easy the day, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Hassan, this is for you. Do you think most men and women communicate this stuff? Most men and women, when they get together, they have these conversations about how you make me look, how I make you look, what's your mission, what's my mission. Do you think they actually talk about it, or just we are
No,
just floating around?
no, there's too many Simpson suckers for it to be talked about seriously. So remember, any man that does this is called controlling. One of the things I'm trying to preach out here is that men need to risk not being liked in favor of being ultimately right. The one thing my wife can never say is that I was not upfront about my expectations. And the best thing is that when you're that type of man, that's the type of man all women actually want. They want the guy that won't they can't tell shit to. Like, damn, he gave me an ultimatum. He said I can come or go. And he clear about that shit, right? So you know what I'm saying? So they'll be like, well, if I'm gonna take this ride, I'm gonna have to acquiesce to what his expectations are and meet them, or else he gonna dump me, right? So most men aren't doing that because really a lot of them has been raised by women, and what I feel like too many men do is the simp thing where they want to be liked, but not only by their woman, but by the society of women. So they will acquiesce and you can wear what you want to wear. Those type of guys, excuse me, you can wear what you want to wear, right? Those type of guys.
But that's the thing. But they say that to get on the door, right? My question is, do you think they after they get on the door they can change their behavior, or forever is lost? Is a lost cause?
So I think it becomes harder. So In fact, you're right. What I think is that so you'll see me on panels telling this to women, and they will defend their man by saying he actually does not care what I wear. No, he didn't care. Now he's around more serious men. He's maturing and he realizes he doesn't like it and he never should have accepted it. Now, some of those men will change. I believe they will change to be like, ain't nobody gonna take me seriously if she out here looking like this. All these men, what these, these wives look elegant. My wife look like trash, right? A man is gonna notice his surroundings and read the room and want to change. But I feel I think when you start like that, you can't. It's extremely hard to change it around and start levying expectations against your woman once you didn't make those expectations clear in the beginning.
What do you think, Hassan?
Yeah, I agree, but in America it's like different. So, for example, if you like, let's say I marry or get engaged with an African from Africa, a Middle Eastern, Chinese, or whatever, I don't have to worry about that. She already knows to dress respectable or whatever. In America, at least in the beginning, that's what I was telling Ali earlier. You guys have to communicate. Hey, if we're gonna date and take this seriously, this is how we have to have a better understanding. You can't dress like this. You cannot act like this. Don't wait like a year or 6 months and tell her, hey, you need to start dressing like this. It's too little, too late. That's why in the beginning, at least in America though, in the beginning, you got to tell her, hey, this is how we're gonna do it. And if she doesn't want to listen, it is what it is. And the best thing for you, you got to bounce.
So, in my opinion, it for you to change something on the middle of a relationship, you have to acquire a massive amount of power to justify that. To justify
Yeah,
that shift, right? Either you get on a profession and now you get promoted and you are getting double the money, or you get into a position where you're more visible, or you were just a mayor, now you are the president. Like, it needs to be like a gigantic amount of growth from the male for him to come to his woman and says, hey, the rules are going to change, the rules are going to be these and these and these, and you have to change it. Women are not going to change if you actually are the same man on the first day when you did the same those rules. It's unfortunate because, and this is why, let me ask you something, Hassan. They say men like people should marry young, and to me is for a man marrying young is very problematic because what he allows at 21, like Mike said, like when you are younger, what you allow at 21 is not the same thing you allow when you are 35 and now you are a man. You're not a young adult. You're not trying to figure out. You're not trying to find yourself. What you allow on your 20s is going to be a different person when you get to 30 something. You are not the same person at all. You are a completely different person. So do you agree with the advice that men should marry young, or do you think men should take their time to understand who they are first, and later on, these like on their 30s, 40s, afterwards when they actually know who they are? What do you think, Hassan?
I think it depends where you grew up. Like in America, say you grow up in America, the Western, then yeah, you should wait because the way everybody grows up is way different. If you grow up in Africa or in the Middle East and China, let's not forget the environment, the way they grew up is way different. Because by the time he's 18, he's already in the military or he's already like matured. He already like let's say teenager, they already talking and sitting down with tribal leader. At least I can speak for my country. Like people in the military. So like by the time they're 16, 18, they already have better understanding. They how you say like they're more educated on what's going on. They're in the military. By the time they're 20, they're already matured and married. In America, no, you should wait a little bit longer, at least 25, 26, not young, because the wait is the environment and how that's how I look at it. Is the
So
environment.
you're talking about the structure. So on those countries, they have a structure to grow in a healthy way and to grow faster. On
Yeah,
the West, the structure is not there.
yeah.
I understand. What about you, Mike? Do you marry as a man, marry younger or older?
You know, I've actually thought about this a lot recently. I'm always going to have to go with the younger. The
Mm,
reason why is because I feel like I think every
it's
man's
fine. Hey Mike, we have to normalize that. I feel like, bro. That's the English language.
yeah.
There's nothing to do with feeling. Go ahead.
I think that most men are going to meet their wife early. And
Mm,
what I mean by that is a woman that has genuine interest in your value and character. And you know, the same thing I tell the women that their future husband, if they're not married and they're like 35, your future husband was in your past. Because the biggest issue we're having today with the divorce rates and all of that is because essentially people are marrying people they don't know, people that are set in their ways, and not even I'm not even want to use the word change, people that are unwilling to adapt. Imagine living by yourself as an adult for years and then having to share a space. Those are very jarring circumstances for anyone. So, you know, I can just think back to a time where people were really into just you because they knew you. They could speak to your character. They could show up at a court date and somebody accused you or something, and they'd be like, nope, not him. I've known him since middle school. He's not like that. That's who we're actually supposed to be marrying. The worst part is that by 40, all those women are gone. Or you won't like them or be interested in them if they have been single that long. They'll likely have kids or whatever. And the other part that I think men should get married younger, not only so they have the best chance of getting a woman that's actually into them and having what I call a mature love experience, not an immature love experience, is if you are single all the way up until your 40s, think about how many hoes you've created because you're still sexually active. You're still going to be running through and damaging women that you're going to put back into the community and be like, I don't like none of these hoes, right? So I have to be on the side. At first, I was saying, yeah, go through life, get your stuff together. But that's what caused this problem in the first place. Waiting. All these hoes, everybody trying to get it in. Everybody cannot bond with one another all the way 30 in their 30s. Somebody pissed in the dating pool. Everybody has an attitude. Everybody has unrealistic expectations. But it seems to be the young who are supposed to be immature that have figured it out. And they will grow. And I really got to tell you, it's hard to say this to people who aren't married or don't have children. There is a part of your maturity that happens when you acquire those two job titles: husband, father, mother, wife. A part of your maturity as an adult happens when you become that, right? So I really
you have
want men to understand that. But go ahead.
you have to become more tolerant. This is
It-
why I like
exactly.
the level of tolerance of someone like you. I tell these stories multiple times. My level of tolerance is not high at all because I'm used to be by myself. I don't like when you annoy me. I don't like when you call me all the time. I even on the internet type of way, I don't like somebody that is all over me, try to get me to talk with them. I don't like it as long as you're not my friend. I don't like that. Every time I go on a trip with my brother, every time I come back, I can see him for. I need to have my distance from him from like 3 weeks.
Yep.
Not going to my parents' house. I don't want to go to lunch with you. I just need my because I don't have a level of tolerance for somebody I'm going to start to picking up the little things and now this annoys me. I'm going to go to the sink and there's a hair, but it's just one hair. But it was the third time, so now there's 3 hairs, and now your brain is keeping score. He's doing this wrong. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. With a
Yep.
woman, I never got that level of um, intolerance because my hormones was actually in charge. I was not living with them, and every time I wanted to be with them, I needed to be inside of them on the next hour. Like
Yep.
you're like rabbits, the boyfriend and girlfriend situation where every time you see each other, 9 out of 10 times you're going to have sex, right? You
Yep.
have time to miss each other, you have time to actually separate a little bit, and you guys are on the same space. I think that's something that I definitely have to learn. I don't think I can do it. And Hassan, this is for you, Hassan.
Yeah, go ahead.
separate bedrooms. Separate bedrooms. I believe that a relationship where you have your own toilet and your own bedroom and nobody touch that toilet and nobody goes to that bed, like you have your own bedroom, a relationship probably will be better than you living and sleeping every single day with that woman and you always share that toilet that she says always put the seat up. Put that. I believe that actually, and this is my theory, I have no experience on it, actually probably will help a lot this relationship, not people not getting fed tired, fed up with each other. Do you believe that, or you think there's just a modern like way of fix things when in actuality is not going to help nothing?
Well, if you have the money, then yeah, have your own bathroom and your own bedroom. If she gets like giving you a headache and start trouble, it's just to go in there and cool down in the other bedroom. But don't make it a habit like every time. But if she
Oh
gets out
no,
of control, then yeah.
no. By default, I would sleep separated with her. By default, like this is your bedroom, this is mine. Sometimes we're going to sleep together. We're going to, oh, it's cold outside. Let's do the spoon and the. But literally, her having her space, you have your space. You guys meet each other, sleep here and there together, but for the by default, sleeping on different beds on different rooms. Do you believe in that or you don't?
No, not like that. If that works for you, hey, go for it. I think you should have like your own room and bathroom just in case you guys have a big problem and you don't want to see her that night. Go over there and sleep in that bedroom or whatever instead of sleeping in the couch. So you already have an extra room.
What about you, Mike? What do you think? Do you think this is far fetched?
Repeat the question again. You said different bathrooms people should have.
My mission is to have a toilet that nobody ever uses on my house. I will die and I will be the only person actually touching that toilet. That's going to be a presidential toilet. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
taking that off the way, like separate bedrooms, because we talk about the attraction of like every single day, like it's going to grind your gears being with the same person. Of course, you love them, of course, you care for them. But do you believe that having different panels, no, different bedrooms, where by default you live on different places and you met together multiple times, do you think that actually helps elongate and alleviate the friction of attrition of the natural grind of a marriage, or do you think that shit it doesn't work?
No, I mean there is precedent for that. So, it's actually known that people used to have separate either bedrooms or they slept in separate beds. I don't think, depending on your locality, it can always be the average person or the average family or whatever does not have the type of money to be outfitting bathrooms that one person can't use. But if you can, I do see it where men have man caves. That's usually in places like the Northeast where you can build basements. Nobody likes the basement anyway, right? It's cold or whatever, where a man can get a space isolated for himself. So if you can absolutely do that, I have seen men be territorial in that space. And what it does is it actually does help them decompress. I got a friend, he doesn't even let his son in his man cave. And he like that. To me, I was kind of like, yo, bro. He told all the frat brothers to come over, and his son was in there, and he was like, you're not supposed to be in here. I was like, damn.
Every friend, but yeah, but that's the thing. A man cave, I don't think. This is the thing that I actually think why this might work, right? And like, hear me out. I know for a fact that every single man that, like 99% of the men that I know, could live on a one bedroom apartment.
Yep.
Put the office on the living room. Be okay with having a big television just to play PlayStation and to play video games, to watch their series, Netflix, and all that, and then have their bedroom to sleep and to do whatever they want to do. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Those men are not earning for space. They are not saying, "Oh my God, this is so cramped up. I need more." Like you see what I'm saying? They usually are not feeling that way. When you actually add somebody else, Now the man wants the corner of the house, the corner of the roof to hide a little bit and say, "Hey, this is my space. Don't come over here." I think men instinctually know that they need time to breathe. They need time to separate themselves from their like responsibilities, their duties. They need to turn off the protector and provide mode for I don't know 2 hours per day so they can actually function. I honestly don't think. I think women get annoyed, and the friction bothers them too. I just don't know if they would actually cope with that better. I think actually that's what men want. That's one thing that actually probably makes sense for men. For women, I don't think most women will actually agree with that. I don't think they don't like it. I don't know for some reason, but yeah. Let me ask you this. David says you can tell woman what to wear and what not to wear. Says David, and David comes back and says it's not man who dress sexy, it's the woman who dress sexy. Let her feel sexy. Can a man tell his woman how to dress?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not even gonna go as far as to say I've I've done it. I'm not even gonna clean it up. I have done it. So we go through transitions, right? And this is something I had to realize. I was like, God damn, I have a big breast fetish, right? All my girlfriends have had just human. It's my thing, right? So one of the things I had to realize was when I told we were just boyfriend and girlfriend, and I just started a new job at Houston Methodist, the biggest hospital system here in the Houston area. All right. I think I was a practice manager for the employee health clinic. So everybody knew me over the year I worked there. Right. So, all employees come to the employee health clinic for screening, shots, flu shot, all of that. Everybody has seen me. So this is the first they held a corporate event. They rented out the Houston's Texans Stadium to have a corporate event. So I knew that, I'm gonna bring my lady with me. She walked out and her bust line, when you got big ones, everything looks more dramatic, right? If your titty is showing a little where it'd be normal for a woman with B cups, your shit is exaggerated, puffing out the top, right? So she had come out and I did a double take. And I thought like to myself, like, nope, I'm trying to be taken seriously at this place. My woman is a representation of me. Yes, she is my girlfriend, but she's coming here with me. And I told her that. And she went and changed her clothes. I'm saying I'm trying to give off an image here of maturity, and I said, well, this is what we wear when we're going just out, with us. And I was like, can you please change that shirt for me? And she said, yeah, I'll do that. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll do that. So I can't really recall doing that any other time because that kind of set the tone for our marriage, right? But a man can absolutely tell his woman to wear or what to wear. And I want women to understand that these men that you're asking for, these high value, all these that's exactly how they speak. All of the corporate executives I know, they said, oh, we got a governor's ball tonight. I'm sending you such dress. Go here, and they're gonna outfit you here. He told that lady what he wants you. No plunging neckline, no backless gown. Like they know the image that they're trying to portray, and they're not gonna leave that up to chance because she's a representation of you.
That's interesting. What about you, Hassan?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Trigger Mike said, but again, what I come from with my religion, we don't have these like, especially what I come from. The woman need at least cover up.
Yeah.
Even though let's say I did an American chick, or you don't have to cover your hair, but at least cover your chest, your fucking just dress properly. Like be respectful. Like, cover your fucking knees. Your hands need to be covered. Like dress in a modest, respectful way. And if she doesn't like doing that, then we have a problem.
That's actually interesting. That's actually interesting because you're going to jail now. You are going to be abusive or controlling.
This is what I will say. And I want women because there are some women who get triggered by these type of conversations. How can I, as a man, embarrass you with my clothes? a very unlikely incident that will ever happen, right? So women have to be mindful of that. There's no real equivalent of me wearing something that embarrasses you. So when women are thinking like, well, this is just out of pocket. No, 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 no. I understand very well. My wife has invited me to tons of events for work and all that type of stuff. What is I'll add? Casual, business casual. What is it? I'm representing you. You want to look good? Let me know. Unless you're just gonna take a thug who want to wear a tank top, you know. There's very few ways a man can embarrass you with his clothing. So we have the same expectation of our women.
Let me see. Ooh. Oh, somebody was on the back. Uh, by the way, Mike, I don't want to actually. What happened yesterday on your show? You did like an extra show, like it was an evening show. You guys were talking about Priscilla. You guys got to
Yeah.
any conclusion on the conversation? Because I couldn't catch it. Marcus is there. Shout out to Marcus. Happy birthday. It's his birthday today.
Yeah,
So
happy birthday.
shout out to Marcus. What do you like? Did you got to any conclusions?
The simp vice president. That's what I call him now. If
Simp
Daryl
vice
Long,
president?
I call him the simp vice president.
Wait,
If
wait. Well,
Daryl
no,
Long,
there's a couple of people way before Mark.
nah, he's not actually a simp though. He's not actually.
There's a bunch of people.
It's a running joke with me and him.
Okay. But did you guys got to any conclusion? Like there's no solution around. What did you guys talk about?
You know what? The conversation was about leadership. There are some conclusions to be drawn because I'm liking. I like the balance of women that we had on that panel. The more objective style. And what I like is that it's an intellectual breakdown of just the pimping that's going on YouTube. And let me not sit here like some kind of holier than thou. We all do it. But what I liked is that now we get to talk about how dangerous it is when people feed into it. Because at the end of the day, I could say me, I could say Fatty. Sometimes we get into some heavy stuff, but we know how to keep it light. Right? Because when people start to get too serious as if some of this stuff is going to bleed over into our personal life, we be like, yo, chill. But I think some people are taking this as a cult-like following, some of this stuff on YouTube, to where they will off somebody in real life behind one of these fake false-ass idols. You know what I mean? Want to yell in people's face, wish death on their children, call their job to get them fired. Like, this shit is not that serious. So we need to... I like the fact that we discussed exactly how harmful that is, because the worst part is that women want to, some women in these spaces claim that we want to censor them, but look what happens when the shoe is on the other foot. What they're actually trying to do is censor us.
She was on another show today. I went there, comment 3 minutes later. I was time out for saying women don't like condoms too, because she was saying, "Oh, these men are trying to trick women into not wearing condoms," and the men were saying, "Wait, but you know that women don't like condoms at all. Women tell you to take it." Like
I've been saying that my very first, or I'm sorry, encounter was like the lady propositioning me. This is why I don't like a lot of these talking points, because what it is just meant to demonize men while absolving the woman of any accountability. How the hell you did? I'm telling you right now, at least half of the time unprotected sex is being had, it was initiated by the woman. That is like my father had to tell me that. I didn't even. He said, he said, when this unprotected sex thing happened, he said, do not let them do it. He said, you are a good catch. He says, sex is an irresponsible activity. So don't think that you can be cerebral in it all the time. And women know how to get you, bro. This is what they'll do in the middle of it. You know, you're going to start with it like, nah, I'm put it in the middle of it. You just see her reaching around.
So
at least half of those. At least half of those incidents are initiated by women. They can miss me with that.
Because and that's the thing, right? I comment that, try to comment second time, timed out. You don't respect the guest. I was like, they really they move like they are the, what is it called, secret intelligence, like the secret services around the president. They really move like they are Secret Service, and that's the thing.
And then want
I
to
don't.
come to our platform and talk shit, and then give it like,
Yeah,
look, you don't
if
like
they,
women, you hate women, you timing
it's
me
the
out.
it's the entitlement, but that's my thing, right? And this is what I look at. I look at this in a societal type of problem. I don't care about the man that did this woman. They actually should know better. They're probably going to be easy to detect that way. I care about your brother or your son is up for a promotion, and one of these ladies is on the board. One of these ladies is your supervisor. One of these ladies is in a position of power to give a massive contract to Trigger Mike, but just because she likes more a son, because the son is more of a complying with like siding with woman and all that, just because she feels some type of way, she's not giving to the contract to the person that deserves it. She's going to do it to the person that actually she likes. Like I actually, there's a part that actually bothers me. We are pretending that these women are are on the fringes of society, and that they actually, they are not going, nobody's going to date them, they are bitter and all that. These women are working on a jar. These women are working around you. These women are teaching your kids. These women are actually taking care of your kids, probably. These women are all around us. And the fact that they can say what they say on the internet, I doubt that they don't leave this bitter. I'm I'm going at men every chance that I can. I'm going to punish men for whatever they do. I don't believe that that doesn't permeate, it doesn't bleed into their real life. So that's actually my problem with that. It's just it's a lot of casualties of war because a woman decided this on this phase of my life, on these 3 years, I'm going to be a man hater, right? Men are incapable of love. Men are savages by nature, and they're going to do this and this and this and that. Well, okay, if that's what you think, that's totally fine. But it's kind of funny that nobody pushbacks on the same violent, like violence is not good or bad. A lot of people use violence to attack villages. A lot of people use violence to defend villages. That's the answer. Violence can be used in a good way. If another country attacks you and you use violence against that country, that's a good use of violence. So the same men that you are criticizing for being capable of violent acts are the same man is going to defend you when you call the cops because your husband is beating on you, when you call the fireman because your grandpa is stranded, like he's stuck on the middle of a fire now. You need a violent man to break some windows to get your grandma out of there.
Yep.
It's just this part that I actually
Listen,
don't agree. I don't understand.
and we're dumb. I mean, it's. I'm sorry, it's not even we because I don't do this shit. It's the Daryl Longs of the
Oh
world
shit.
that, like, those types of like, yeah, and just agree with a woman's point of view because she has one. I'm never listening. So here's one thing that Queenmaker does, which is, I don't know if it's genius or what. When she explains the savagery of men, I hope she never gets on a panel and tries to explain to me my own savagery. I am a man. She just really wants to be one. That's why she keeps talking about that shit. Don't explain the savagery of man to me. That is what makes us not only unique from you, that is what makes us human. As a matter of fact, I need grace and I need applause for my savagery and my ability to keep it under conscious control. I am a savage. Like, I hope she don't think she's preaching to the choir. You goddamn right I'm a savage. I'm a trained fucking killer. But I keep that under control at all times. It is under my control. And the reason she doesn't get to talk to me or any other man about it for that matter is most of the world has their ability, their savagery under control because of threat of consequences. Now, here's the interesting part. Just like you said, Fatty, when it's time to fight a war, you want to activate my savagery to protect yourself. So you don't get to pick and choose when I get to be one or the other. I get to choose. The good part is that we have input consequences for men and with immediate effect whenever they decide to use their savagery for wrong and not good. That is the world that they get to live under. They did not create that world. We did. So how is she going to tell us anything about savagery or the male nature when we put these security measures in because of male nature? to protect females. I will never take instruction from a woman, gay or not, biological woman, on what it is to be a man and our male nature and how it's they cannot talk shit about it while they're living under the protection it provides. It's nonsensical.
Yeah, one thing that you said that I didn't notice, I think it was you, is like the way that she talks, the monotone, the stoicism, kind of like talk slowly, very like what woman deem as masculine, like a masculine way of actually communicating, right? But that's the thing, it's cosplay, it's performative.
It
Because
is.
I saw her for multiple times lose her character and revert to exactly like a woman
But
usually behaves.
dog, it's a facade.
Triggered, can
Saint
hold
and Sinner,
herself.
dog.
Yeah.
She went on Saint in the Center podcast. She turned despondent for 2 seconds. She said, what makes me a single mother?" What I was like, "Oh, you're just
Yeah.
just like any other woman."
She was
You got
stuttering.
the same triggers. She's like,
Yeah.
uh.
Like
I was like, oh shit.
but that's the thing, and this happened on your show too with Ali. On the first part of the show, she said, "Actually, I'm married." So when Ali said, "You are a baby mama, right?" No, no, actually, I'm still married. I'm on the process of divorce. So she cares about it. She cares about the title at least. She doesn't want to be called baby mama. She wants to be presented as I had my son inside of wedlock, which is kind of interesting because you told that all of that was wrong, all of that was bad. Men are worthless. No, they're not worthless, but they are going to be, if they are not useful to you and you can use them and abuse them, you better not even actually in engage with him. But it's kind of interesting how she goes about her way and how actually she talks. I think we are creating a little bit of a monster, to be honest. Because yesterday I saw like 5 shows about her. The day before I saw 3 shows about her. Like there's a lot of people talking about her to the point where she's now just collecting side missions. She goes on some show. Actually, she's waiting for somebody to mistreat her or to talk shit to her. She picks up her bags, go to her shit, and now she has content for 3 days. The troops are riled up, and now she can do whatever she wants.
Yeah.
I am interested to see what happens to her on the big stage, because this is bound to happen, right? And I don't know if she went on like those Sosnick Soscast or whatever the name is. I know she went on Fresh and Fit, but there she can like bob and weave depending on where she is. But she's on the collision course to actually deal with a lot of people on platforms where she can go on a monologue for 1 minute, 7 minutes, 8 minutes. So I'm curious to see how she hangs. I'm actually curious
I
to
mean,
see
yeah.
how she hangs.
I just think this is in the 2A community, in the gun community, we call this the golden age of guns because of all the different types of technology that is out now. This is the golden age of content creation. There are so many different types of not only available content, but you can get inspirational content, you can get how-to content, you can get toxic content. So the one thing that everybody, even myself and Fatty, you have to run into one of the big dogs at some point. You're going to take a couple of L's, but I guess her affirmations, the stuff that she stands on is so outlandish. I think her L's are going to be bigger than than the average L. You see what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, because it's build up tension that is pumped up and it's
yeah,
building and building. When it blows up, it's going to be a big blow up. But the thing is, the followers don't care.
they don't care.
Like,
They don't hold.
it could be the biggest knockout of all time. They'll say, the floor was slippery and
You beating up on her. You get pleasure from beating up on a woman. That's why I'm not gonna debate. Like I literally was like, let me call her ass out after some shit she said on her show. I was like, you know, we got boundaries and shit. And this is my only boundary. Just don't bring up my family, my wife, this, that. So I was about to be like, nope, call her ass out. Then I said, you know what? This shit is lose-lose. I don't put myself in lose-lose situations. This is why I think she called out Anton yesterday. This is why she lost to the Saint. She probably gonna lose to Anton. She'll
Wait,
probably
wait,
lose.
what happened with Anton?
She called him out on B Taylor's show yesterday.
But for
B
what?
Taylor straight up said you're ducking him, and then she got her little pastor pimp voice. You can call him. I ain't scared of nobody. You can. I was like, okay, all right. But this is the thing I don't think she can deal with. She cannot deal with men with exasperating logic. If you are just stoic and not aggressive, she can play her whatever, and you're cutting me off, you're emotional. She can do that shit, but it ain't gonna matter with somebody like Anton.
Yeah.
So I will switch my style up to exasperate the shit out of her, right?
If
Because and the best part is that all you got to do, anybody go watch any of her content where she's on with another person, let her talk. She gonna contradict herself, guaranteed. Just let her talk, and I'll be all over that shit. So
I don't know if Anthony is actually going to debate her, but he needs to, he actually needs to have his people do their homework about all the things she said so he can be ready. Because him going on the debate blind, she just does a lot of pseudoscience and
it's
quotes
pseudo
books
like
that
that's
you
really what it is.
you can verify on the moment, and it's like I don't like. Wait, let's talk about tangible things.
No, so I said this on our the broadcast we did last night. The one mistake, and it wasn't even my mistake. I was just the host. I wasn't really listening to anything she said. We let a woman direct a bunch of men into a talk about leadership. Do you know why she wants to talk about books on leadership? Because she doesn't have the opportunity to lead in real life. You see what I'm saying? She doesn't lead her family. She doesn't, she likely may not lead at work. She's always going to have a superior in some sense. So all she can ever do is the radical feminist tell-all, which is in order to make myself look strong and capable, I got to make men look weak. So let me find out who's the weak leader and just keep pointing out his weakness. That will make me look strong. I will never let a woman lead me in any conversation about leadership. She cannot walk in my shoes, literally, in this life. There is no version of some lesbian relationship that she can conjure to look exactly how to represent what I represent to my family and to society. She can't do it.
She's cosplaying like a man, like she literally mannerism, the way she dresses, the way she talks. She's literally pretending to be a man because, she's not different than the most modern woman. They look at femininity as a.
I was gonna save this if we ever debate. But do you notice that? Because Frenchie just said it. That's a point I made earlier this week. She's referencing everything men wrote.
Yeah.
Men wrote all this shit. Who's your favorite female author? This is all stuff men wrote. Right? So men learn and reading is great. It is the accounts and thoughts of someone else's life experience, and you can absolutely learn from that. But men learn from doing. Make no mistake.
Yeah,
the average six-figure earner out here don't read a goddamn thing. He's using his hand.
Shout out to Mr. Let Go, because Mr. I don't remember who actually asked him, hey bro, what qualifies you to be this emotional strategist attachment, whatever the title is? And he said, I read 64 self-help books, something like that. Nobody looks at it and says, oh, you read 60 books. Okay, you are qualified to be a leader.
Exactly.
No person no matter if a man or woman, you read books, congratulations. There's a lot of people. I know a lot of people that have a shelf full of books just to show around, say, oh, I read.
Yeah,
but
because I had to be,
they don't absorb nothing.
I had to be real, just because I wasn't going to dominate while I was the host. But I don't know if I went back and looked at my facial expression, and I did try to steer it, because I'm like, this is some bullshit. Nobody gonna say nothing. I was like, this is some bullshit. This lady just said leadership comes from books, or implied it at least. Yep. And I said, does all leadership come from books? Because if it was just me, I'd have been like, ma'am, I'm sorry, but I have learned more from trial and error, sacrifice, trying again, failing. Absolutely. Exactly. The experience. I said men value competence overall, not the word of others, right? That's why women like reading in school so much. They just like reading about shit other people did. Sometimes it's fear of doing it themselves. No, I actually got to do. And the first thing that came to my head when she said that was, I'm a competitive shooter, for those of y'all that don't know. I am I don't mean, I'm sad to say it. At
Oh,
my level, I'm better than
Diesel
most of the
said he's
pros.
better than you, by the way.
He's not better than me. I said I'm better than most of the pros, meaning with my split times and how fast I shoot. I never read a book to do any of that shit. I went to all the competitions and watched how the pros did it, and I try to replicate it through practice. That is how you learn things.
Yep.
I can go read a book now to see if I can match my experience to anybody else's experience.
Yep.
But I want it to be competent.
Yep.
And competence comes from doing.
That's the
Crazy.
thing. You need to build a skyscraper. You need somebody that read the book, an engineer that knows what's going on, so the skyscraper doesn't fall to the side. But for you to be a gigantic master chef, most of those guys are by trial and error. They kind of somebody taught him the recipe and they experience it. Like, let me put these here. Okay, it's good. Let me cook these a little bit better. Like that's basically by trial and error. Of course, you can go and buy a book, but you're never going to be a Michelin chef just because you follow the instructions. There's some level of innate talent. There's some level of like mental gymnastics, that mental like agility that you have to have some awareness for you to actually become the top of the top. He's like a guy that I can literally read the best basketball. I can be extremely athletic. I can get all. I'm going to read all the moves on basketball, and I'm going to know. There are people that just because they have some genetic makeup, their skill level is way above mine, even if I practice all my life and I read all my books. It's not the same thing. Some people have it, some people don't. Some people are great leaders innately. They don't have to actually pick up a book to actually lead. Other people are taught in it to actually get there. So I think it was just a way of comparing. You know, when you are playing tennis and you send the ball to the other side, not to score the point, but so they can send it to you so you can just checkmate that thing. I don't know how to just smash it. I think that's what she was doing. She knows that she's book read. She probably had a bunch of books ready to actually brag about what she read. So she's asking the question not to know what book she read. It's just for her to actually get the ball back and says, I did these, and this is why I'm qualified.
All she did was lead with what she thinks she does better than the average man. That's it. She's like, most men probably don't read, so I'm just gonna tailor the conversation to reading. Like what the like you know what I'm saying? The shit was wild, bro. It was
But I think that's mostly our fault too, getting caught up too much in talking points as well too. Like we're weaponizing the word leadership against us. Like you said, we're sitting up there debating the word leadership when in reality it's you're not a man. Like God made us to lead you to food, lead you to resources, lead you to shelter, lead you to freedom, lead you to anything that you need in your life. We were made by God. And if you don't believe in God, if I don't believe in God, at least by nature, to be the person that leads you to things. That's the problem that's crazy. Like, so essentially you're not a man. And we have to acknowledge our different roles, but it's the fact that we keep using that word. I'm tired. I'm almost tired of using that word. Leader.
No, that's recent, but that's recently. That's as 6 months. Like we went from Kevin Samuels is God to Kevin Samuels is a fraud to Kevin Samuels is dead to the manosphere killers going around trying to defeat manosphere talking points and say these guys that believe in the red are dumbasses and all that, right? This is actually they learn like the same way we learn the woman patterns. They start to actually learn the talking points on men are these, and when they say men are leader, they say, "Oh, you are the leader." So wait, take all the blame. It's all your fault. It's a weaponization of the word. Now, if you actually are going to say I'm the leader, now they are going to shove all the way to your back because leaders are the one that leads. I see you, Mike. Appreciate you. Leaders are the one that lead. If you're not willing to actually do what I have to do, hey, bro, appreciate you, but that's your responsibility. There's a recent game, and it's game. We understand why they do that, but hey, if they need to transform it in some kind of way to feel better about the choices that they do, it's interesting. I'm just sad at the guys that actually got trapped into a corner because now the leadership conversation, the leadership talk now is a burden. Like instead of like we're talking about the responsibilities of a leader. We're talking about shifting blame. You're talking about how the leader failed. We never talk about how a leader can actually excel into doing their job and how to create better leaders. Is always on, oh, you want to be a leader? Go ahead. You got this.
I agree 100%. I agree. I agree 100%. It just don't make sense that we keep the fact. You know how people, man. Sometimes it sounds a certain way saying it that only certain people should be on these panels for right now. Like there's should certain women even come on the panels anymore? Should any certain people be allowed to be on panels anymore? Men and women too, if we're gonna go that far as well. Like if you're that bad faith in conversation, should you even be let on a panel anymore?
They should.
And
This is a
no,
free market.
You know what I mean, Fatty.
Yeah, what they actually shouldn't is they shouldn't be allowed to go on monologues. They should actually get some pushback. It's not the fact that you are telling people, hey man, don't allow that person. I think we should allow these people. It's just the fact that they go without pushback for hours. And they talk and they talk and they talk. And you know what's funny is the fake interest in what the person has to hear. Most of these people don't even care about what like Priscilla is saying.
Right.
Like she goes on these boring tangents, quoting a book, and on my channel and on my course and on my Patreon and on my and everybody's kind of like
we see it in our space. We see it in our
there's
space.
no energy around it. There's more people fighting with each other on the chat than they are. Like it's just
it's the Fatty. You see it in our space. The people fake aligning with each other. The men fake aligning with each other. The women fake aligning with each other. They flip flop fake. It's all on just to be supporting something they really don't support versus the narrative that they're trying to keep or the image they're trying to keep. As long as they hang out with somebody that says what they say or think how they say, it's okay, even if it's against them. And it's the craziest part, especially with her. Like the key thing, I think, another thing we weren't talking about is the fact that she says all these truth and then she puts the lie in, right? Women, once upon a time ago, women had all the resources. Men and women are naturally born gay. Like men are incapable of love, but they can care. They can care. They just can't love.
She literally said this a couple of minutes ago, and I was like, "Damn, nobody's going to say nothing." If you look and you see a man that is successful, you are going to find out that he got successful on the back of a woman. And I was like, wait, what? Like, how are you taking like that from men? Like, so every man that is successful is on the back of a woman. How is that actually possible? What do they get from that woman to become presidents, to become mayors, to become whatever position, CEOs? How can a woman propel a man to become a CEO? If you explain to the average woman or to a top of the line woman, explain your plan to make this man a CEO in 15 years, that woman will not, like, she couldn't even start to explain how do you get those positions. So how the hell are you creating this powerful and successful man? I get it, you can help. I get it, you can assist. I get it, you can make his life a little bit easier. You can support his dreams and all that. It's totally fine. But they are successful on the back of woman. How? It's just like you said, woman had the resources and men steal from them. How did these tiny hands that you guys have, like, how did you you don't have the endurance, you don't have the strength, you don't have the condition to actually manipulate the object on this planet? How the hell in some point of time? How? It makes no sense. But again,
you know what? You know who the worst type of woman is? Oh, hold on.
You done move, nigga. I'm trying to talk to my girl. You acting all weird and shit.
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah, man. Yo, it's my ex Lisa, man. We used to talk back after my mom's kicked me out the house.
My nigga, that's a man.
What? No, man. This is my ex.
Your ex-girlfriend a man. Why you think she in jail with the men?
She'd be on the other side. Nigga, you gay. Nah, man, she. So you think I'm gay?
Nah, no, this nigga gay as hell.
Shut the hell up, man. Y'all niggas is tripping. I ain't gay. Y'all niggas fuck guys up in here anyway.
No, that ain't gay. That's just jail. You was on the outside fucking booty hole.
I ain't ask you to move, nigga. I'm trying to talk to my girl. You acting all weird and shit.
Man, hey, you know what's funny about even what y'all was saying before I came into the conversation is the way he looks and the way she portrays herself. All the things that she aligns with is what a man does. The way she dresses is how a man dresses. The way she tries to talk, she'll deepen her voice or speak the way she thinks a man's mannerism is like a man, like she's emulating a man. But that's the worst type of woman, if you ask me. But what do you think? How far do you think it's gonna go, Fatty, if she's getting so many people to align with her and not push back? Like, is it validating and confirming what me and you were saying? The fact that they'll align, like the people in this space will align with anybody that looks like they'll support them and push their narrative, no matter who it is.
Is in the pursuit of clout and on the pursuit of clout and views, and money. No spine, no nothing, just the continuation of this is pay for play. You just don't pay. Your pain is you showing up. But the reality is that you are going to align with somebody that actually doesn't align with you on any type of way. You just do it because you want a little bit of clout. This actually was a lesson that I learned on the beginning of, like, now I have like 7 months under my belt, so I kind of more confident about. I can assess better this space. There were people on the beginning that they were championing my show because they thought, oh, if I champion what he is going to do, I'm going to promote all of them podcast creators, content creators. I'm going to actually going to win. And what happened was when they saw that they actually had to put the work and I wasn't going to carry them, I was just going to actually promote them or assist them. But the promotion, like the promotion is nothing if you're actually not putting the work. I can say 1,000 times, right, hey, go there, go there, go there, go there. But if they click and they don't see nothing, they are not going to subscribe. Right. And what happened was a few months later, 6 months later, I find them in other people's shows and they are heavy against me. Like they actually criticize me, they talk shit about, and they have all the right. But nothing happened for you to go from that state to the other state. The question was, what happened was, you align with somebody that you thought is going to actually bring you views, money, clout, and when that didn't happen, you drop the mask, and now you're supporting who you want to support. Right. That's the reality. So it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. And we can talk about it. We can tell that it's business. The thing is, a lot of people actually don't own that shit. They just go ahead and say, oh, it is what it is. It's a part of the game. No, it's not a part of the game. Because the way that you actually play the game, a lot of times it can be looked as dirty. So
I agree with a lot of things you're saying. Hassan, there's certain things Hassan was saying earlier about weak men. And Hassan, there's something I'm gonna play. I want to see if you can catch all the things that it pertains to what you say. That's why I say when women do get certain men, there are certain men that I agree are just simply weak. And what do you think? Like, I'm gonna show this video, and what do you think is wrong? And Fatty, you too. I think Fatty, you'll catch certain things, but what do you think is wrong about this outside this even what they're talking about?
Something you don't. I know something you'll never know. I know something you don't. I know something you will never know.
What do you think about that?
This is the law of the land now. You have control about your body, and either you actually stay there.
Oh, I gotta give you a caveat. They're really together. Them two are really together. So that's why I want to add that to that. She makes endless videos with this guy with like topics like this, but she does endless videos with him where she's the centerpiece and he's just like just on
Yeah,
the
the
side.
side character.
So that's why that I want to give you that as well too. The fact that they can joke about something like that, and she's with a man. She's with a so-called man. But not only that,
I know something you don't.
So, but that's a skit or that's a reality?
that's real. No. It's a skit, but they're doing a skit as there's a couple that does skits.
Oh, so they're a couple. Okay, I got,
Yeah, but
I
look
got
at
you. I got
hold
you.
on. I wish I can take you to hold on. Let me show you something, Fatty. That girl is being followed for a lot of reasons, her body and everything. But look at the guy. I want you to look at the guy she's with and his energy, and the guy that'll support and let her do this.
It looks like a kid. I don't
He
know
looks
if
like
he's
a
because
kid. Yeah, he looks like a kid.
It looks like a kid. I don't know if it's his face or something like that. It looks like a kid.
Let me show you.
I saw one worse that I have to translate to Portuguese. That it was like a Portuguese girl saying 5 things that my man does for me. He pays me. Oh yeah, she's.
Look, it's so awkward, Fatty.
Excuse me, what the actual fuck?
All she does is use him as a
As a prop.
as a prop.
And that's the thing. There's both of them, or is her?
It's her. It's her. It's called Sienna Kendall, and his name might be Kendall, but she's the main person in all the videos. Like
So
look at this.
So you're telling me that she is replaceable, but she's not?
Yes.
Yeah, he's awkward.
He's awkward, man.
Yeah, I know because he's
But
his face.
but this is what I say a lot of women will do with Hassan. Hassan, he may never get her, but she can get a whole different caliber of guy. But she pick this guy because he'll do anything for her and he validates her. So what you were saying earlier, there are men out there that I can concede to that are like that. Like she's making all these videos using him as a prop. He's just doing whatever she's asking him to do. Look at the dude. The dude looked like he a young guy. His whole energy is off. And he wants to live like he can't live without. You could tell he is the way he is. That he can't probably get another girl like her. So he's gonna do whatever he can to keep her, and she knows it. Until she finds someone else that'll do it, that's just like this guy, but she feels it's a better catch.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like there's a lot of fuckery going on, and this is sad to see. But
I mean, look at him. It's countless videos after videos after videos. You're gonna like it's just crazy, man, just to see it. And then they joke. They conveniently joke about when you stop taking your birth control because you want another baby, knowing that there's women that do that. Like, why would you joke about it?
Funny is that she disabled the comments.
Oh, I didn't. You know what it was saying? I didn't notice that. See, you caught other things.
You know she got. You know that she got destroyed there. Because there's like when somebody disables the comments, you know that they got destroyed. So,
but do you think Hassan? Do you think that we should be? If let's say that woman, let's say she's redeemed herself, does a woman deserve a whole phase? Should you forgive your woman if she went through a whole phase?
well, if doing all that stuff we just thought,
like okay, I'll hold on, like this. Watch, listen to this. Is that really low?
yeah, I can't hear.
Man, that's really. I don't know why. Hey, Fat, is there a way to turn up the volume on the video?
you have to turn the value on your computer all the way up.
It's all the way up
on the computer.
Yeah. I wonder what made that video really low.
It's not low. It's not, it's not even low. It's not the other one. It probably
Is this
doesn't have
loud?
No, he's not.
What are you saying?
do this. Stop sharing.
Okay.
Click on present, share screen, and then instead of going to the window, go to the separator on tab on Chrome, and pick from there.
Oh, that's what I went to Chrome tab.
Yes, and don't forget to tilt the audio on the bottom. There's like a blue thing. Share the audio on the tab. You have to tick that.
Yep. Okay. Let me see if it happens again. I think the video. I think the video just low.
Yeah, the
I don't
video is
know.
just low.
Yeah,
Can
the
you send
video
me
low.
the link to share it?
Yeah.
Mm.
All right.
Okay.
You see, they can't hear it. It was too low. I don't know why some of the videos are that low on here.
No, it's just the it's from the video. The video is actually kind of low. Let me see.
Okay.
My
Oh,
aunt told me
look.
this. You're not gonna marry that guy. My baby daddy, you should go be a hoe. She was like, you have to go to black school because you're around too many white people, and you have to go hoe it up. And that's what I did. And I'm happy I got permission. I mean, I would have probably done it either way, but
There's healing in the hoeing. We talk about that in the book. We even had a verse that said, heal first, hoe later.
I didn't have an adult hoe phase. I had a child so young, and then I got married. College was my hoe phase.
Freshman to junior year.
those 3 years were strong.
Then you planned a baby.
I'm retiring.
It wasn't long enough, my hoe phase.
Some just never get the hoe phase at all. What do they do?
Act like a hoe for your husband. Maybe go to the club and let someone fill on your booty and then leave.
This is the remedy.
These are your options. Maybe make out. I don't know.
Don't tell your husband because that's what a real hoe does.
Don't have sex though.
But yeah, but that's the thing. Somebody's going to see this and they're going to say, "Yeah, I'm going to get it anyway." You see what I'm talking about? Somebody's going
That's
to
why,
listen.
just like the last video. Just like the last video. And it just like, hold on, it's another one. It's this other one. Like, it's just like, wow, like how many women are teaching that? And then if the women are teaching that to their daughters, then they have to be teaching to their sons to accept it as well, too. And which they do. They'll tell them, hey, love who you love to the. They'll tell the women, mothers and fathers will tell women, hey, do whatever pleases you, but be mindful of the guy you pick. But
Ali, your internet connection is breaking, I think.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3 testing.
1, 2, 3 testing. 1, 2, 3.
No, yeah, you're still breaking. Let's just wait a second. But that's the thing. Let me ask you this, Hassan, right? If you knew you could get away with something bad that people deem that is bad, right? But you just want to do it because it's fun, not because you get some pleasure out of it, and you know there will be no consequences. Would you do it, or you say, my morals? Like, what would you do?
Like you said, depends on my morals. Like if I don't have morals, fuck it, I'll
Maybe
do
it's
it.
my internet. Maybe it's me.
Oh, it's you? Yeah, I hear you and him clearly.
I hear you good, Ali. So it's me. I apologize. It was me.
Okay, but I think everybody can hear you too, though. You don't have no problem on our side.
It seems like Ali. It seems like me. I'm the one having problems.
But you're fine on our side. I think it's hard.
I can hear you perfectly, buddy. Now you're cutting off.
I don't
Can
know.
you hear
what's
now,
going on.
Patty? Why don't you just restart the StreamYard? Just refresh.
Yeah, I'm going to refresh.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends if you have morals and honor and respect for that person. Yeah, I can do. But if you don't have none of that, you say fuck it. I'm gonna get away with it. It depends on the
Right.
person.
No, but what I'm saying, mothers and fathers are teaching their sons to be responsible, are teaching their sons to take care of the community, be fulfill your duty, be supportive. But they're telling women to do what's in their best interest. And I dare you even today, go talk to some women or anybody with kids, anything, but hear their conversation of what they promote to the daughter versus what they promote to the men. Even the men that come in here and say that women should be cooperative with men and submit to men and be able to collaborate with men in the sense that you're on his page, will tell you right in the same breath, they'll tell they'll go, hey, a man should do whatever my daughter says. A man should do, he needs to take care of my daughter and make sure everything she needs, he makes
Well,
sure.
that's the problem. I'll take care of your daughter, but I'm not gonna do whatever she said. There's a line we're not gonna cross.
Right.
But again, like, fuck. So, like I said, like the way the environment and the society is running, it's gonna be really hard to take these people out of these mindsets. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's
we could, but it's gonna take a long fucking time. Maybe some people, but sadly, not everybody, not the majority.
see, like watch this. Watch this. Oh, hold on.
You walk into a bar and you done 17 at the bar. It'll take a strong individual to be like, you know what, babe, you mine now.
Actually, I would say a very
Period.
weak individual, because a man that would take the woman that has a higher body count, he's actually insecure because he doesn't have a lot of options. Competence leads to accomplishments, which then leads to confidence. And when we got that confidence, right, and we accomplish some things, then we have options. And then we have an abundance mindset. And we have the ability to be intolerant of female inadequacies. So females tend to always speak about, right, of certain males that tolerate poor behavior and whole behavior from these promiscuous women. Those are the males that don't have the ability to be intolerant of those females' inadequacies. You feel what I'm saying? A man that has the ability, that works for themselves, he's not dating a chick that's going to be smacking him in Walmart. He's not going to be dating a girl that's working. He's not going to be dating a girl that's out at the club all the time. He's going to be dating that girl that's chilling, not doing too much. Pure.
You see what he said and what she said, and then she said, "No, he not." While those women remain single, those women get into 30 years old or 40 years old, still dressing like that, still carrying themselves like that. It takes a strong man. Remember what I told you? Look, these are just videos I'm just pulling up randomly. Anything with a little title that had to go with that, with the concept of what I was looking for to address the issues we have. You're supposed to be man enough to deal with all the things that a woman put herself through. All the men she slept with. You're supposed to be strong enough to be able to take men acknowledging that they slept with your woman, but now you the man now. Since they slept with her, but you got her, you the man now. She the prize. You get what I'm saying? And then you have to have the brother having to explain that a man with standards is a strong man. A man who has boundaries is a strong man. A man who cares about how he's treated, a man who cares about if he's disrespected or respected is a strong man. A man who makes sure his woman has some characteristics about herself and have some value about herself is a strong man. But you have women pushing that if she's sexualized, if she has bodies, that makes her the prize. The fact that other men got, not only did the other man got her, other man ran through her, and now you should appreciate that you have her.
Well, yeah, like I said, we're living in a fucked up society. You know, it's fucked up. My bad. Go ahead.
No, but are you willing? If we live in a society where that's becoming the norm, are you willing to settle? And do you not think that the innate response for men is to settle? Because I don't think this is the problem. Most men wouldn't say anything about hoes or shame certain type of women if the women didn't complain about not getting the results they have get after they decided to hoe. So let's say a woman went through a hoe phase and then she still hasn't corrected her behaviors, but she's expecting you when she meets you to make her your wife. or make her your girlfriend. You say, nah, you just ran through all these guys. You got all these bodies. All these guys had the opportunity to connect to you and have access to you, and they got it for free. And you want me to wife it up? You know, the redeemable woman, possibly a woman who showed change of behavior, which would show some them. It had to be them. It had to be some years for her to demonstrate that she's like that. But it'd be difficult for a man to still settle for a woman if he knew she was like that or had a past like that and believe that she's that disconnected from a past like that. A lot of people don't change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So,
agree. I agree with you on that.
so then what do you do? Like if that's the norm of American society, you keep saying it too. You saying that's the norm of American society, where a lot of, does a man go, you know what? I'm just gonna leave them alone. I'm not gonna deal with a woman. Or do you think men gonna end up being, because a lot of men say, don't worry about body count now. Don't worry about who she slept with. Don't worry about her past. Worry about what she's doing right now. But everything she did in her past is a reflection of what she's gonna do right now.
Yeah, I agree. So if you have money and you have like a good job, you're making good money, then you have options. You can maybe go to get a different ways. Now, if you don't have the option, the money, your best option maybe, I was thinking about this, maybe get you like a farm girl. Go to the farms. Hopefully, she's pretty enough, and because farm girls don't usually don't act like this. Or go to a smaller town, like in your state. If you can't have the money to get out of your state, there's a lot of small towns in your state. You know, maybe that's an option because most of these in the big cities. Or go or marry an Amish girl in America.
Yeah, it's chance, man. It's the chance game you playing. Even the girl there, they're watching the same TV, listening to the same radio. The school has the same curriculum.
I
What's
agree.
being promoted to women, men and women are the same, are ideally the same thing. You know.
But the way I look at it, maybe like for example, in a smaller town, maybe you can get 10 girls are respectable. They don't have this mess. And like in the big cities, maybe five. You can find women, but it's really hard in the city. It's like the majority, like what the fuck. At least in the smaller towns of farmer, at least you can. There's few more than the cities. You see what I'm saying? At least you have.
No. I say this, Hassan. I say that the way the world changes, that when we went from agriculture to industrial to technology, is that there used to be village women, and then you had city women who were created. The village woman and the village man lived off the earth. They depended on family. They depended on each other to live in agriculture. And industrial, it was still the same way. Once we went to technology and once we started advancing and living for superficial things, materialistic things, things that replace men and women, that's when we deviated away from each other. And that's when we became city boys and city girls. So the city boy and city girl isn't connected to the earth, isn't connected to their roots, isn't connected to what men and women are supposed to do in order to create unions with each other. Two of my favorite people in the building. Hold on real quick, my brother.
Yeah, you're right on that.
What's going on, family? What's going on, podcast? What's going on, DJ Bakers? Hey,
What up?
Hey, podcast. Since the last time we talked, and certain things I've been seeing, you made me start thinking about certain things. I still ain't adjusting yet, but I've seen so many things happen since that comment. You know how you have a conversation with somebody and you don't mean to focus on what they was talking about, but then you start focusing on it.
Yep.
I started focusing on it. So that's how I used to be just like that. And I've been seeing so many things of how people come into the conversation acting like they're being genuine, acting like they're going to have a good faith conversation, and they still was the same person they was from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's going on, fam?
What's up?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
I gotta be honest with you.
What it do?
I just tuned in. I don't know exactly what's being said, right?
Okay.
But it's something I want to ask you.
Okay.
A couple of questions, actually, just two. The first one, I think I can ask this one to get out the way. I heard in that conversation that Fatty was having with I heard, I believe said something to the effect that a man and a woman's purpose for being together is to make kids.
Mm-hmm.
I struggle with this word purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because purpose is used a lot against men when people are trying to tell you that you haven't accomplished enough,
Mm-hmm.
right? You got a high school diploma, but you didn't get a bachelor's. You ain't on
Mm-hmm.
your purpose, right? You make 50K, but you don't make 100K. You ain't on your purpose, right? You can get girls, but you ain't married. You ain't on your purpose, right? So I struggle with that word purpose, and then it just had me thinking, like, is that really the purpose for a man and
Mm-hmm.
woman together? Like, I know how we look at it, like we have to reproduce in order for the species to survive. So I understand that. But we live in a world where people are swearing up and down that it's overpopulated, right? So it makes me question, is it possible for the word purpose to evolve, right? From this dire need for people to reproduce to maybe the purpose of a man and a woman being together can be whatever they want it to be and not necessarily reproduce. What do you think about that firstly?
We talked about that yesterday. You know, a lot of people. So I give you an analogy, right? If I say a
No,
podcast,
that's not how you say that shit. What do you
I,
say? Alan
analogy, analogy.
Now you're good.
Don't be like podcast. If I say, man, you need to drink water, and you see people drinking soda and juice, you're like, nah, bro, I don't want to drink no water. I said, nah, it's your purpose to drink water, and you be like, Ali, the water is tainted now. I don't want to drink it, and I'm still pushing you to drink it. I think we've deviated so much from that purpose because our society is podcast that I understand why people wouldn't want to have kids and bring kids into this world. But there would be what I asked yesterday to people, and I would think you'd ask the same thing, right? I hope you would agree to the same thing. Do you think everyone deserves a mother and father podcast? You there? Are you there? Hello? Hey, did something happen? His internet podcast, you there? His internet might have went out. Maybe he listened. I hope he listening. But and I ask everybody on the panel, do you think you deserve a mother and father? Do you think everyone deserves a mother and a father?
Yes, sir.
How about Vate? What you think, Vate? DJ, what you think? He must be. Is it me?
No, I can hear you.
Can I address the podcast task?
Yes,
Or
yes, sir.
not?
You can.
Because I don't know what you guys. I'm sorry. My audio. I had to reboot my
Well,
router again.
I was gonna say one more thing, Fatty. You
No, go
got
ahead. It's
the.
fine. I'm sorry. I just couldn't hear.
I believe everyone deserves a mother and father, and if your mother and father never came together, you wouldn't exist. Essentially, your value and your existence had to rely on a woman and man coming together for you to exist. There's a lot of people who should be coming into this world that's not going to be coming into this world, and we are born to be fully capable adults to have children and to procreate. We're supposed to bond with a man and woman, and we're supposed to have children. Everything else in society, everything else, take away society and nature acknowledges this. Whether it's nature, whether it's insects, whether it's whether it's the universe with stars replicating itself, everything in the universe replicates itself. It's procreation. We're supposed to engage in procreation. So whether it's everything, it's anything you could think about has to procreate for it to exist. So without our mother and father coming together, and without us having a mother and father, I believe that's what the issues of what's going on in society is making people deviate from wanting to have kids and coming together and having identity issues. Go ahead, Fatty.
So purpose should be what drives you. That's actually that's what purpose is. Purpose shouldn't be a predefined goal that an arbitrary goal that somebody puts for you, $100,000, be this, do that. Purpose should be what drives you. If what drives you is waking up every day and looking at the sun rising and say thank God for another day, that's your purpose. It is what it is. You can be very unambitious. You can be very okay with actually not progressing in life, and that be your purpose. Your purpose be something that actually doesn't move you. What we usually actually on this place we talk about this purpose is ambition, is the uh, ruthless ambition of trying to get more for some reason to get the woman that we want, and that's unfortunately something that puts a lot of men into pursue mode. And when I say pursue mode, in acquisition mode, and it distracts him from actually what they want and their purpose. A lot of these men don't want to be doing this shit. A lot of these men don't want to be working 16 hours per day. A lot of these men actually their purpose is not starving themselves or going on a life that they don't want to facilitate a life that they never desire. But the purpose talking point starts to become dangerous exactly because of that. Because it becomes a clean, like a blanket statement. If you are actually not working, you're not getting the money, if you're not getting this, not getting that, you're not chasing your purpose. When my purpose could literally be waking up every day and play PlayStation 7 hours per day because it's actually what brings me joy in my life.
Hey, so I'm gonna apologize. I got a phone
I accept it.
call.
I accept it. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, I got a phone call right after I asked that question from this job that I've been trying to get. So, but I missed everything that was said.
I'm gonna pray that you get a job, brother.
Yeah, man. Good luck on that.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Look, it's the same thing that it always is. It's always that background, man. That background be hindering me. Like she just said, they gave me a Monday start date, right? But she said they willing to allow me to start contingent on the background, right? So she was like, "You don't have
Background what? The what you have on your back?
Yeah, on my background, yeah.
There's a green screen. You can change that to whatever you
Shut
want.
up, fatty. See what I'm saying? Can't never take you serious, man.
Nah, I'm joking.
Nah, but
Dave,
yeah,
man.
so yeah, hopefully,
Okay.
man.
Thank you. You need a podcast. You need to be a trucker. Chase your purpose.
I mean, hey, listen. The crazy thing about it is this job is trucking. So to a certain degree, it is trucking.
There you go.
Yeah. So
Come on, podcast. The ice cream man is not trucking. Stop it.
How many is that? That's 3 already, fatty. How many more you got, bro? Before you start being serious?
Nah, I'm good. I'm
no,
sorry,
listen. I don't want to make you all repeat it, but Ali, if you could, like, just give me a synopsis of your response to my first question. Like, as far
I'd
as
ask you. The first thing I asked you
is their purpose about producing children.
The first thing I ask you is, do you believe that everyone deserves a mother and father?
Oh, do I believe that everyone deserves a motherfucker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about children, right? So I would say yes to that.
And then do you honor the fact that you came in this world because a man and woman created you? If the man and woman that created you had disinterest in the way society was moving and had disinterest in children, but you were supposed to come through them and they decided not to have kids, would you be born?
Right, but right there, the question is, you're saying supposed to, right? So, and that's another thing that I struggle with, based on that growing up in religion thing and kind of like moving away from that, right? It's like what is supposed to, right? Because from what we were told being raised is that everything that happens is in God's plan, right? So if I know you've been to a funeral and somebody died and it was one of those expected deaths and they, it was in God's plan. There's no reason to fret about it. God needed them more in heaven and all this other stuff, right? Yep. So it's like if you take two people and they don't have children, then that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going against what was supposed to happen, right? There are women who can't bear children, men who can't bear children, right? I wouldn't say something is wrong with you all because you all can't produce children. You have to change your lifestyle. There are men and women, I'm sure you would acknowledge, probably shouldn't even have children, right? But they still will. So that's why that's problematic to me to say supposed to. You see what I'm saying?
But do you see the caveat you put in both of those? The first one, the caveat you put was the fact that two people were incapable of having children. The other caveat you put that these people shouldn't have kids because of their behaviors. Which typically leads to the place where we come to where people may not want to have children. That's the thing. Like when we speak about purpose and you're looking at nature and how nature operates, how insects operate, trees, the stars, everything procreates itself. Everything wants to if it values itself, if it honors itself, and what created it before. So what I'm asking you
But
is
all
that
of them, like I don't know this. That's why I'm asking this genuinely. Do all other animals procreate, or is it some that don't, whether by choice or by
it may be some that don't, but you know that the demographics of the minority we always speak about is something. There's something in that space, whether they couldn't mate or they're incapable of mating or they just couldn't find a mate, that keeps them from doing that. But most anything that we talk about that's living, and we can further research that as well too, attempts to procreate, attempts to recreate itself. It wants to mate. And now we can concede to that podcast. Everything wants to mate outside of people who do have certain issues where they may not want to have sex. But for the most part, I'm saying the normality of humanity wants to come together, wants to procreate. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
There's always the exceptions.
So are you using? Yeah, I was going to ask you. Are you using mate?
So I give you an idea. So you give me, if I'm driving a car, if there's a car that's not drivable, its purpose was to be driven, but something kept that car from being able to be driven by somebody. You get what I'm saying?
I do. When you use that, but the problem with that is that that's an inanimate object, right? And that's what I'm saying. We know that choice really is the great, problem inducer as it pertains to human beings.
Okay.
Right.
So
is the ability to choose. So I guess the question would be, does choice supersede purpose?
Does choice supersede purpose?
Yeah.
No. Because it's still this is what I'm gonna ask you to do so we can get to this. If you take all social constructs away and you put the man next to the woman without any influence from outside influence or external influence on their minds, and you put a man and woman next to each other, they never knew anything, what do you think they're gonna do?
They're gonna have sex.
That's what I'm saying.
But are you saying that even if they were never told that sex would lead to procreation, that's what the intent behind the sex would be? That because I'm not sure
if they had no clothes on, if you put a man and if you podcast, if you
no. Listen to what I'm asking. I'm asking something specifically. I'm saying
go ahead.
You're saying you put the man and the woman in front of each other. I concede to the fact that they're going to want to mate. I'm saying, what if they're never told that the mating would lead to procreation? Are you saying that they're going to instinctively know that their mating leads to procreation? Because we know we've had a generation or two of women who swore up and down they didn't know sex led to pregnancy, right? Especially a lot of those women coming out of my mom's generation. We didn't know what happened. We just was doing, right?
Right.
So if that's what I'm saying, if they're not told that this is going to lead to procreation and mating, those are two different things. I concede to the mating argument, but I'm saying the procreation part, if you're not even told that, right, that you have the capability of doing that, is that something that you would instinctively know exists? I'm not so sure it would. I'm not saying it wouldn't, but I'm just saying I'm not so sure it would.
But you proven my point, because they didn't know it could happen, but they still did it.
Yeah, they still made it, right? I concede to that.
And they still had a kid.
But true, of course. Yeah. I mean, you know how many, like, not the majority, of course, but we've had so many women say when they went into labor, I didn't even know I was pregnant.
Yep.
Wait, what?
But they didn't know. Right. I agree. There's a lot of people there's people that I've known in my family. One of my cousins went to the doctors. She was having stomach aches. Went to the doctor. She was having a baby.
That's crazy. That sounds crazy though.
It sounds crazy to me. Honestly, like, I'm gonna tell you this. Sometimes I think people be lying, because it's like you didn't know your period. You didn't know you lost your period.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point.
there's things there's signals your body gives off that lets you know a lot of things of what your purpose is. When I was watching movies and stuff, right, and I'm laying down like this, and I see a certain scene, and I'm not even thinking sexual, and then my manhood does something. I'm in a classroom, and Mr. Newton, can you please come up here and write 2 + 2 = 4? And I'm like, and you like this, and you ain't even thinking about nothing podcast. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I ain't go, even though it's so suspect, I be at football practice, you at football practice chilling, like you just like, then all of a sudden something, and you like, yo, what the world? Like it's like your body naturally is doing things wherever you, it don't matter where you at, your body's like, hey, this is what you're supposed to do. It's giving you signals of what you're supposed to be doing. You get what I'm saying?
That's a good point. Yeah. Because I say the same thing about health. Like if you really, really, really listen to your body will tell you what's wrong. Right. So
right.
That's a good point.
I used to be on my couch sitting like this and start humping. I remember this. My mom was like, stop humping. But I'm like, why I'm humping? You know what I'm saying? But I was just humping. And it's like, boy, stop humping. I was like, I ain't humping, but I was humping. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't trying to hump. I wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah. I think that's actually a good point. I just feel like, man, honestly, the thing that it really made me look at is that at some point you can't have kids, right? As a woman, right? You lose the ability to have children.
Your biological clock.
Yeah, exactly. When we say that this is your purpose, then it's almost like saying once a woman reaches that point, then she's like, what's the word? She's not valuable anymore. She's worthless, right? You can't produce children, so now all of a sudden you're not valuable anymore. This and that. I mean, it's kind of that's what it sounds like coming out of the red pill community when they say, "Yeah, we want, all these men want women of youth," right? So it's like, well, wait a minute. How does it make sense for you to say one man is going to wait until he's in his 40s and 50s and reaches his financial peak? Then he's going to get with a woman who's younger, right? And start making kids. But then on the other hand, it also makes sense for a man to get with a woman while she's young and he's young, build up, make kids, and then what? When she gets beyond her childbearing years, he's supposed to leave her because she can't provide him any more kids. It's like, instead of questioning which one of these is the best, I just look at it like, this is what choice is for. Maybe this is why God, the creator, the universe, whatever you believe in, provided us with the ability to choose, to say, you know what, that may work for you, but this is what works for me. You see what I'm saying? Because I love my woman, bro. And I don't feel no qualms about expressing the love that I feel for my woman, or that I'm building my life with her, around her. She is a part of my choices. I'm not just doing what I want to do and you get to come along for the ride. No, right? I'm actually considering her inside of my choices, because the way I see my life, I'm not gonna be some millionaire nigga who got to make all these extravagant ass choices. My girl is my prize at this point. I got a nice little BMW truck. I would take my girl over my BMW truck, right? I probably wouldn't take her over my apartment. But I'm just saying, you understand my point. It's not one size fit all is basically what I'm trying to say. And when I listen to these conversations, even at my age, I feel the confusion. And I wonder if the young people feeling the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so this is what we were talking about before we got here, like a couple of hours ago. Ali asked me, it is wrong to actually make your woman your priority, and I answered no.
Great.
And the answer, me and him the answer is absolutely not. On a perfect world, your woman should be your priority. Your woman should actually be your focal point, and you should be her focal point. On a perfect world.
Fatty, what do you mean?
It's great, man.
What do you mean by that? Did you see? Well, podcast. What do you think he was meaning by that?
Oh shit!
Yeah, he set you up podcast.
Podcast ad. Remember, I told you I was gonna get you tyranny. Oh, remember what I told you about tyranny? So
Yeah,
when you come back,
set you up. But what I was saying,
she
podcast, is
came back
that
just for that.
we were talking about like the arrogance that men on this place have to chase your purpose, don't do it for her, do it for you, and all that. On a perfect world, there was be nothing wrong with your woman being your priority, as long as on that said perfect world, that woman made you her priority. So now you are trying to outcompete each other, you're trying to outserve each other, you are actually trying to make each other better and trying to facilitate the life of each other that way. Unfortunately, on this world, on this environment, that will put you on an early grave or in a bad predicament because the expectations are so tilted for the woman side when they don't offer a lot in return. So that will actually be you losing a lot. But in reality, that shouldn't be no problem with it. Like you
So
actually should prioritize your woman over your BMW, over your house, over whatever you have to, and she should do the same. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Oh,
So
little plastic scoop. Oh, I have a bone to pick with this man. He been trolling me for 2 weeks. Now,
so I
just
think
what's
I
up,
think
brother?
that question
Nothing much,
podcast
Patty. What's up?
Ali,
that question.
Ali, I got a bounce. Great meeting you. Great talking with you, Fatty.
Hey
Nice to meet
Hassan,
you
thank you
guys.
so much, brother. It's great talking to you, my brother, man.
Hassan,
You be
thank you for
safe.
coming,
All
bro.
right,
Keep
man.
showing
Peace
up,
out.
brother.
I
Appreciate
Good luck
believe
fighting crime.
that the
Wow, I've
question
been
that
shot in the leg.
the question that podcast, it actually makes me emotional, him asking that question, because I don't think I could have truthfully answered that question to the utmost possibility of that question because of what happened to me this year. And connecting everything else. I lost all my grandparents, I lost all my uncles, all my aunts, and I lost my mother in May. I got my father left. And what I regretted between my mother and father, that they didn't have more kids and raise more people that was like them. So when we still talking about people having kids or procreating, I think people miss the part about how much we've deviated from how special a man and woman is, especially particular people, to where they should be making more of themselves. The people who should be having kids are not having kids. And the people who shouldn't be having kids, based on even what podcast was saying, are having kids. Now, both people should have kids, but when you having kids, it should essentially be based off great quality people that's having love babies versus oops babies, or I ain't gonna have that baby with you, baby, or I ain't about to, that I ain't gonna let that baby listen to you, baby, and if you ain't gonna be with me, baby, you ain't gonna be able to see this baby and lead this baby, versus love babies. So I told my father 2 weeks ago, I said, hey dad, you know, the one regret I have between you and mom is the fact y'all should have made more kids, even at your old age, so that there's great people that's walking this earth and more people that we can connect to and relate to as well too, that makes living special. I don't connect to a lot of people outside of my mother and father and that family that I came from, which essentially demonstrates that demonstrates an actual nation of people that aligns to what you align with, unless you prepare to go to war with people. But the thing about podcasts, when he asked that, I have to take into consideration his experiences in life, what he values, what he doesn't value, and it's and it matters by what he values and doesn't value based on his life and what he's seen, what he deems relevant, not relevant, or valuable or not valuable. What's going on, family?
Yo, what up, yo?
And that's why
you should bring podcast back.
That's why I have realistic conversations with people. Is it time?
No, look at the chat. You have to look at the chat, bro.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, hold on.
We're having a conversation with podcast. Podcast needs to be on the platform. Oh shit! Is this the first time that you use these?
Yeah, but what's important about what podcast is saying and what I become a realist about, where I used to be very judgmental because I thought everyone was like my mother and father, so I wanted a lot of people around me to adhere to those qualities to make better people. But what I saw why people didn't want to have kids I saw why people didn't want to be around their mother and father. I saw why people didn't want to be around adults or want to be in their household and wanted to connect to other things, or where they may never wanted to be around anybody. So, podcast, when you ask me that question, I could understand why you think the way you think, and I wouldn't put it against you or condemn you because how you think, because how bad the world has gotten. And if you didn't want to bring any more kids in this world, I couldn't be against you because how the world is. If you felt like that was your purpose based on your interactions and where you are now, I couldn't hold that against you. But if we process truly like me at my age, I should have had more kids. I should have had more women. I should have had a different experience. I should have met the love of my life. And we should have met the love of our lives earlier, even if you're not with the love of your life. But because of how distorted, how divided, how broken this society is, a lot of us are not meeting who we should have met. A lot of us didn't have the parents that we should have had. A lot of us didn't have the ancestors we should have had. We got taken from one place and brought to another place. We're not eating the diets we should be eating. These careers we're in, the lives that we're living, these so-called jobs that we have, we might not even supposed to be having those things, but we've normalized it. We don't even deem that as traumatic. Me speaking English may be traumatic, and I don't even know it's traumatic. It's just normalized. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Podcast. I think we have a lot of Stockholm syndrome in place that we've normalized and don't realize how messed up we truly are. But we're doing anything we can to function and survive. So I can understand why people feel how they feel based on their encounter in life.
If you look around, you don't have to look too far. You can look in this space and you can realize that some people shouldn't have been born. Right?
Absolutely.
Like it's like it sounds crazy to say that, right? But it's just the truth. And not all of them are broke. You know what I'm saying? Not all of them are ugly. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you look at it and be like, some people, I'm for free speech, but it's some people, if I could take them off the internet, I would. You know, I'm for live and let live. Yeah, only time I was a gun toter was when I sold drugs. Right? Other than that, I never carried guns because I didn't need them. I could fight. Right? But it's some people who I'm like, yeah, I could see that person not living and it won't bother me no more.
Podcast, do you
being truthful.
Are you the same person you were at 15?
Of course not. But it's a lot of me. But that's in my front mind. In the recesses of my mind and my emotional makeup, yep, I'm still that same guy. It's crazy that you picked 15 because 15 was how old I was when I decided I'm not letting nobody bully me no more. You niggas not taking my coats no more. You're not taking my bikes no more. You ain't finna be putting your hands on me no more. It's done. I'm done. Everybody get the smoke from here on out. Period. Point blank. It is what it is. Right?
What I'm
still that guy to this day.
But
right?
Is that who you? But do you believe that's who you were meant to be? Like you said, you don't believe in the religious aspect, right? You don't believe that the fate. You don't believe in the so-called way that a lot of religious people try to say life is supposed to be, where destiny exists, right? That's what you already said, right?
Hold on 1 second, Ali.
Okay.
You are a very busy man.
So why I think podcast took a phone call, right?
Yes.
This is what I asked Dre before you got on, DJ before you got on, right? Do you ever just stop and ask what you're doing? Like, do you ever just walk in the store going right now, Dre, you just sitting right there go, yo, what am I doing? Like, do you ever look at our lives and see if you just this guinea pig, this what wheel is it? What is called, rat wheel or whatever wheel, guinea pig wheel? Yeah. Do y'all ever think about if you really black? Are you black, or is that a social construct? Are you African American? Are you and I don't mean by what we identify with to identify each other. What I'm saying is that what people are defining us as? Like, the word black is not even a nationality. The word black means deaf to Europeans, and we're calling ourselves black people, right? We don't have a nationality, and then we operate under the construct as black, and that's not even anything that's lawful that we can use on behalf of us. We don't have no nation, right? Of course. But what I'm asking you, brothers, is if we didn't have the interactions we had, if we didn't have the interactions we had, if we didn't even have the life we had, would we still be Could you have been a white man in another lifetime? Could you have been a Chinese man in a lifetime? Your sperm, you are a different type of sperm. Because look at my complexion. I know, or I'm gonna go out in the leaf, say I don't believe in race at all. My father's dark skin, my mother's light skin, and I came out with this skin color because the DNA say, all right, this person is from this climate, this person is from this climate. I'm gonna make this person. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if you take me and put me in a certain climate generationally for generations, I could come. My pigment generationally can turn back to white, or me turn to white, or it could turn to black. Well, it's not even really white. It's still pigment there. It's just light or
Yeah.
dark skin, and our
It
hair
doesn't.
texture changes. So
Yeah,
even
but
just on that alone, but even on that alone, if Malcolm X was judged at right when he went to jail for whatever he was doing, and someone killed him, you would have deleted him. You would have never known who Malcolm X was.
Right.
Yeah, but
You knew Malcolm Little.
but
Do
Ali, you
you
see
get
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying?
trying? Do you get what I'm? Do you get what Fatty? How do you know, Fatty?
I know
We
I
are
get
who we
what you.
are because of our circumstances, our encounters in life. There's
No,
certain things where you do you understand what I'm saying?
I agree with what you're saying, but this is why you will never be. I believe through it hard you will never be a hopeful romantic, like a hopeful like what is supposed to be, right? You're absolutely right, 100%. We are the same people. The difference is that we stayed on the part of the globe for 1,000 years, and our genetic makeup actually changed to acclimate ourselves to the part that we're living in. We are all probably like there's no like there's when somebody dies and you pass 20 years, there's no way that you can pick the bones on the grave and tell this person was Asian, this person was like there's no way you actually can do that, right? But the reality is, and this is something that you guys say, you might believe that you are wherever you are. You might believe that you're white. You might believe that you are American. Might believe that you are Chinese. I don't care what you are. The only thing that you know is that you're going to be treated like a nigger, right? And I don't know if you guys understand. For example, are we in Portugal? Black people consider every person that they see with the same complexion as us black. I go to Madrid. There's very few black people in Spain. I see DJ Vapors on the other side of the street, and I give him a salute or a head nod. Just hey, bro, what's up? Right? One thing that happens with Americans, unfortunately, that doesn't happen with most of the black people on this planet. A lot of them don't know their roots, so they're kind of stranded on the identity side because they don't know that my grandpa was this person from this country. So it's going to be a conflict because you are actually trying to find yourself while people are treating you like a negro. That's the reality. So I actually believe that as Americans, people should actually, everybody should travel, but Americans actually, especially black Americans, they should go to Brazil where there's a bunch of black people. They should come to Europe, and they are going to go. What happened?
It was funny. You saw a podcast thing move like that. It's just funny, like it was a puppet. I don't know if he moved this up. Yeah.
I just was feeling, I was feeling self-conscious. Everybody's face was up there except for mine. I ain't want to.
Oh, it got up.
It was moving, man. It was moving.
I agree with what you're saying too, Patty. By the way,
I truly believe that if you Americans saw, for example, when Usain Bolt is running, black Turkish man is rooting for Usain Bolt.
Exactly.
If LeBron James is dunking, a black Jamaican man is rooting for LeBron. If Floyd Mayweather is fighting a Mexican, a fucking black guy in Congo is rooting for Floyd Mayweather. We look at ourselves and say, that guy is me. I don't care where he is. I don't care. You see what I'm saying? Like, we actually...
I'm trying to get y'all to go beyond that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Ross, okay. First thing I want you to think about. Our whole experience in life can be completely different. We can be the Hamala people or the Zalala people or something, whatever people, right? It can, all this was two people. I'm gonna just start with two people. That's all like my reference point can be, right? A man and woman, and then another man and woman. These two go, hey, I love you. I love you too. I want to make another you. You're so amazing. All right, we're gonna make more yous. I want more and more yous. And then there's other people across from them going, I don't want yous. I want me. I want people that are like me. Like when you're looking at how nations are constructed, and when you start making use, you want them to think like you. You want them to look like you because you love yourself. You honor yourself. Just like podcast. When you ask that question, when you think about the Jewish people, when you think about Arab people, when they have my Palestinian friends try to make as much kids as they can. They love these people so much. They love each other. Like 5 kids, 10 kids, 20 kids. Black people used to be the same way. 35 kids, 50 kids. When you love and honor and value yourself some more, how special you are, you will see how purpose-driven you are to procreate. I think our experience in this world, our diaspora, to what our experience has been, doesn't make us think that way. But if you go back to your origin, your original thought, and indigenous thought, in the words I can just use as a reference point, you're going to try to make you as much as possible. And you're going to try to make a nation look, think, and feel like you think as well, too. Not to dominate them if you're a great man, but to protect them. That's what I believe culture was intended to do, was to help lead and protect people more so than dominate and control people. Do you ever looked up the Sigma versus the Alpha podcast? I think you are Sigma. I think Fatty is Sigma. I learned about Sigma some years ago and went, you want to lead by example. You're not trying to rule people. You want people to be purposeful, right? But then you're going to aspire to be the epitome of what that purpose is. And when you think about it, it's making babies. It's building a nation. It's making more of yourself because how great you are to make a better world. And I think we've been so knocked off of that because of things we've experienced. A lot of people don't want to bring themselves into this world. A lot of people don't want to be themselves. And that's why we have identity issues at the moment as well, too. That's why it took me so long to have a child. I should have had 50 kids, man. I love kids. I had my first kid. Oops. My first kid was a oops. I worked my whole life to have a kid I purposely wanted to bring in this world.
But you are looking at yourself. You probably have the conditions to raise 5 kids. Most of us we don't.
No. Watch this. Do y'all want money? Do y'all do y'all want money?
Yes.
Podcast, you want money?
Yeah.
You want a job?
No.
Right. You want women?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You want a house?
Yes.
We value those things. We no longer value in ourselves, man. When you really think about it, like just Fatty, really think about it. I'm telling you, Fatty.
Wait, hold on. Before you
hold on, let me finish real quick. Those things never existed. You couldn't value them until they existed. A car, hold on, Fatty. None of that stuff existed. A car didn't exist. Clothes didn't exist. None of them things existed. That was an extension of us. Those were our accessories. Like when black men wore gold chains, that was a representation of the gold in me. I found the resources. I found the diamonds. That was a representation of the gold and diamonds in me. I'm priceless. We put the value on the money and the gold, Fatty. It means absolutely nothing.
But again, this is why I'm telling you that you're personalizing. That's you. Most Negroes get that fucking chain and say, "That's not me. That's my fucking chain," and I'll get bitches with this shit. Like you are.
No,
I'm talking about the regular person.
I agree with you. I'm trying to get
you thinking about today.
Look at the reference point.
No. When
the only people that matter to you
was wearing the big chains, that shit is for who? That shit is ostentation.
No. But listen, look what podcast is said. Most people don't want to go to work, right? But the man in power made it your purpose to go to work. You can be gay, you can be fat. You can do whatever the hell you want to do, say whatever the hell you want to do, as long as you go pay these bills. That's our founding fathers. They are fathers. They still treat this like a family.
This is important, Ali. I don't mean to interrupt you on your own show, but it's important, right? Because you just said the men in power made that your purpose. You see what I'm saying?
Most people don't want to work.
That's why I'm saying, to me, that purpose word. That's exactly. I'm glad you said that, because it illustrates what I mean by when people say this was your purpose, right? And if I can connect that to what you said about the Sigma and the Alpha, right? The biggest difference between a Sigma and an Alpha is that a Sigma wants to go his own way. That's the biggest difference. The Alpha wants to actually lead people, wants to be in charge of other people. The Sigma is just like, I just want to do me. I ain't trying to follow what y'all got going on. I don't want to have to do things the way you saying it's supposed to be done. I want to do things my own way, which is why I pretty much fell into the narrative of a Sigma, because I've always been that way, even since I was a child. It's the reason why I was homeless on the streets at 13 years old, because all the other kids knew, just shut up. I was like, no, Mom, this ain't right. This ain't right. This ain't right. I don't like this. I don't like that. Oh, you talking back? Get smacked in the mouth. Oh, you ain't gonna let me smack you in the mouth? Get out my house. Right? Because I always just been that cat to use my brain, use my own mind. And so to me, I think I understand what you're saying, but I think I align with Fatty on this, right? Because when we first started seeing gold chains and all of that, there was no spiritual, hotel type of representation of why people were wearing gold chains. It was literally about just shining, right? It was the opposite of what we saw white men doing with their suits and their ties and stuff like that. And then we were going our own way with our kind of pimpish type suits and gold chains hanging
It's
everywhere.
performative.
All of that, right?
A podcast. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm just going to say, in Portugal, you know what they were saying? Like, I had a friend, right? I was like 13 or 14. And he was like, the gold chain represents the chains that our ancestors had on their neck, but instead of the chains of slavery, now you have gold chain. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's just a fucking gold chain.
Hold on.
That's exactly right.
Real
Why are
quick,
you
real
doing
quick.
that?
That's exactly right.
Hold on, real quick.
That's a fact.
So y'all telling me y'all think when Mansa Musa enriched his country of Mali and they wore gold and all type of these things, you think they did it for bitches?
No, there's ostentation of power. You are literally showing that you have power by rocking a metal that is recognized all around the world.
But Fatty, no one else had this metal at the rate that they had it. No one else could produce it. They took this metal when they took it to other countries and they enriched other countries with it.
No, Sly, if you know history, gold is the first recognizable currency all around the world after vagina. Vagina was the only one recognized all around the world. Gold is the second one. When you actually get a lingot of gold, I don't know what the word in English is, recognized on England, on China, on Brazil. You would be rich if you had a lingot of gold, no matter what. So that is not something profound. There's not something deep. There's you actually showing other people that you actually either made it or you have some means around your neck so you actually can show that. This is just what I'm saying. It's not Ali. A lot of times he looks at it on a level of understanding that most people will never. Most people are surface level. You see what I'm saying? They don't go deep into actually what it is. Ali is one of those people that thinks about this shit. Most people will never actually scratch the surface. They will stay there, and that's what it means. If they see Ali with the gold chain, they're not going to say, "Oh my God, that's the representation of the black spirit." No, they are. Look at Ali with the gold chain. He might be living well. You see what I'm saying? Like he's not.
Yeah, I understand that point because, of course, if we looking at it from Ali's point, if we looking at it from Ali's point, though, I get what he's saying. He's saying that if these things never existed, right? If they never existed, where would our mindset be? You see what I'm saying? So I get what he's saying. Where would our mindset be?
So, and
of course, the damage is already done, right? The damage is already done as to where we at today.
But let me ask you this, Ilkan, because you said earlier, I want to make sure I knew exactly what you was asking me when I told you about the 15-year-old version of me. You said, do I think I was meant to be that person? Were you talking about then or now?
What I mean by is if you were born again Christian, I'm being funny with a Christian. If you were born again, would you even be that same 15-year-old boy? That's what I'm trying to say. When I really think about it,
because I align with you on this one. I align with your ideology.
That's what I mean.
Where you're born, your parents, the environment you grow up in, the society, the school system, your friends, like all of this has an impact on who you become.
Do you know what I look at the difference between the when you ask about Sigmas do what they want to do and Alphas align with the pack?
Mm-hmm.
Sigma is the nation creator. The Sigma is the innovator. He's the one that created the nations. The Alphas are the strongest of the people who align to the Sigma. I don't think people really look at that. I believe the Sigma is
the Sigma is the creator, the Alpha is the enforcer. The
Yeah.
sigma is the one that actually
And the
creates
alpha
alpha is the
aligns
one
to the
that
actual
lead.
sigma.
Yeah.
I believe sigmas are controlling alphas. So, but sigmas are supposed to be responsible with it. But I believe you have responsible sigmas and you have corrupt sigmas. And I think that's what and that's why I think is the importance of man. A man is so podcast, you so powerful that you can change the whole proximity of how the way life is going right now. That's how powerful one man is. You could change the whole outcome or of how life is moving. All this stuff is man created. That's what I'm saying. So right now, a lot of people stay in a certain mind frame because that's where we're taught to stay. We don't know how to break outside the box. That's the sigma. But when the sigma breaks out the box, he'll either align with more sigmas or he's going to get alphas that aligns to him that don't want to think deeper than that. They just want to support that sigma. And I believe that's where the alphas become. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The sigma, they create the idea.
Elkan, may I ask you this? My bad, King. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
And I appreciate you. And much love to the family. Big up to everyone. And Ilkan, I got love for you. But let me ask you this. Everything you're saying is 100% correct from the black perspective. And I'm not, when I say this, I'm not trolling when I ask you this. But don't you realize as mulattoes, we are the future majority. So our numbers are increasing. We don't have to have a panic attack about our existentialism. Now, I agree. Blacks, and I say that with love, they have to practice self-preservation because in the U.S., blacks are decreasing in numbers. We have to acknowledge that. So you're making a great point.
So you're making a difference between blacks and mulattoes?
And I'm glad he's doing that. To be honest with you, I'm one of those people. Like, I don't want you to tell me. You see my picture right there. I don't want you to tell me that I'm black and then put a picture of Patrick Mahomes next to me and say he's black too.
Exactly.
You can just say Ali.
That's ludicrous, bro. Like this don't make any sense, right? Now, if you're trying to tell me that black is a culture, then okay, I can accept that. But when you're specifically trying to say black, white, Asian, Hispanic, nah, bro, you don't get to label this person like that. It's crazy because you can't put a white person in front of me and say that person is Asian. They're gonna look Asian. They're not gonna look like a white person, right?
Exactly.
You're gonna put an
Great
Asian
point.
person in front of me and say that's a white person. They're gonna look Asian. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if race is the right term to describe it. I'm just saying it's different. It's okay for it to be different. You know what I'm saying? And I don't find that at all.
Podcast. Let me ask you a question though. How do we identify him with black without even asking him he's black? Like, we can look at a black man who we think is black, and we think he from dark skin to the lightest of skin, and we go he black. Like, you can look at him and go he black.
Yeah, that's when you start looking at things like texture of hair and all this.
You get what I'm saying?
You consider phenotype. You consider pigmentation.
Exactly. And respectfully, Ali, my bad. Can I interject? It'll be brief, less than 10 seconds. Ilkan, Ali, one thing I want to say is a lot of the people that we are looking at and calling them black, they are actually mulattoes, brother. It's just that
I agree.
You follow what I'm saying? We misclassify mulattoes as blacks in the U.S.
I believe.
So y'all want mulattoes to be their own race?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I'm okay with that, to be honest.
I'm about to say genetically we are distinct. No. Well, I'm not trying to argue with the host. I'm listening, Ali.
We are a product of mixing of. We're a product of mixing of genetic transformation or mutation or pre-coding based on a certain time. So what I mean is this: the reason why people are dark is because of the certain duration of time those people were together in a certain region, and the reason why people are light is because of the duration of time those people spent with each other in a certain duration. I believe dark-skinned people are essentially the original people based on being the sun, but I can also correlate and go lighter skinned people could have been the same people that hit the sun and they became dark. But I would think that when we first came here, no, I'm giving you what I could say it could be. Look, if we get out the sun, we'll lose pigment. Your body needs. You ever tested yourself in the summer? You get dark in the summer. You get lighter in the winter.
I look like an Indian.
You ever test that out? Some people can't do it. Test that out. Some people just gonna stay black.
You can get lighter, but you'll never get white.
Hey, look at Plastic Spoon.
No.
Plastic Spoon is living the dream, bro.
Dre, my brother, they never get white. They have pigment. They're actually black. They're just extremely light. They have very low melanin. They still have melanin. They're black still. They just have low melanin. Exactly. There's white boys that go, damn, he sing black, he jump black, he run black, but he ain't black. But most of the people that look like those people have common traits, just like Asian people. Asian people are not indigenous. They come from black people. The indigenous, and I don't mean black, I mean the indigenous human.
Ali, but that's
black too much.
One point. All I'm saying, Ali, of course we know black people can get lighter, right? Black people can get lighter. I'm saying the white people, they can't get darker. They can only turn red.
No, his point was that the earliest humans may have been in between black and white.
Hey Dre, if you live with the sun, you're gonna be. If you're truly a sun people and living with the sun, you're gonna be dark. If you deviate with living with the earth, you're gonna be light. But people, and I really believe majority of people who deviate from living in the sun end up doing evil because they're having they're losing sun. They're supposed to be living with. Okay. They're deviating from your purpose, like what podcast was saying with your purpose. I'm supposed to be living with the sun. I'm not supposed to be living out the sun. The people who try to go against the sun people, but they're sun people and try to change our purpose, I believe they ended up getting lighter.
What I'm saying is,
the other people, the white people, even if they go back to the sun, they're not gonna get back darker. You cannot gain melanin.
Generation
They're gonna burn. Exactly, they're gonna burn. That's a good point.
Will eventually be dark. You cannot gain melanin.
Exactly. Don't read past that, please.
No, y'all talking about
Caucasian will burn.
He's right, Ali.
Family, go right after me. I'm talking about generationally.
I'm saying generationally.
No, he's right.
I disagree with that. Your body,
people have been in South Africa generationally.
No. It takes a long. We have something called epigenes. Your body is going to produce. Your body is pre-coded to respond to your world. If your body's just not going to just change black, it has to be generations and generations of your DNA saying, "Dang, this is what this person is doing. This is what this body is doing." It'll change. It'll alter that. It'll take generations for that to happen. I mean, a lot of thousands of years for someone to become dark skinned. You know how you know this is because if you have sex with a white woman and then your kids have sex with a white person, and because you have sex with a white person, you can weed it out. That's what people think, but you're not weeding it out. It's just a different human. It's still a different variation of the human that's going off of what this person was pre-coded to be, or what they are based on their environment. Think about it. If black really existed and white existed, that means when I came out, I should have looked like my father or I should have looked like my mother. Do you understand what I'm saying? Think about what I'm saying. If black or they shouldn't have been able to mate. If we aren't the same, we really shouldn't be able to mate. But if we are the same,
that's not true, brother. They're different breeds of dogs too, brother, and they could breed with each other.
Those dogs, they're not the same dog. They're not the same dog. But if you take that dog and start meeting, so my woman got a doodle or whatever the thing called, doodles, whatever they are. That dog, a poodle. It has to mate with a poodle to keep that breed. To keep
you
that.
Just said you proving the point. That means that different breeds exist, brother. Because
variation, but it's still a dog. It's still that dog. It's a different breed of.
So apply that to humans. Just because you could breed a Caucasian with an African doesn't mean that Africans or Caucasians are not different breeds.
No,
we're still different breeds.
No. Where we could say you want to use breeds, you can use breeds. It's different genetic, if a different mutation or pre-coding of a human being that always existed. We don't have different. We really don't have different races. What I'm saying,
but race is a synonym for breed, though, brother. Race is a synonym for breed.
But they don't. But I can agree with you if you want to say that, right? But what's happened is humans have corrupted that and made it seem like these people are just completely different people, and they're not. That's all I'm saying.
No, they're not a different species, but they are a different breed. I think that's what you're trying to articulate. Am I wrong?
If you want to say breed, we can use the word breed.
Put it like this: an African father didn't care if his daughter, who she made it with, or whatever the case may be, because he knew and understood that they would always come back black. The white father, he cared who his daughter made it with, because he knew and understood that baby would never go back to white. It would never happen.
respect.
Hold on, Ali.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Ali.
Go ahead.
Because I think this is going to become a circular argument, right? But I want to ask Dre this, right? Because Dre has a problem with deeming these people their own race. I'm not saying that it is or it isn't. I'm just saying I'm okay with it, Dre. But I'm saying this guy that's on my picture right now, if you don't know, this little podcast talking, right? This guy that's on my picture right now, I watched him on a few things. Never once crossed my mind that this was a black man. Right? And they come say, yeah, you know, this dude actually. And I'm like, no, he not. I don't care what y'all say. You know, he ain't
that was
black.
Eminem when you put him
it
up.
is. Right? So here's the thing, right? Watch this. His father, African American, Jamaican, German, English ancestry. His mother, Swedish, French, Dutch, Syrian, Lebanese ancestry. Nigga, this nigga is a mutt.
He's a mulatto.
Right?
That's the point.
It's all this other stuff going on with him. And my thing is, I don't like it that black people are always trying to claim something, right? Like if a black man is around black women and he say, man, Puerto Rican women look good, they'll be like, them ain't nothing but black women that landed on a different island. No, they're Puerto Rican. Okay, they're not black, they're Puerto Rican, and I'm okay with that. Okay, you can say that they have melanin, right? But that's the thing, is that as quote unquote black people, we try to put like our what do they call it when you claim something as your own? A patent. We try to put a patent on melanin. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, it's different versions of melanin, and that's okay. But
Hispanics and Latin people, they just niggas that can swim.
I guess I'm Hispanic.
Some of those guys that look like that, they need to give you proof though, podcast, because a lot of them mothers lied back in the day. So you got to get the proof.
No, Dre.
I mean,
how old are you? Hold on real quick, podcast. I'm gonna do the OG thing to you. How old are
if you look at Pat Mahomes, you can tell that he's not a white man. You can look at him and see that.
How old are you?
You can't tell that he black though.
Dre,
what else is he gonna be? He's black.
Dre, how old are you?
You say what?
How old are you?
34.
I want you to look at different couples that are having so-called interracial children and look at how different variations of how these kids come out. And I want you to pay attention to, if you can, generationally, if you can see black people who had sex with a white woman and their kids continue to date white. That black went left. That's a myth that people keep saying. I'm saying pigment wise, I think the person is still the indigenous, comes from the indigenous person. But when we're talking about pigment and what podcast talking about, you can literally weed that out. You can weed it out. Or go to you can. I'm telling family, I seen it. You see it. You see it. I seen it in my family. I can show you two of my cousins. You will see they black, and then now they made it. They had my black cousins that had kids with a white cousin had a kids with another white person, and they even like they're almost basically white.
Basically?
It's like one more time, it's gone. It'll take a little.
I don't think so, bro.
All the time it's gone. It's hilarious.
Hey, Dre, I'm telling you, family, you look and go, that's a white baby. Just like
look like
look, I can
but
look.
Bro, we know we can't do it with babies.
No, even characteristics though. Listen, when you see a light-skinned dude like that brother right there working magic that he working, you know he black. You know he black.
No, I'm saying even when you look at Pat Mahomes, bro, you cannot look at him and say that's a white man, bro. You know that's not a white man.
I said that. No. I said that. But hey, have you seen their kids?
But wait. But hold on. Look, Dre, this is the point though. You keep saying that, right? That's my point. Is that the spectrum isn't white and black, right? It's more things on the spectrum than white and black. That's what I'm saying. So just because somebody may have melanin in their skin does not.
Right.
That's my point. The thing that I'm getting at your podcast.
Let me read this super chat real quick, Dre. Before I feel like I disrespected him. Miss, we need more tyranny. What did she say? A man that keeps his word is so attractive, even though you about to turn on me in a little bit. Tyranny. Thank you for $2 super chat. Fatty with the 20 ball to bring my brother podcast back. Bring podcast back. Sorry, Tyranny. Sorry about that, Tyranny. Sorry about that. Not sorry. And then Tyranny, I want my money back. That was in 20 minutes. Well, you gotta pay to play. Okay, go ahead, Dre.
Greatest hustle in YouTube.
No, yeah. But all I'm saying is,
podcast.
because podcast just spoke on the spectrum. If you look at everything on the spectrum, right, until you get to the end where there's white people, you're going to say everything on that spectrum is black or comes from black. It's only when you get to the white person that you're going to say, okay, this is different.
Right, everything comes from black, right? I concede to the point that everything comes from black, right? Even if you just want to go to the Big Bang Theory, if you want to go to God speaking, let there be light, right? Everything comes from black, from darkness. Got you. Chalk diamonds come from coal and all this other stuff, right? Got you. Everything comes from black. What I'm saying is that black, right? Black people, like what we are right here sitting in America, and they say the first human being was a black woman, right? We not that, is what I'm saying. Like, that's not what we are at this point. We're not that. I'm not even sure if that still exists, but whatever that was, we not it. So black, I look at black as an American construct. It's not until Fatty says, you know,
It was American
Portugal and how we look at it in Madrid and blah, 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 right? Well, some people say that I don't believe them, but I believe them, right? Because I'm the same way. Bro, I could give a fuck less about a Haitian, about a Jamaican, about a Dominican, about any of that. But if that nigga look like me and he's somewhere in the real facing off with somebody that look like Joe Biden's son, nigga, I'm rooting for him, right? Like, it is what it is. Yeah, let's go on the black side of the game, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Like J. Cole, you support J. Cole, right?
Yeah, I rock with J. Cole.
He black all day, right? How about Bob Marley?
You see what I'm saying?
Bob Marley daddy.
It's difficult for me,
that's
bro.
what
I'm just being honest.
That's what I'm saying. Is
show me the wait. Hold on, Ali. Show me
being,
the
but you gotta be. You said who?
Show me the dark-skinned white person.
Yo, come on.
Exactly. It doesn't exist.
No, it's just funny, but we already know. See, but we say, when I say we, I still believe those. I almost want to say I know those people are us, but a different variation, and they regressed. I didn't even say they regressed. They responded to their environments and deviating from a certain environment for too long. They got either hold on, they either got kicked out or they left. And you see, because when we got conquered, how did they know so much about us too? It's like, how do these supreme beings get conquered? How did they know so much about Native Americans and so much about Black Americans? Think about that. How can they go, we got to create this type of technology to dominate these people?
It's because we taught them, though, Ali. They came to
where they come from. Okay, Dre. Okay, watch this. Hey, podcast. I want y'all both to answer this question, okay? Because I mess up white people when I ask them.
But you getting away from the point, Ali. That wasn't the point. The point was, you can't show me a white person that has my complexion, that has your complexion for that matter, that has Dre's complexion for that matter. You can't do it. But then you're going to show me a black person that has a white man's complexion and tell me I'm supposed to still accept that as black? No.
Well, that's surface level thinking right there. You have to understand that depending on the environment depends on all those factors.
I was about to be stupid, podcast. You about to make me say something stupid and you're going to laugh to it. What about a dude? What about a black dude that can't jump, podcast?
That ain't we talking about about skin complexion right now.
Yeah.
But we talking about a certain trait. You stick with me, fam. You know I have good fake conversations with you. I ain't gonna do what other people do.
That's a fact.
Well, podcast.
What about a black man? Let me ask you this. Have you ever, you went somewhere like that nigga ain't black. Even though he black, he can't jump, he can't run, he can't sing, he got no trace of, and you go automatically. So can you ask that? How many black people you know when you see them and they don't have those traits, you be like, damn, this nigga ain't black.
Yes, I know. I knew a bunch of niggas that was 6'5" and couldn't and didn't have a jump
He
shot.
had the
Couldn't
worst
dribble.
coordination, couldn't do nothing. Just the coordination was off. So that's what
And
I'm
that's
saying.
why
Those things,
that's surface level thinking.
right?
All those
It's
things are
right,
surface level thinking. When
right.
you saying that a person is not this particular race because of the way they look, it's surface level thinking. That means you don't know enough about the subject. You know surface level information. You don't know enough. You don't know enough about how the human species actually are. You have to understand
Okay,
everything is
so wait,
based
wait.
on
So,
your
Hey,
so
environment.
podcast.
Everything
Ali,
is
I'm
Podcast.
not
based
trying
on
to
your
Hold on,
I'm not
environment.
trying to
podcast.
take the mic. I'm not trying to take the mic. I just want to ask a question.
We're
Do
not
you
gonna take
know? Yes or no? Do
Say
you
it
know?
again.
Do you know?
What I do know is you don't know enough about the environment.
Right, you're
That's what
talking
I do
about me.
know.
I'm just asking you, do
We
you
don't
know enough?
know that's not what the question was. You brought up a whole different
What is my
question.
question? My question to
Hold on,
you
I
is
don't
that do you
that's
know
the
enough?
problem though. That's the problem though. That's the problem when you have
Wait,
conversation
wait,
with
wait, wait,
certain
wait. Hold on, hold
people.
on. Stop, stop,
They
stop.
create their own question
Time out,
to
time
the
out, time out,
subject
time out.
matter.
Hold on, hold on. I want you to understand
hold on.
something.
Podcast. Hold on,
Wait,
hold on, hold
no.
on.
This is important, Ali. I swear to God,
I
this is
want you to
important.
go.
Bro,
I'm gonna let
not
you
trying.
go.
No, I'm not trying to take the mic. I'm not. What? Just let
No,
me
no,
rock. I'm not trying to take the mic,
hold on.
brother.
Podcast.
I am not trying to have
I
a
don't
picking
think you're
match
trying to
with
take the mic. I'm not saying I'm gonna give the mic right back to you. Let's just be cool. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you to let me rock, so you can see that that's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
The brother who's talking right now. I'm not trying to have a pissing match with you. This is not a tit for tat question. You're saying that I don't know. I'm asking you if you do. That's either a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, so since you know, instead of spending all your time talking about what I don't know, why not just inform me?
Well, how
We're
about
listening.
this? When it comes towards the environment that you're in, that makes all the determinant factors. Your particular environment. A great example of that. When we send people to space, their whole genetic gene changes because of the environment that they're actually in. When they come back down, they have to actually uh, pretty much come back to our standards. They have to exercise when they're up there in space. They have to exercise every day. If they don't, they're going to lose a lot of their bone density because of the environment. So depending on the environment that you're actually in determines what your genetic code is going to be. That's all. That's all we're saying.
I agree.
So to actually look at someone and say you're not this is surface level thinking.
Okay,
That's
so
all
wait,
I'm
wait,
saying.
just please let us rock for a second, Ali. So you do realize we're talking about skin complexion, right?
And everyone has different skin complexions. All
Okay,
blacks have different shades
brother.
of color.
Again, I'm not trying to have a pissing contest with you. I'm
That's not what
asking
I'm
you.
having. That's what you're interpreting it as.
Yeah,
You're
he got
interpreting it as a pissing competition. This is what you're interpreting it as.
It's
All I'm
not.
saying is that
You're not
you're
answering the
looking at
question that
someone
I
and
asked.
saying that you're not black. You're not
Brother,
this.
you're
You're
not
not that.
answering. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to move forward into the conversation. I'm saying, bro, in order for me to learn, then you have to answer the questions that I'm asking. Right? So either you want me to learn or you don't. So do you realize that we're talking about skin complexion? Yes, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is America an environment? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
How do you explain that in America, you can have a person 3 times blacker than me, and they call that black, and then you can have a person white as this dude that's on my screen right now as Patrick Mahomes, and they call that black based on your environment argument?
My environment argument, that's a genetic mutation. When I say that's a genetic mutation towards pretty much his ancestors probably was in a predominant area where they did not have a lot of sun. That's all that is. So pretty much his body, because the thing about the body is the thing about the human species, we're gonna adapt. We're gonna adapt to our environments. So pretty much a portion of his genetic code were probably in an environment that lacks sun. Everyone has melanin except albinos. Albinos do not have melanin, but every other human species does have it.
Okay, so here's my question. Are white people, because what you just described was a white person, right? When you talked about the genetic mutation, whichever term you want.
It's a genetic mutation, period. At the end of the day, every time
Okay.
we no, it's a genetic mutation, period. It's not just white people. It's not just black people. We all genetically mutate. That's what you have to understand. And we change with
Okay.
the test of time. Like you will not be able to survive. I mean, well, a person 200,000 years ago would not be able to survive in our climate right now because we have a different genetic mutation. This is what it is.
Got you. So here's my question. Are white people and black people the same thing? Meaning, are they both black? Yes or no?
They're both human. That's the best answer I could give you.
Okay, so since you're saying that they're not, by saying that, I'm just going to, because you won't answer my questions as asked, I'm going to take that you're saying they're not black. And
No,
you're also
what you're saying is that's a false dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. No podcast.
I'm
No, but I
asking
have to
you
say
a
this.
question.
No
If you answer my
I'm
podcast.
asking
question,
y'all to
You're
hold
committing a
on. I'm
fallacy
the
right
host,
now,
y'all.
podcast.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Podcast.
Y'all hold.
You're committing a
Hold on.
fallacy right now.
Manosphere, hold on. Manosphere. It's like saying there's different variation of birds, but they birds, right? What he's asking you, Manosphere, is just asking you, is a white man and a black man the same? That's all. He knows they're both human. But when you talk about pigment or genetics, are they still the same, or are they a different variation of a human? That's what he's really trying to
They're
ask you.
different variations of a human.
okay, so my question to you, are both white people and black people black? Yes or no?
I wouldn't categorize them as that. That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to say. What you're doing is a
You
false
don't know what
dichotomy,
I'm
brother.
doing.
Hold on,
Stop
let me finish.
I know
assuming what I'm
exactly
doing.
what you're
Y'all,
doing
hello,
because
y'all,
you're putting,
assuming
and
what
I'm
I'm
gonna prove,
doing.
and I'm gonna
No,
prove that I know
Stop
what you're doing.
assuming
Let
what
me
I'm
finish.
doing and let me get there. That's all you have to do.
on
That's what I'm
podcast.
saying. We don't have to do this pissing match,
Hold on.
Just walk
Let
with
him
me.
go.
It's okay.
Hold on.
We cool
You
now.
go.
Ali.
You go. No. He go. Hey, Manosphere, go right after he goes. Please stop cutting off each other. Podcast. When you
Yeah,
go.
he's not necessarily cutting me off. It's
No. I just don't want that. I don't want the flow. Just like
what
you spoke about this before. When you spoke about this before, I want the conversations to flow with y'all, respect each other. I don't want it to be all like that. All right. I want you to say what you say, and he respects your. I know you're not.
I'm not trying to take over, Ali. I'm saying that
Okay.
what you're saying, that's not what's happening. What's happening is he's assuming the point that
I
he's
know.
making.
I'm not assuming.
No matter what.
I'm not
Hold
assuming.
on, y'all doing it right now. Hold on. Let him talk. Finish talking. I don't care if you think he's wrong. Let podcast finish exactly what he says. Then let him go. Don't cut each other off. That's all I'm asking y'all.
Gotcha.
Let podcast finish what he done. Manosphere, you go, and when he go, I'm asking podcast. Let him finish too before you respond.
Okay. The thing about it, though, and I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm with you. I respect you as the host, and I got you. But I'm asking him questions, so he have to respond. You see what I'm saying? But the problem is that when I ask the question, he believes he knows my intent. So I'm just saying, regardless to what you think is going to happen by the answer, just answer it, and let's see if we could get somewhere together, my brother. Right? So if white people are not black people, right? And you're saying that their whiteness is a genetic mutation, right? Which would make them different than black people. That's the thing that makes them different. And you are also going to acknowledge that this person that's on my screen, who is considered to be a black person, right, has also a genetic mutation that makes him different than black people. That is
It
the
makes our
point.
it
Okay,
makes
go
our
ahead.
pigment different. It makes our pigment different. That's the only difference. It
Right.
makes
So
our
what's
pigment different.
okay? So now we're getting
And if
somewhere.
it
So
wasn't for those environments, now had Pat Mahomes ancestors been raised in the same environment that podcast ancestors been, the pigment would be very similar. That's all I'm saying. It's an environmental factor.
okay, I got
That's
you.
all. Now
But
let
the
me get
thing that
back to
you're
what
not,
I was
the
saying
thing that
earlier.
you're not
Let me get
answering.
back. See, this is the
Hold on, real
podcast
quick.
show. Go ahead, podcast.
Hold on, real quick, because the thing that you're not answering is this. Okay, let's say that that's true. Then what is outside of pigment? What's the difference between white people and black people?
The pigment. The amount of pigment that amount of pigment that actually, it's the pigment. It's the thing. We're raised in different environment. That's the difference.
Okay,
That's the
so
difference.
if
It's
the
the
same
pigment.
thing,
So
wait,
different.
listen, hold on, because this is why I said I wanted you to answer the questions. Because this, based on your answers to the questions that I just asked, this is the summation of what you just said. White people are different from black people because they have a genetic mutation that affects their pigment. By
That's
that
not.
standard,
That's not.
by that
That's not
standard,
what I'm saying. Podcast. You see, this
what
is what
is
I knew you were
anybody else?
gonna do.
Am
This
I
is
am I
what I knew you
mishearing?
were gonna do. Podcast. No podcast. What you're not doing. What you're not doing is you're not allowing me to speak.
Bro,
That's
that's
what you're
what you
not doing.
just said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. This is what
Okay,
you're.
what you say?
This is what you're saying. So first of all, what you're doing is it's a fallacy. It's the false dichotomy. What you're doing is you're pretty much saying that this is a black and white conversation when there's gray in the area. That's what you're doing. At the end of the day, you're trying to say these are only yes or no questions when they have context in between. So since they have context in between, this is considered a false dichotomy. It's a bad argument. You're
That's
trying to
bullshit.
say
And you know
it's
why
not
that's
bullshit. You
bullshit?
can look the
It
shit up.
is.
At the end of the
It
day,
is.
a mind is a terrible
Let me
thing
tell
to
you why
waste.
it's
You can
bullshit.
actually
Because
look it
guess
up.
no. I can explain it to you real quick. Let me tell you why it's bullshit, bro. Because what was my original point that you went
Your
against?
point, the thing is, you're telling me what's the difference? The two difference between white people and black people is the environment and the pigment. The environment changed their pigment. At the end of the day, the body's going to adapt to survive. So at the end of the day, if you're in an environment that's
Is that what I
sun,
just
that
asked?
has a lot of sun, if you're in an environment that has a lot of sun, the body's going to adapt to having more pigment to actually protect itself. That's what's going to happen. If you're in an environment like the
Respectfully,
cold,
that's not what
if you're
I
in an
asked.
environment like the cold, your environment is going to acquiesce to
But
that particular environment. Melanin is not
we
needed
know
in
this.
that
We know
particular
this already.
environment.
We talked about this. We
A
talked
hairy
about this
body
already. We
is,
know this.
and this is why
What I'm
white
saying is
people
this.
are
That's not.
typically
Listen,
more
I just
hairy than
asked you.
black folks.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but that's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, what was the thing that I said that you initially disagreed with? Remember, the thing that you said
We're
was,
all a genetic mutation. That's what you don't understand, podcast. We're all a
so
genetic
what? So
mutation.
you're, but when I asked you, were we the same? When I asked you, were black
We're
people
not the
100%?
same. And I told you based on pigment. Listen, at the end of the day, due to the environment that we're actually in, our pigments are different.
Bro,
That's all I'm
what the?
saying,
How many
podcast.
times are you going to repeat
Our
this?
pigment is
The
different
question at
because you're
hand. The reason why we're
until
in
you
this
can actually
conversation right now.
understand it. Our
Respectfully, brother,
pigment is
the
different.
reason why we in this conversation
No,
right
no,
now is
hold
because
on,
you said
y'all.
that based on something you
Hold up. Hey, respect the OG. I got you, podcast. There's one thing I want both of y'all to do, though, man. Like, I want y'all to be as intentional as possible. I see what's y'all don't act like I don't see what's happening between what's going on. If y'all agree to disagree, sometimes it's just good to agree to disagree and move on, right? But both of y'all want to have a conversation, right? We want to have an in-depth conversation. I like going in depth, but let's respectfully have it. If someone don't understand, just let them not understand. Don't let it be condescending or podcast. You go, oh, that's bullshit. Like, let's be respectful to each other. If somebody y'all don't understand, then you just don't understand. And if you don't agree, just don't agree. But let's not go to a place where it's getting to where there's little jabs. Can we stop from doing that, please?
Okay, listen. Respectfully, yes, but I can't promise you that. Because
why you can't promise that?
Wait, because Ali, let me explain. Because if somebody is being an asshole, why should I not say he's being an asshole?
Oh, see, you just did it right now.
No, I didn't do it. I'm asking a question. Ali, if somebody is being an asshole, like if asshole is the word that best describes the behavior they're presenting, why should I not say that?
Okay, I don't see both of y'all doing that right now. I see y'all
I'm not
doing
saying
little
he is. Ali, I'm asking you. See, you, Ali, stop, please.
Okay. I'm gonna slow down.
Ali,
I'm gonna slow down.
I'm asking you a question. Please answer the actual question that I'm asking.
Ask the question.
If somebody is being an asshole, if asshole is the word that best describes the behavior,
you let the host. If you feel that's happening, let the host handle it. Let me handle it. And if I think I got a good perception if someone's acting crazy or acting like an asshole, I can handle it. But I don't want nobody going off. I want us to have a civil. You say you like civil conversations too. I want an intentional good faith conversation that everybody can watch and learn. I don't want it to go.
Okay, if that's
No
what you want,
podcast.
then
It's just
I'm
if
asking my question. Why won't you let me finish it before you start responding?
because I answered. Let me handle it. If he acting like if someone's acting,
That's
if
not what
somebody
I asked you.
what are you asking me? Okay,
Please
go ahead.
promise me this time you're gonna let me finish.
I promise
my
I'm gonna
question
let you
before
finish.
respond.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna let you.
Ali, let me change the word since that word is triggering for you.
It is triggering.
Somebody is being obtuse. Okay, if somebody is being obtuse, and obtuse is the word that accurately describes their behavior, why should I not be able to say that's obtuse?
Why shouldn't you be able to say that's obtuse?
Yes.
The same reason why you asked if you the host, I understand. If all of us collectively don't see that, does that mean that's what he's doing? You would ask that kind of question. We'd have to.
But I'm saying
podcast. I'm asking you back a podcast question. If I felt like someone was being an asshole, but nobody else felt like he was being an asshole, is he an asshole?
No, but what I'm saying is if you're using a word to describe a person's behavior, it's very different than me saying bitch ass nigga. That's not the same.
Right. But if you said
words exist for a reason, bro. Me and him actually aren't really disrespecting each other. We're just having a man type.
Right. It's more so about people listening to you. I'm listening to you. I want to learn. You just told him you want to learn from him, right? I want to learn from both of y'all. The way the conversation is going, y'all doing little jabs to where it's getting to y'all just going at each other. That's not what we get from that. I'm not going to assume that's not what people are getting at, but I'm the host.
That's what I
want to learn. No, I want to learn. I didn't. But I don't. Right, but we already talked about that on here. Podcast. I don't like stuff like that on here.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I don't like. No, you know what I mean. Where it's different than, hey man, y'all bullshitting. It's different when the energy sounds like it's like somebody that's bullshit.
Okay, so that's what it was. It was the energy. Okay, I got you. Yeah,
hey,
I got you with that. Yeah. I got you with that.
But not only that, I don't know. Hold on, real quick. I don't even know how he would take it though. Some people might take that as disrespect. I just want to have a civil conversation, podcast, and learn from both of y'all. I seen him. I view him as intelligent. I view you as intelligent. I want to learn from both of you.
Okay, but I'm not disagreeing with you. You said it's the energy. I'm with you on that, and I can't be mad at you trying to make sure to keep the energy.
Right. I'm asking.
You have to remember you're dealing with men.
I know.
So it's not going to be perfect.
See what you just did. See what you did.
What did I do? I'm just saying, bro. It's not going to be perfect. Podcast. All I'm saying is that it's not going to be perfect. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, that's bullshit. Like I get the energy was there though. That's why I said once you said that, I understood exactly.
Do you ever think you have a tendency of being condescending?
Yes.
But why do you do it and you know it though?
Because sometimes it's fucking true.
No, but I've asked you. But I asked you. Podcast. You know why I had this conversation with you? Because I respect you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want this to become a podcast show. Please, let's move on. I don't want this to be a podcast. Nope. Let's go. We're not doing that. We're not finna turn this into the podcast. It's the problem show. We're not doing that, bro. Let's go. Let's move forward. Fam, here's the thing. When I asked him, now this is what he's saying. He's saying that I'm trying to do something specifically. I'm not. I'm only addressing the thing that he said I wasn't supposed to do because it was surface level thinking. And it's not. That's the whole point. If you're going to look at me and tell me you're going to put a white person in front of me and a black person in front of me, and you're going to tell me that they're different based on pigment, then how is it surface level thinking for me to say that the way I look in my picture versus Patrick Mahomes, it's different based on pigment?
You corrected him when he said what he knew. And you're
that's in response to him. We moving on. We're not doing the
right. But I'm responding to what y'all both said. When you said that and saying you know it, we can't prove that's what we believe and think till we can prove it. Because what I say is what I believe and think as well too, till I can prove it. I'm not gonna say what I know unless we know it, unless we collectively go, hey, that's the census. This is what we know. Until then, this is all conversation. This is all belief. This is all what we think. Would you agree to that, podcast?
No, because what we're talking about right now, bro, this is nobody on this panel believes that white people and black people are the same thing. So when I asked him what's the difference between white people and black people, and he said pigment, that's what he said out of his mouth. Dre Slay, if you was listening, please back me up, bro. When
That's what he
The
said.
pigment and the environment that you were actually in podcast. So it was a two-part answer. And like I stated before podcast, I'm not saying you knew the act that you was actually committing. All I'm just telling you is what you did was considered a false dichotomy, and that's a fallacy.
Do you
You're
get what
saying
he's saying?
what you're saying is
Hold on,
what you're
Manosphere.
saying. No, what you're
Podcast,
saying.
do you get what
What
he's
he's
saying?
saying is what he's saying is that he pretty much he presented me a question that was and he the way he presented it, he was saying either yes or no when there's another answer. Not every question is a closed-ended question. I'm a closed-ended. You could get a closed-ended answer, and because of that, he's telling me it's either yes or no. So I'm like, no, there's a
Wait, but
gray
what was
area
the
in there,
question,
and that's
brother?
considered the false dichotomy.
Hold
You
on,
asked
Okay,
me,
but what was
what do I consider?
Explain that to me.
hold
What
on,
was the
podcast.
question?
Do you
Can
get
you
what he's
admit
saying?
that you commit?
Hold on,
Yeah,
Manosphere. Hold
No.
on. Do you get what he's saying?
See ya. And I wouldn't want to be here.
They got podcast out of
Dead Pill podcast. I will wait for we only got 5 minutes to go, man, and then we out of here.
well, Ali, pretty much what I'm saying is that based on
Hey, what's going on?
your environment dictates your biology. At the end of the day, it dictates your biology. So depending on your environment, it will alter what your pigment is, pretty much. Now, I'm not saying that black folks wasn't the originator. All I'm saying is that throughout history, our genetic code has mutated into some, because this is what it does to survive. At the end of the day, the body is the surviving system. It's going to do whatever it needs to do to survive. So the reason why our skin tone is what our skin tone is because they had to survive from the sun. It had to survive from the
Can
sun.
I ask the
And
question,
Yeah,
then?
J Speed. Hey, thank you so much, J Speed. I love you. I respect you. I'm so happy you came through. You know, I value you so much, man. I appreciate you for coming through, man. You one of the best people in the space that I love listening to. I still want to build with you, but I would love you to go first. You were patiently waiting, my brother. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, with that's been said, can you help me explain a fifth generation of a person who lives in South Africa who happened to be European, who looked no different than his grandfather?
Ain't that what I said?
I'm waiting for the answer, please.
at the end of the day, genetics works the way it works. OG. At the end of the day, however your genetic code is suited for survival, it's how it's suited for survival. So at times, yes, you may have that change in DNA code. We all know some DNA stuff skip a certain generation. You got some people more hairy than the other. You have some people more lighter than the other. We as black folks, we as black folks, due to our pigment, we're different shades of black. We're not just black. We're just different shades of colors. To be honest with you, due
Okay,
to the
so
environment.
yes, and I accept that answer for you. So, are you saying if a white person in South Africa happened to mate with a original of Africa, the Orthodox of Africa, that would be the second part of your answer, that the mutation would change to the environment?
The mutation has nothing to do from like who you're well, it does have somewhat to do with who you're mating with. Pretty much what I'm saying is that it's all on how your genetic code responds because RNA and you have DNA as well. The messenger RNA is the messenger, and depending on how because it's sending the message out to your entire DNA system pretty much on how to operate because the DNA is pretty much is the your genetic code. It's pretty much your recipe, the recipe to your body. And the RNA is the messages that sending it to all parts of your body, your cellular group. So pretty much what I'm saying is depending on your DNA, this is why you can have two. I give you a great example. This is why you can have two real dark skinned people, and at the end of the day, they can develop a albino child because of the DNA.
But isn't that the only person who can?
That's the only person who can have no no melanin.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you had two black people, they can mutate a albino, but a white person can't mutate a albino.
No, I think white people can actually have an albino as well, but I
There's
think that
never
will probably have to be. I think that will have to be tested through. It had to
there,
go through various tests. I'm not 100% sure on that. OG. I
yeah,
don't. I don't
there's
want to.
never
I
been
don't
a
want to.
proven case. There had never been a proven case of white people ever producing an albino, but that goes back to the point of podcast of subject matter was that if we the architect of all human beings on this planet, and what he was trying to say is, regardless of what we mutate in, we would still have to have black in our genes, and everybody to have everybody who even just as white as a snowman, they always find him somewhere in Africa if he do his DNA study.
But
They
I
haven't did
never
it.
disputed that. OG. I actually
No, no,
agree
I was
with you
just
on that
I
one.
was what I was
Yeah, I
trying to do
never
is round.
disputed that.
Yeah.
What
Okay,
I,
I was.
when podcast was on earlier, what I was disputing is that
So
your environment can change your genetic code. That's what I was disputing. And he was trying to put me in a space where it was a yes or no question, and it was more sophisticated than that. And
I
I
Yes,
agree
think
sir.
with you. It shows, it's proven that everything, all human being species started from Africa. So we automatic have to assume that we were all black at that point. And throughout the years, our genetic code through different environments have changed. Even different animals. You have like turtles and things of that nature. Turtles in different areas are different, completely different,
Yeah.
due to their genetic code and what they had to
Yes, sir.
survive off of.
Yes, sir.
Manosphere, can you
Brown
spend more
bears and
time with the
polar
white man
bears,
Chinese?
same difference.
Exactly.
Yes, so
Exactly.
I do understand. I just wanted to round the conversation off so we could all come to understanding what both of you was trying to make certain points, because there was no wrong or no right answer. It was just a conversation, and I'm glad Ali did step in and stop making it a dick contest, because that's what it's about
No, for me,
between us.
that's
Not with you. I'm
no,
just
no, no.
saying not
But
with you. I'm just
that's
saying,
why I muted up. That's why I muted up because I have impulse
no,
control.
and I'm
So
not
I
saying
muted up
anything.
because I say, you know what, I let this out. This is Ali's show, so it's time for me to take it
yeah,
back
yeah,
to you and
but
allow him to take the steering
hold
wheel.
on real quick,
That's
OG.
what I wanted to
Is
say
hold on
is
real
Is
quick.
is that
go ahead.
Manosphere?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
manosphere.
this is me. What's up, Fatty?
How you doing, man?
I believe both of y'all could have been more responsible with the conversation, but
Thank you,
I
and
know
that's what I was gonna
why
say.
like we can't just say it was him. It was
No,
times
no,
I
and
asked.
that's what I
No,
want not for
Hold on,
him to understand.
let me just finish. And
Yes, sir.
I think Manosphere, you could have been more intentional, and I think he could have been more intentional. And it went to what OG Speed is saying. It became and y'all taking life. I didn't want to say nothing to both of you. I respect both of you, especially when there becomes the thing about this. When people are respected and valued in the space, regardless of who they are, I don't care who it is. Jay Prince could have came here. I respect Jay Prince as a content creator, OG. Podcast, anybody. I'm gonna give them a little bit more bias and leverage to control themselves when they're on my show, because I would do the same thing when I'm their show. I gotta be more responsible. Y'all just not regular people. I'm not just like a regular person. I'm not gonna come on your show act any kind of way. So when I asked, there was nothing wrong going on. There's times with the podcast on here when nothing was wrong going on. Someone else came on here and made a conversation go to somewhere where it shouldn't have gone. Both of y'all, as men, could have controlled the conversation better to be more intentional. What you said, I agree with. And even though I think it's still what I think, but what all he was trying to imply was that black people and white people are not the same. Even though you agree and I agree that they're both human, they're not the same, essentially, DNA wise. That's all
yeah.
he was saying. And I think
But the thing
I
is,
believe, I don't
the
know if
thing
you
is,
intentionally were doing it. Hold on, family. I don't
no,
know if you
it's not. It
intentionally
wasn't
were
that.
doing
I was just actually having a
it. Like right
conversation.
now,
I
see,
can't
I'm trying to
control.
finish. Yeah, I'm trying to finish.
No, I was trying to. I ain't gonna lie. I try to double dutch my way
You're
into
gonna
that
make it
conversation. But go
right,
ahead.
and that's what I'm saying, fam. And if I did that to you, I have to correct myself as well too. And I do it. I've done it, and I still do it. But if someone points it out, I have to correct myself immediately. I'm trying to be better as well too. But especially when I have two brothers, I'm trying to learn from. I love your insight and I love his insight. But then when you have someone that's trying to be neutral and bring it all together that value both of you, then it should be more responsible by the people if you value me as well too. You get what I'm saying?
I totally get it. But at the end of the day, even with me and OG Speed, we had a conversation. There was no tension in between. At the end of the day, you have some people who lacks impulse control, and I don't mean that as a shot. I mean that as me being around lots of people. I understand that certain people, you're like, you know what? Let me not say this because this person lacks impulse control. But we're here on the panel actually trying to have the discussion, and sometimes we're going to clash, and sometimes we won't. long as we get to a happy
Right,
medium.
but the clashing ain't the problem. The button heads ain't the problem. The disagreement ain't the problem. It's when someone is asking in a neutral corner, hey, I want to hear both your perspectives. What, like y'all would both ask, just stop for a moment, please. Let the other brother talk, let him go. And the other, and both of you could have just I'll do it. Hey, you got it. Or vice versa.
It's like a referee.
And I'm not even trying to use it a manosphere. I'm not perfect as well too. I'm not trying to use it as no teaching moment and trying to school you or nothing. I'm
I
just
don't think
asking.
you are, Ali. I
You
don't think you are, Ali.
I
Ali,
hope you know. I hope you know. That's I don't mean it like that.
Ali,
It's
you don't
like a
have to do
referee
that. Ali, you don't have to do that with me, Ali. At the end of the day, I have a lot of impose control. I don't have to. That's not going to trigger me. I don't care if you was to take someone else's side or not. That doesn't affect me. I'm just here to have the conversation.
Yeah, but what we was trying to say is when the referee is doing an 8 count, he don't need the other fighter come over there trying to disturb his 8 count. And that's what he was trying to say more than anything. And that's what I was trying to do is ask questions where you can give me answers and then I'll wait for your answer. And then after you answer, then I retort or I reply to your answer. And that's one of the things I had to do and learn myself as far as patience when we are in some kind of what your thesis might be and my thesis might be, and it goes in different direction, but we are trying to get to the same road where we can have an understanding and learning something.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
The Ilkan podcast is one of the last places that we have that has not been tainted for shock value and entertainment value. So please, fellas, let's keep it this way so we can keep having intellectual conversation, please.
Yes, sir. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth. I just came up for that moment. Okay, y'all take it easy.
Y'all be safe, man.
Thank you.
I'm gonna shut down the show.
Did you get the chat? Did you get the? You know I don't do Cash App, but I do.
I already shot it. I made sure I shouted you out, and I'll do it. Hold on. Nah. We gonna do it. Shout out to my brother, to the legend and myth, to someone I respect greatly. OGJ Speed. All day. Hey, shout out to all y'all. I may come back. I don't know. Fatty may go live. I'm still trying to figure out. Fatty got the eye of the tiger. You might have the eye of the tiger going on.
The eye of the tiger is going to sleep today.
Yeah, get that rest, man.
Hey, Vape, respect to you, family. Dre, always respect to you. Little Plastic Spoon, always respect to you. Podcast, respect to you, family. Was that 15? Was that already 15 minutes? When was that? Hold on.
We at the end. Bring them back.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back. I'm bringing back. Respect to all of y'all, man, for vibing. I'm gonna try to keep again. Fatty tell me not to do it. I'm gonna try to go live every day, but it's hard, at least 3 times a day with my schedule I got and my business doing crazy stuff, and then family stuff doing crazy stuff as well too. But I respect everybody that comes here. I value every single person that comes here, and I support y'all unconditionally, no matter the circumstances, regardless if we butt heads or no butt heads. It don't matter to me. I support everybody. Anybody got any closing words?
Man, no, not really.
It don't matter if you're black or white.
Well, go, man. Please go support, like, subscribe to the channel. Please go follow Team Fatty. Please go follow Little Podcast. Any y'all OGJ Speed, please go follow OGJ Speed. Any y'all else got Dre? You got a channel?
No.
DJ, you got a channel? Nobody else? Okay.
Yeah. Follow DJ Vapors, man.
Oh, you got a. Who said that?
Yeah. No, it was Vapors. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. You hear me?
Oh yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Drop it in the chat, family.
Yeah.
I'll keep that.
That's appreciate you, man.
Appreciate all y'all, man. Much respect to y'all. Look at Fatty. Much love y'all.